Hey, what's up? It's cute what if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku learned the Uchiha's true meaning. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. From despair and loss, a new hero is born. It was 3 p.m. on a Thursday, the day after Izuku's birthday. He lay in an alley, bruised and battered, with burns and frost marks covering his body. The reason for his condition was simple. He had become a target for his sister and her 5 friends. Earlier that day, as Izuku woke up and prepared for school, he stood in front of the mirror practicing his smile. After years of bullying and the events of the previous day, he felt almost broken. He made himself a simple sandwich for breakfast before leaving for school, as his parents had neglected him for years. It had been 6 years since they had made him a meal. When he was 4 years old, he and his sister were taken to the quirk doctor to determine what abilities they possessed. The sad truth was that Izuku learned that day that not all children were created equal. While Izumi was found to have a strong version of telekinesis, Izuku was deemed quirkless. 6 years ago, Inko had been devastated when she first learned that her son had no quirk. However, upon discovering that Izumi had a stronger version of her own ability, she quickly forgot about Izuku's struggles. Wanting comfort from his mother, Izuku watched as she celebrated with his sister, deciding to wait until they returned home. Little did he know, this was the beginning of his own suffering. Izuku was ignored during the ride home, but he hoped that once they arrived, they would embrace him and reassure him that everything would be okay and that he could still be a hero. Those thoughts vanished as he witnessed his parents celebrating Izumi's quirk, taking her out for pizza and ice cream while leaving him alone at home. At just 4 years old, Izuku had to learn how to cook, wake up for school, clean his room and clothes, navigate his way to school, and buy what he needed. The first few days were difficult. He had no idea how to prepare food or how to find his way to school. For the entire first week, he wandered around hungry, surviving on fruits he found in the garden or plain bread, as he was too small and weak to open the fridge. He also arrived late to school every day that week, still figuring out how to get there. Cleaning was easier, but he still needed to learn how to wash his clothes. After a few days of being teased about his smell, he discovered that if he placed his clothes in the laundry basket, his mother would wash them automatically. A week later, Izuku realized that his parents might not help him at all. He sat down in front of the computer in his room and began to teach himself how to use it. His mother had always assisted him whenever he wanted to watch videos of All Might, but now he needed to learn on his own. Eventually, he grasped the basics: how to write correctly, search for information online, and chat with others. While learning to use the computer, Izuku felt a sense of determination, believing he could survive on his own. However, that belief was shattered when he arrived at preschool and noticed everyone glaring at him and avoiding his presence. A few minutes earlier, before preschool began, Izumi approached her childhood friends, Katsuki and Katsumi Bakugo, who were twins with the ability to create explosions, Shoto and Shota Todoroki, also twins, who could manipulate ice and fire, and Achiko Uraraka, who could nullify gravity for objects she touched. Noticing Izumi's sadness, Katsumi asked her what was wrong. Izumi expressed her concern for Izuku, fearing that if he tried to become a hero, he might get hurt, recalling the loss of their grandmother, a powerful hero who had fallen to a villain. Her friends understood her fears, knowing that villains could easily defeat heroes, especially those without quirks. Katsuki then suggested that they could scare Izuku with their abilities, thinking that if he feared the villains, he might reconsider his dream of becoming a hero. While it seemed like a silly idea, they had no idea how much this would escalate over the years. As they waited on the playground, they spread the word about Izuku being weak and quirkless, even recruiting others to join in. When Izuku arrived, he noticed the way people avoided him and the glares directed his way. At the end of the day, he approached his friends, feeling hopeful that they would still remember him and play together on the way home. Izumi asked him what he wanted to be when he grew up, and with enthusiasm, he declared that he wanted to be a hero like All Might, saving everyone with a smile on his face. However, instead of support, Katsuki gripped Izuku's arm and activated his quirk, causing small explosions that burned tiny holes in Izuku's clothes and left him with minor burns. Izuku looked at Katsuki, feeling the pain, and asked him to stop. Katsuki glared at him, declaring that if it hurt, then he could never be a hero, he was simply too weak. Before Izuku could respond, he felt another small explosion hit the back of his head, while Shoto's ice chilled his leg, and Shoto's flames caused discomfort on his back. Achiko used her quirk to lift rocks, and Izumi threw them at Izuku. Just before they struck, Achiko deactivated her quirk to maximize the impact. After a few more attacks, they left him on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he wondered why this was happening to him. He questioned if it was because he was quirkless. This day marked the beginning of his suffering. As Izuku sat in school, he reflected on the past 6 years of torment. He had no friends, no parents, and he didn't even know any other family members. After the first time he was bullied, he returned home seeking help, but when he opened the door, his parents barely acknowledged him, their attention fixed on the television. Izuku recalled that day vividly. After reaching his room, he searched for ways to treat his wounds, a task that at just 4 years old filled him with dread. He also looked for ways to grow stronger, hoping that his friends would return. He soon realized that no matter how strong he became, the bullying wouldn't stop, but that didn't deter him from training. He wanted to be a hero. For 6 years, he trained every day. He even managed to get a gym membership, despite being quirkless. The gym owner, sympathetic because of his own quirkless sister, offered Izuku a deal. In exchange for cleaning and maintaining the gym, he could train for free and earn some money based on his efforts. This arrangement was one of the few reasons he continued to persevere, as his parents never provided him with any financial support. The school bell jolted Izuku from his thoughts. On his way home, he encountered his bullies again. Achiko lifted him with her quirk while Izumi used hers to elevate him 3 meters into the air. They deactivated their quirks and let him fall. As he plummeted, he managed to grab the railing of the fire exit, but the weight and momentum caused him to lose his grip, straining his muscles and injuring his arm. When he hit the ground, a weak flame spiraled toward him. He instinctively raised his right arm to shield his face from the heat, but he fell face-first onto his arm as an explosion from Katsumi and Katsuki struck his back. This torment continued for another 15 minutes until they grew bored and frustrated. Before leaving, Izumi looked at her brother and coldly suggested a way for Izuku to gain a quirk. Hope flickered in his eyes until she added that he should take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in his next life. In that moment, something inside him shattered. He could only look down with vacant eyes as a chill enveloped him. It seemed their cruelty wasn't satisfied yet, as Katsuki taunted him with a suggestion to use a knife, while Shoto added that if he lacked the courage for that, he should swallow some pills. With that, they abandoned him in the alley. As he struggled to rise, his body screamed for help, except for his right arm, which felt completely numb. To his surprise, his eyes throbbed painfully on the way home, and he hoped it was nothing serious. All he knew was that he couldn't endure this any longer. Today would be the day he sought to escape from his prison. After a long walk, Izuku finally arrived at his home, which appeared to be a pleasant family residence filled with good memories. However, for Izuku, it had become a prison over the past 6 years. He walked into the garden, around to the back of the house, and down to the basement door. After the family moved, his parents had given him the entire basement, believing it would provide him with more privacy. They thought he was mature and wanted solitude, but in reality he felt neglected and forgotten. Izuku knew that no one would be home at that moment, having overheard their plans to celebrate Izumi's recent achievement. They would not return until later in the afternoon. The first thing he did was take a shower and assess his condition. It was difficult to manage everything with his left hand. Although he was ambidextrous and could use both hands equally well, his right arm had lost all feeling and functionality. This concerned him, as he feared it could become infected and cause further harm to his body. After cleaning and bandaging everything except his right arm, he turned on the computer to research whether it could recover. If he had not felt so broken, he might have turned pale or even felt nauseous at the conclusion he reached. His arm was beyond recovery and would need to be amputated. While researching the procedure, he listened to audio files and documentaries from Army Special Forces medics, learning about emergency amputation techniques. A few hours later, Izuku found himself in the cleanest part of his basement, his own bathroom. He gathered everything he needed for the procedure. He had a tourniquet to stop major bleeding, a thick cloth to bite down on, and a saw to sever his arm. Clean towels were on the wall, some soaking in hot water for cleaning his wound. For safety, he also prepared rubbing alcohol, an iron pan, and a few syringes of adrenaline to prevent himself from passing out during the surgery. Before starting, he wrote 2 notes for his family and created an untraceable email to send all the content and history from his computer, in case they tried to erase the evidence of what had happened. He took a picture of himself in front of a mirror, as he had been doing every day since he got a phone, and sent that to the email as well. He packed everything he needed into a large hiking backpack, choosing food that would last long, such as canned goods and survival tools. The last items he packed were some books he had written and clothes he would need. Once he was ready to leave right after the surgery, he cleaned the equipment and the stove with rubbing alcohol to sterilize them. The last thing he wanted was to get an infection and suffer from a fever on the street. After preparing everything, he placed the iron pan on the electric stove, turned up the heat, and let it warm while he prepared for the procedure. He realized he might need something for the pain, so he considered taking some painkillers, knowing he had a high tolerance but wanting to be cautious. Before sitting down to begin, he adjusted the computer camera to capture the area from the bathroom to the stove. He positioned his phone against the wall to record the entire process, thinking there could never be too much evidence. Just as he was about to start, he waved to the camera with his left hand, addressing those who had caused him so much pain, expressing his hope that they would appreciate the effort he was putting into this moment. As he sat on the bathroom floor with his back against the bathtub, he placed his arm on a wooden stool, contemplating that it was now or never. He tied the tourniquet just below his shoulder and double-checked the instructions he had read. He focused on finding a break in his arm, knowing it would be difficult to cut through bone. The most significant break was located between his shoulder and elbow. He placed a few needles beside him for easy access, bit down on the cloth to brace himself, and began to saw through his arm. As he worked, he noticed blood starting to flow, but fortunately, it was not a heavy stream. As Izuku progressed through his ordeal, he initially wondered if he was feeling any pain. However, that thought quickly faded as he suddenly became aware of a significant discomfort, though he reassured himself that he could endure this level of pain. Before long, he completed the task, and it felt strange to see his severed limb resting on the stool. He couldn't help but think that while this was a normal occurrence for him, witnessing his arm disconnected from his body was unsettling. Dizziness washed over him, signaling that he was running out of time. He poured rubbing alcohol onto the wound, wincing at the sharp sting. Once he finished, he crawled toward the stove, gripping the rubbing alcohol and a needle wrapped in a towel in his left hand. As he moved, a trail marked his path. Upon reaching the stove, he set the needle and alcohol down and assessed whether the iron pan was ready. Using the towel to grip the handle, he lifted it to check for the dull red glow that indicated it was hot enough. He carefully placed the iron pan upside down on the floor, reasoning that it would be foolish to attempt this with one hand, especially given his dwindling stamina. With an adrenaline needle poised in his left hand, he used his body weight and strength to press his stump against the hot iron pan. As he pushed himself to the limit, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, signaling that he was nearing his threshold. The moment he saw that his wound was cauterized, he rolled aside, removed the safety cap from the needle, and injected it into his thigh. Just as he felt himself slipping away, he jolted upright. After regaining his composure, he removed the cloth from his mouth, chuckling to himself about almost forgetting it was there. He then used rubbing alcohol to clean his stump, applied antibiotic cream to the cauterized area, and wrapped it in clean cloth secured with medical tape. Izuku leaned against the wall, snacking and sipping soda to raise his blood sugar and replenish what he had lost. Glancing at the clock, he noted that his family would return in 3 to 4 hours, prompting him to decide he needed to leave before then. Using the wall and kitchen table for support, he stood up and went to the computer. He sent the file to his email and erased all traces of the clip and the email from the computer. He repeated the process on his phone, removing the SIM card, snapping it in two, and stowing it in his bag for later disposal. Next, he moved the blood-stained carpet to the bathroom and cleaned up the blood from his room and kitchen. Noticing he had plenty of supplies left in his first aid kit, he packed it into his hiking backpack. He secured a thin towel around the cloth covering his stump, ensuring it wouldn't fall off, and changed into clean clothes, leaving the bloody ones in the bathroom. He placed a letter on his desk, ensuring it was visible for anyone who might enter his room. As a final touch, he rearranged a few items in the bathroom and left a second letter there. After closing the bathroom door, he pondered what else he could do. He used a screwdriver to remove the door handle, pocketing it along with his phone. Before leaving, he donned his backpack and opened a window to air out the room, then exited through the basement door, closing it behind him. As he stepped outside, he took one last look at the house, feeling a rush of unfamiliar emotions. Unbeknownst to him, this sensation was freedom, the liberation he felt as he broke the chains that had bound his soul, body, and mind. A broken soul just like me. As Izuku walked, he pondered where to go, deciding on a secluded place in a thick forest with mountains. Reaching the edge of the city, he took one last look before stepping into the woods. The deeper he ventured, the more he heard a soft sound of sobbing. His hero instincts kicked in, guiding him toward the source of the sound. Though it was dark, his eyes began to adjust, and his ears picked up the sobs more clearly. After what felt like an eternity of stumbling and walking in circles, he approached a shed and spotted a small outline of a girl crouching inside. Squinting to get a better look, he realized she appeared to be around his age, crying intensely. As she sniffled, she turned around and stared at him. Her eyes seemed to search for something, and when she noticed him, she suddenly dashed toward him with an intense expression, as if she were ready to confront him. Izuku instinctively threw his backpack aside and took a defensive stance, preparing to deflect her approach. However, as she drew closer, he noticed the distress in her eyes, causing him to drop his guard and open his arms as if to offer comfort. Toga had just run away from home, overwhelmed by her situation. Feeling isolated and rejected, she lamented her villainous quirk, which made her crave blood. The more she thought about her life, the more tears flowed. She had nowhere to go and refused to return to a place where she felt like garbage, bullied even by her own parents. The memory of their disgust at her fangs haunted her. Sobbing uncontrollably, Toga felt the absence of blood driving her to the brink of madness. She longed to be a hero and save others, not to hurt them. As she contemplated her choices, a faint scent of blood reached her senses. Doubting her sanity, she turned to follow the scent, which grew stronger. When she spotted a boy, his expression was emotionless yet concerned, as if he were searching for someone in need. Instinctively, her hunger surged and she ran toward him, torn between her desires and the urge to control herself. Initially, he prepared for a confrontation, but as she closed the distance, he relaxed, extending his arms as if to embrace her. This unexpected gesture confused her, halting her advance. Izuku, eyes closed and expecting an impact, was surprised when she questioned his actions. Opening his eyes, he saw her confusion transform into curiosity. He spoke softly, explaining that he wanted to offer her a hug, having recognized the pain in her eyes. He saw her as a fellow broken soul in need of help. As he spoke, she began to cry again, prompting him to express his concern and plead for her not to cry. He felt a wave of panic as he waved his hands in reassurance. Through her sniffles, she managed to convey that it had been a long time since someone cared about her feelings. Slowly, he approached her with his arm outstretched, hoping to convey his good intentions. The closer he got, the more he noticed her vulnerability. Stopping right in front of her, he wrapped his arms around her gently, whispering that he hoped his hug would help ease her tears. In response, she embraced him back, her gratitude spilling out in whispered thanks. Recognizing her emotional turmoil, he held her closer, encouraging her to let it all out. She expressed her willingness to stay as long as needed, and with those words, her sobs turned into full-blown tears. After about 10 minutes, as she leaned against him for comfort, he noticed her body go limp. Looking down, he realized she had fallen asleep. He thought to himself that the poor girl must have cried herself to exhaustion, likely having had little to no sleep in the past few days. Spotting the shed behind which she had been crying, He gently lifted her over his shoulder and carried her there. Upon reaching the shed, he noticed a locked padlock hanging from the door. He carefully laid her down and went to retrieve his backpack. After returning, he searched for a crowbar he remembered bringing along. Once he found it, he approached the door and pried it open. He rummaged through his backpack for blankets and, upon finding them, laid one on the floor. After putting the crowbar back into the backpack and leaning it against the wall, he carried her back and positioned her with her back against the wall. He then placed a second blanket over her and closed the door behind them. As he prepared to lay down against the opposite wall, he heard soft whimpers. Looking toward her, he saw that she was having a nightmare, murmuring in her sleep for someone not to leave her. It broke his heart to witness her distress. He sat down beside her, wrapped his left arm around her, and pulled her gently against his chest. He whispered soothingly in her ear that he wouldn't leave her and would stay as long as she wanted, all the while gently stroking her cheek. In an instant, she seemed to calm at his touch and began to smile in her sleep. Taking this as a cue, he allowed himself to drift off to sleep as well. This warmth felt so soothing. It was quiet and calm, a sensation Toga couldn't remember experiencing in a long time. As her eyes slowly opened, they adjusted to the light in the room. Memories of the previous day flooded back, and she panicked, realizing she had fallen asleep while crying. She thought about the cute boy she had met, regretting that she hadn't gotten his name or number. Before she could stand up, she noticed she was in a small shed. The blankets covering her felt comforting, and she felt an arm around her shoulder holding her tightly. Initially startled, she tried to get up, but the arm pulled her back down. Then, a soft, sleepy voice reassured her, saying not to cry and that he was still there and wouldn't leave her. Recognizing the voice, Toga turned her head to see the boy from yesterday. Seeing his face filled her with warmth. She felt safe and happy, wishing he would stay with her. Just then, she felt his hand gently patting her head. Looking up, she noticed he was still asleep, mumbling in his sleep words that made her heart ache. He was saying he wouldn't leave her and would stay as long as she needed. With those few words, years of pain seemed to lift from her shoulders. She snuggled closer, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. Suddenly, he greeted her with a cheerful, "Good morning, cupcake," causing her to blush. She returned the greeting, calling him her dark prince, and they both blushed in unison. Curiosity got the better of her, and she asked him what had happened the day before. He shyly explained that she had cried herself to sleep, and he couldn't bear to leave her alone, especially after promising to stay by her side until she was happy. Hearing those words made her heart skip a beat. Looking into his gentle eyes, she hesitated, afraid of his reaction, but she asked if he would still be by her side if she revealed that she had a quirk. Without hesitation, he assured her that a quirk didn't define who she was. It was how she chose to use it that mattered. Toga turned her head in surprise, feeling a rush of emotions as he smiled and softly stroked her cheek. Gathering her courage, she confessed that her quirk was blood-related and that it sometimes made her crave blood. If she went too long without it, she could fall into a frenzy like the one he had witnessed. She felt a wave of anxiety when he didn't respond immediately, but then she heard him tell her to open her eyes. When she did, she was taken aback. He was offering her his neck, asking her to be careful as he had lost some blood in an earlier incident. Wondering what had happened to him, she gently pulled his arm down and gave his neck a small kiss. She decided against biting him, not wanting to hurt her protector, and he accepted her decision, planting a soft kiss on her forehead that made her blush with energy. As he packed his backpack, he asked for her name, and she shared it with him. Before long, he pulled out a first aid kit, rubbing alcohol, medical tape, and clean cloths. He began to remove his shirt, causing her to blush and close her eyes, covering her face with her hands. He coughed lightly, asking her to help him with his shirt so he could check his wound. At that moment, her embarrassment faded, replaced by concern for him. As she helped him, she was overwhelmed by the sight of scars covering his body. Tears streamed down her face as she whimpered, asking what had happened to him and who had done this. He turned to her with a sad expression, his voice emotionless as he explained that this had been his life for the past 6 years. The weight of his words hit her hard, and she could only think about the years of suffering he had endured. When she pressed him for more, he looked down and revealed that he was quirkless. In that moment, she saw the pain, suffering, and loneliness in his eyes, and she knew she couldn't give up on him. Some people treated him as if he were invisible, while most regarded him as trash, garbage, a burden, or a punching bag. He took a breath and expressed that he wouldn't blame anyone for leaving him, feeling like he was of no use. Before he could finish his thought, she pressed her lips against his. After they parted, she hugged him tightly and joyfully declared that he was the first person to accept her for who she was, so she felt it was only right to do the same for him, her little Izu. He returned the embrace with all his strength, expressing his happiness at having found her the day before, calling her his little sweet cupcake. As they broke the hug, he cupped her face in his hands and remarked that since she had kissed him, it would only be fair for him to kiss her back. He pulled her closer, sharing a long kiss that made her blush more than ever. They then carefully removed the towel and the cloth that had been wrapped around his stump. While cleaning the wound with rubbing alcohol, they reapplied antibiotic cream and wrapped a fresh cloth around it, securing it tightly. As she helped him put his shirt back on, she wondered about the story behind his arm but decided to wait for another time to ask. Once he was dressed and ready, he opened the door and turned to her with a smile that could light up the darkest day. He reached out his hand and asked if she would leave the corrupt society behind to join him on an adventure. Taking his hand, she smiled brightly and replied that she would follow him wherever he went, a tear escaping her eye as they ventured deeper into the forest. It was Friday afternoon, the day after Izuku had run away from home and met the cheerful Toga. They had been wandering deeper into the forest, searching for a place to shelter for the night. As they explored, Izuku felt an unusual pull, as if something was beckoning him. Following the sensation, he found himself near a dense thicket of bushes. As he began to clear the foliage, he discovered what appeared to be a hidden entrance to a secret base. Excitedly, he called for Toga, pointing at the concealed door and smiling as he announced that they had found a place to stay. Toga jumped with joy, rushing to the door and attempting to open it. When it wouldn't budge, she threw a brief tantrum, but it quickly subsided when Izuku affectionately pecked her cheek and commented on how cute she looked when she pouted. As Izuku approached the door, he noticed a cloth wrapped around the handles, inscribed with the word, seal. He reached for the handle, and as soon as his hand made contact, the door began to emit smoke and light, vanishing in a puff. Somewhere unknown in a lab, beeping noises echoed, signaling a notification. A shadowy figure stood up, intrigued by the disturbance. With a smirk, the figure mused about someone unsealing the eastern hideout, and the rarity of someone possessing chakra in this era. They decided it was time to investigate. Back with Izuku and Toga, the cloth had vanished, and Toga asked what had happened. Izuku shrugged, uncertain but optimistic that they might have found a place to stay. With a gentle tug, the door opened, revealing a long hallway that extended deep into the mountain. As they ventured further, lights flickered on, likely triggered by motion sensors. After exploring, they concluded that the place was a research facility. Eventually, they decided to sleep in the kitchen for the night. Izuku unpacked their backpack, organizing supplies while Toga busied herself with the furnace, making the kitchen more comfortable. Once everything was sorted, Izuku called for Toga to come over. He showed her how to use flint and steel, guiding her patiently until she successfully created a small ember in the furnace. Her joy was infectious, and Izuku, feeling proud, praised her for her accomplishment. It took them nearly an hour to tidy the kitchen and arrange mattresses for sleeping. They spent the rest of the time cooking and getting to know each other better. Izuku turned to Toga, asking if she was comfortable sleeping beside him. She blushed slightly, admitting that his warmth made her feel safe and his heartbeat calmed her. As they settled under the blankets, Izuku leaned over and kissed her cheek, wrapping his arm around her to pull her closer. Just before they drifted off to sleep, he whispered that although they had only known each other for a day, he couldn't ask for anything more than having her by his side. Toga lifted his scarred hand to her face, kissing it gently and assuring him that she felt the same way. They both fell asleep, enveloped in each other's warmth. As dawn broke over the mountain hills, a figure was seen running through the night. Upon reaching the hideout, they noticed that the bushes used for cover had been disturbed. The figure thought to themselves about how someone had not only unsealed the door but also broken through the genjutsu without realizing it. Inspecting the seals, they realized that the chakra and genjutsu had been dispelled, not by a technique or quirk, but by sheer willpower. The strength required for such an act suggested an experienced warrior or someone who had faced death and survived, which sent a chill down their spine. They had no idea what to expect inside now. Activating their sage jutsu, the figure drew their katana and cautiously entered the hideout, senses heightened and ready for anything. At the end of the corridor, they spotted light emanating from the kitchen. Upon opening the door, they were taken aback by the sight before them. Instead of a dangerous intruder, they found two children, no older than 10 or 11. Before they could dismiss the children as innocent, the boy with black hair shifted slightly, causing the blanket to slip. The figure was shocked to see the scars covering his body and the stump of his missing arm, which appeared to have been recently amputated. Lowering their guard, the figure approached and gently pulled the covers back over the boy, then tended to the furnace to keep them warm. After that, I approached his backpack to learn more about him. What intrigued me were the 13 books he had brought along, all titled Hero Analysis for the Future. Each book had a timestamp, the first dating back 6 years. As I opened it, I anticipated childish doodles and scribbles. To my surprise, I found myself captivated by the wealth of information and detail within. While there were indeed some childish drawings, it was unrealistic to expect a child under 6 to produce anything more sophisticated. I pulled out a chair and continued to examine the rest of the books, waiting for him to wake up. The more I read, the more curious I became about this child. An hour later, I woke to the sound of someone talking. Without moving, I slowly opened my eyes and saw someone reading my books while conversing with himself. I quietly reached into my pocket to retrieve my knife, preparing to act when I noticed something. He turned his gaze toward me, lifting a finger to his lips and speaking softly, indicating he meant no harm and was simply curious about who was in his lab. In an instant, he vanished from the chair and reappeared beside me, whispering in my ear that he could sense my protective intent toward the girl and suggested we talk without waking her. Before he could leave, I used sign language to ask him to wait a moment. To my relief, he signed back, okay, confirming he understood. I quickly wrote a note stating I would be in the lab room we had found earlier and left it in front of her. Then I stood up and followed him to the main lab. Upon entering, the stranger went to the wall and turned on the lights before turning to me, waiting for me to speak. With the lights on, I got a better look at him. He appeared to be male, around 180 centimeters tall, with skin as pale as snow. His black hair hung just below his shoulders, but it was his eyes that fascinated me the most. They resembled those of a snake. My thoughts were interrupted when he smirked and asked for the name of his intruder. I bowed my head apologetically, explaining that I had no idea anyone lived there and that we had stumbled upon the place while searching for shelter. My mind raced with various scenarios, but after a few moments, he told me to stand up, assuring me he was not angry but rather intrigued. He wanted to know my story and who I was. When I looked up, I noticed he had brought a table, some chairs, a warm kettle, cups, and snacks. As I sat down, I introduced myself and shared Toga's background, careful to avoid triggering any painful memories for her. Before I could continue, he remarked that while Toga's story was troubling, he sensed I had endured something even worse. This made me flinch as I instinctively held my arm's stump, feeling a phantom pain. I then recounted how my life changed when I was 4 and the struggles I faced over the past 6 years, everything from neglect to bullying and being ignored. As I prepared to share what had happened a few days prior, the memory triggered more phantom pain, but I pushed it aside and continued telling him my story. Born from pain and hatred, the power of a god. Orochimaru observed as the boy began to share his story. He listened intently as the boy explained his situation and the background of the girl who accompanied him. When the boy finished recounting her tale, Orochimaru interjected, acknowledging the gravity of her experiences while suggesting that the boy had endured even greater hardships. The boy flinched at Orochimaru's words, instinctively touching the stump of his missing hand. As he continued to share his past, Orochimaru felt a growing fury within him. Despite his own flaws, He recognized that he had retained more humanity than the individuals who had wronged this boy. The boy's story reminded Orochimaru of Naruto's, but it was far more tragic. Unlike Naruto, who had Iruka and the third Hokage, along with a growing circle of friends and mentors, this boy had only the girl he had met the day before. What struck Orochimaru most was the boy's recent experiences. He spoke of how his sister and her friends had attacked him, leaving him with a loss of feeling in his right arm, which ultimately led to his decision to amputate his own hand and flee from home. The boy had performed the amputation himself and cauterized the wound. Orochimaru was astonished not only by the boy's resilience but also by the power reflected in his eyes' Manjikyu Sharingan. It had been centuries since Orochimaru had seen those eyes, and here was a boy no older than 10 wielding them, seemingly unaware of their significance. Suddenly, Toga entered the room, jumping and hugging Izuku from behind, startling him. Orochimaru had seen her arrive but chose not to interrupt the boy's recounting of his past. Toga embraced him, tears streaming down her face as she vowed to take revenge on those who had hurt him, declaring that she would be his right arm. It was clear she was unaware of the boy's painful history, a truth that was difficult to share with someone who cared. As Toga looked at Izuku's face, she noticed the change in his eyes and exclaimed in surprise. Orochimaru found it amusing to see Izuku's bewilderment at her reaction. He handed Izuku a small pocket mirror, and the boy gazed into it, fascinated by his own reflection. Orochimaru knew Izuku would analyze his eyes and take notes. Turning to Toga, Orochimaru introduced himself, explaining that he had heard much about her from Izuku. Initially shy, Toga eventually shook his hand and apologized for breaking into his lab. Recognizing Toga's quirk and the urgency in her eyes, Orochimaru realized she was in desperate need of blood. He snapped Izuku out of his thoughts, instructing both of them to follow him. Upon reaching the medical ward of the hideout, he asked them to wait while he searched for something. They watched in confusion as he returned with a glass and a scroll. Unrolling the scroll and infusing it with chakra, Orochimaru summoned a small container filled with red liquid. He poured it into the glass and turned to Toga, explaining that it was fresh blood and she could drink as much as she needed. As Toga eagerly consumed the blood, Izuku followed Orochimaru to the operation table. Toga trailed behind, still drinking from the container. After a quick examination, Orochimaru addressed Izuku, acknowledging the rarity of what he had accomplished and expressing curiosity about how he managed it. Before Orochimaru could delve deeper into the boy's condition, Izuku interrupted, offering to show him a recording he had made for potential blackmail against his parents. Orochimaru was taken aback, realizing that not only was Izuku an Uchiha, but he was also a genius. After nodding in agreement, Izuku inquired about internet access. Orochimaru provided him with a laptop, and Izuku quickly navigated to his email, revealing 2 videos, one from the bathroom and another from the kitchen. Orochimaru was increasingly impressed by the boy's resourcefulness, solidifying his decision to help him. Noticing that Toga had calmed down, Orochimaru seized the moment to ask his second question regarding Izuku's wound. He explained that a small operation was necessary to remove some of the burned skin for a quicker recovery. Izuku looked confused at the mention of "we," prompting Orochimaru to clarify that he had the knowledge and resources to heal him. If Izuku trusted him, the procedure could be done quickly. After a brief preparation, Orochimaru began the operation. He carefully removed the burned and damaged flesh, repairing blood vessels, nerves, and muscle. I was carefully attaching a skin graft onto his arm stump, using my healing technique to close up the wound. After the operation, I began cleaning the equipment in an awkward silence. Izuku broke the quiet by expressing his gratitude. As I placed the equipment back on the shelves, I turned to Izuku and asked him if he would want to come back with me. Izuku looked at me, curiosity evident in his eyes, and wondered why. I smirked and explained that the eyes he possessed were known as Sharingan, specifically the Manjikyu Sharingan. I offered to teach him how to HR and assess their power. He gazed at me as if searching for answers to all his questions, then asked how strong he could become. I met his gaze with a serious expression and told him that if cultivated correctly, he could achieve godlike strength. With that power, he could either bring destruction or foster peace in the world. Izuku then inquired if Toga could join us and if she could gain that power as well. I glanced at her as she declared her desire to stay by Izuku's side. I assured them that while she could join us, she wouldn't be able to gain that specific power, but I could teach her other valuable skills. As Izuku and Toga packed their belongings, I gathered a few scrolls and important items we would need. After reactivating the genjutsu traps outside and reinforcing the seal on the door, I returned to them. I placed a technique formula in the main room and instructed them to hold onto my cape. As we teleported to a new location, the sudden shift caused them to stumble backward, which made me chuckle. After regaining their balance, Izuku approached the window and was astonished to see that we were now beside the ocean, a stark contrast to the forest we had just left. When I explained that I had teleported us, he simply accepted it, still in awe of the sudden change. When they arrived at the new location, they were assigned their own room. As they explored their surroundings, Izuku felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. Turning around, he saw Toga with a sad expression. Concerned, he asked what was wrong. She expressed her worry about having to sleep in a different room. Izuku pulled her into a comforting hug and promised to ask Orochimaru-sensei if they could share a larger room. Toga's face lit up with a bright smile, making Izuku's heart flutter. Finding sensei took some time, but when they finally did, they requested a bigger room to share. With their background in mind, he smirked and led them to their new space. Afterward, he showed them around the rest of the hideout, and soon they found themselves in the library. Izuku settled on the couch while Toga used his lap as a pillow. Once they were comfortable, sensei turned to Izuku and reminded him of the door he had opened, the one marked with a seal. After Izuku nodded, sensei revealed that the seal had been intact for nearly a millennium, which shocked Izuku and made him wonder about sensei's immortality. Without needing to ask, sensei confirmed his immortality and explained that it was due to the power of chakra, a power that Izuku also possessed. He mentioned that Izuku had unlocked this ancient power from his heritage. After a brief explanation of chakra and its capabilities, sensei shared stories about various clans and tailed beasts, recounting how the world used to be when chakra was prevalent. He also spoke of his own immortality and the regrets he carried for his past actions. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the outside world, Izuku noticed that Toga had fallen asleep during the stories. He turned to sensei and asked for assistance in carrying Toga to their room, not wanting to disturb her. Orochimaru smiled and complied. After gently placing Toga in bed, Izuku turned to Orochimaru and, before he could leave, embraced him in gratitude. He expressed how thankful he was for being taken in, sharing that he had felt lost in darkness for a long time and couldn't remember a time when he was truly happy. Tears welled in his eyes as he conveyed that even though Toga was asleep, she shared the same feelings of gratitude. Orochimaru returned the hug and reassured him that his darkest days were behind him, though he warned Izuku not to expect leniency in training. Izuku looked up with a bright smile, affirming that he wouldn't have it any other way. After exchanging goodnights, Izuku settled into bed, pulling Toga closer before drifting off to sleep. On Sunday morning after breakfast, Izuku and Toga followed sensei to his lab, where he collected a vial of their blood for testing. He explained that the tests would reveal their heritage and the abilities and chakra natures they could unlock. The results showed that Izuku was a descendant of the Uchiha clan, with an affinity for all 5 chakra natures: water, lightning, fire, earth, and wind. Additionally, he possessed 2 Kekkai Genkai alongside the Sharingan, with another one sealed away. Toga, on the other hand, showed no affinities or Kekkai Genkai, but sensei mentioned he had a jutsu that could grant chakra affinities based on heritage. Once the explanation was complete, they returned to the library, where sensei retrieved a scroll and led them to the garden. There, he began preparations, drawing a jutsu circle and reading from the scroll. Suddenly, Izuku sensed 2 unfamiliar presences nearby. No matter how much he searched, he couldn't locate them until a deep, gruff voice interrupted his thoughts. A striking orange fox with red eyes and 9 tails appeared. Crouching down, Izuku introduced himself, correctly identifying the fox as Kurama. Kurama looked at him in confusion and asked how he knew him. Izuku explained how Orochimaru had shared tales of the shinobi world, including the tailed beasts, and how he and Toga were about to perform a jutsu to grant Toga chakra nature. Kurama expressed surprise that the Uchiha bloodline was still active after so many years. To prove his lineage, Izuku activated his Sharingan. Kurama's expression turned nostalgic as he gazed at Izuku, revealing a deep-seated sorrow for someone he had lost long ago. I settled next to him against the wall, expressing my regret in advance, sensing that he needed some comfort. Kurama began to respond, but before he could finish, I gently lifted him into my lap, offering him cuddles and scratching behind his ears in an effort to lift his spirits. I apologized for not being able to give him a proper hug, hoping that my affection would suffice. He looked up at me, tears glistening in his eyes, and reassured me that it was fine, leaning into my side for support. At that moment, Orochimaru announced that it was finished. On the verge of being broken. It was a cold and rainy Wednesday afternoon when Izuku discovered something that would change his life forever. As he stood in the shadows outside the living room window, he felt a sense of happiness about the rain, allowing him to listen to his parents talk without being noticed. He wondered if they remembered that it was his 10th birthday. After a while, his sister came home, and just as he was about to retreat to his room, he overheard something that caught his attention. His sister's voice, filled with shock, echoed in the air as she exclaimed about All Might. Curious, Izuku peeked inside and saw All Might, dressed in clothing similar to what their father had worn moments before. Suddenly, Izuku was jolted from his shock as All Might transformed back into the form of his father, coughing slightly. His sister asked in a low, terrified voice if he was okay. Their father reassured her, explaining that it was just an old wound acting up. He then revealed that he wanted to discuss his condition with them. With his injury worsening, the time he could use his quirk each day was decreasing. He expressed his desire for his sister to be his successor, to take on his quirk and become the next symbol of peace. Izuku's curiosity grew at the mention of taking his quirk. He had always believed that quirks could not be transferred. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, he noticed his sister's smile, which he recognized as the same one she wore whenever she bullied him with her friends. This sadistic expression went unnoticed by their parents, who saw her as their sweet and innocent little princess. Their father continued, expressing hope that his sister would accept the offer, as he had little time left. He lamented that Izuku was not fit to be a hero, lacking the essence of one. Just as he was about to finish his thought, his sister interrupted, enthusiastically agreeing while striking an all-might pose, standing tall with her fist raised. They began planning how to celebrate the next day after school, as darkness enveloped the outside world. While they prepared for bed, Izuku remained crouched in the garden, hidden in the shadows beneath the window. A flash of lightning illuminated his face, revealing a deeply emotional scene. Izuku was crying, struggling to cope with the emotional turmoil he felt, trying to muster a smile and hold onto hope in his heart. Little did he know what the next day would bring. Earlier, when they came outside, Toga noticed Sensei in the middle of the garden, focused on drawing up the jutsu and studying a scroll. As she turned a corner, she spotted a blue kitten with 2 tails. Getting closer, she realized the kitten was wet and shivering. She took off her hoodie and wrapped it around the little creature. While lifting the kitten, she introduced herself, saying she was Toga and asked for its name. As she scratched under its chin, the kitten purred and responded, introducing itself as Matatabi. After a moment, they heard Orochimaru announce that he had finished. Toga gently placed Matatabi down, still wrapped in her hoodie, before walking over to Sensei. In less than 5 minutes, the jutsu was complete, and they headed to the lab for a new test to see the results. Sensei informed them that Toga had an affinity for wind and water, granting her a Kekkei Genkai, ice release. Later, Orochimaru entered the kitchen where Toga, Matatabi, Kurama, and Izuku were having lunch. He chuckled at the scene before turning to Izuku, saying he had someone to introduce who would teach him about his clan and his eyes. Intrigued, they stood up and followed him to the library. Upon arrival, Orochimaru began weaving hand signs and performed a summoning jutsu, slamming his hands onto the floor. Toga and Izuku watched in awe as a coffin appeared. The coffin lid dropped, and a man emerged, demanding to know the reason for his summoning. He was of similar height to Sensei, fit and muscular, with hair the same color as Izuku's that flowed down to his hips. What shocked Izuku most were the man's eyes, which resembled his own, except for the black scara. Sensei approached the man, apologizing for bringing him back and introducing Izuku as someone who wanted to meet him. Not wanting to be rude, Izuku stood and greeted Madara Uchiha, mentioning that Sensei had told him he was the strongest Uchiha in his time and knowledgeable about his eyes. Madara assessed Izuku before asking how long it had been since the Fourth Great Ninja War. Sensei replied that it had been over 2,000 years and that Izuku was his only descendant. Madara then looked at Izuku, activating his Sharingan with a unique pattern. Suddenly, Izuku found himself kneeling, gasping for air. Madara remarked that Izuku was more than worthy and explained that he had seen through his memories with his Sharingan, concluding that Izuku was stronger than he had been at that age. The power of Uchiha and the shame of the Yagi. Madara sat with Izuku, explaining the distinctions between Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan, and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He detailed the various abilities that came with the Sharingan. After dinner, Madara pulled Izuku aside, expressing his intention to teach him how to activate the Sharingan at will. He placed Izuku under a genjutsu, allowing him to experience the activation and deactivation of the Sharingan and Mangekyo Sharingan. Once the genjutsu ended, Madara instructed Izuku to practice in his room until it became second nature. Turning around, he noticed Orochimaru approaching. Orochimaru inquired if he could give Izuku Madara's old eyes, the ones he had discarded when he took his brother's eyes. Madara responded without hesitation, suggesting that Orochimaru might need to locate them first. Orochimaru smirked, revealing that he had found them some time ago. Orochimaru expressed his belief that Izuku would awaken the Rinnegan, hoping that Madara and the others could teach him how to use those eyes. This piqued Madara's curiosity about who the others were. Just then, Izuku rushed toward them, proudly announcing that he had completed his practice. He activated his Sharingan, transitioned to Mangekyo Sharingan, and then back to normal. Madara, impressed by his performance, asked if Izuku understood the ability he had acquired. Izuku activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and approached the wall. Before colliding with it, he began to phase through, demonstrating his newfound power. He tossed a ball into the air, and as it fell, it passed through him. Before Madara could respond, Izuku picked up the same ball and threw it. The ball traveled through the first wall, then the second, before bouncing off the third. This ability resembled Obito's but was even more impressive. While Obito could make himself and objects he touched intangible, Izuku could make things he had touched intangible as well. Madara signaled for Izuku to come closer. As Izuku approached, Madara ruffled his hair and welcomed him to the clan. He reminded Izuku about the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Izuku nodded, and Madara asked if he was prepared to implant his eyes to gain Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Izuku affirmed his readiness, declaring that he would not back down from a challenge. While waiting for the operation, Izuku had Kurama curled up in his lap, sharing stories about his previous partner, Naruto. When Madara and the medical team were ready, Izuku stood and walked toward the medical bay. On his way, he noticed Toga appeared anxious beside Kurama and Matatabi. She looked distressed and almost in tears. Toga approached Izuku, tugging at his sleeve, and asked if he was sure about the procedure. Izuku reassured her that he needed to grow stronger for both of them and that if he didn't, he might eventually lose his sight. Toga hugged him tightly, expressing her concern about seeing him get hurt. Izuku gently patted her head before pulling away, looking into her eyes and promising that he would be all right. He reminded her that he would always be there for her, playfully asserting that she wouldn't be able to get rid of him that easily. Before leaving, he asked Kurama and Matatabi to look after her during his recovery, to which they both agreed. With that, he stepped through the door, eager to discover the power he might gain. After the operation, Izuku lay in bed with a bandage covering his eyes, instructed to relax for his recovery. Throughout the day, he recounted stories of Obito's powers, hoping to learn them faster once he healed. That night, Izuku rested with Toga clinging to him, her head resting on his chest. Kurama and Matatabi were also nearby. Unbeknownst to Izuku, Kurama was continuously providing him with a small amount of chakra to aid in his recovery. On Monday morning, Izuku was with Madara, who used the day to teach him various fire jutsu, wood jutsu, and different Sharingan abilities. Meanwhile, Toga spent her day with Orochimaru, who taught her simple water and wind jutsu. He recognized her potential and was pleasantly surprised by her quick learning. By the end of the day, she had mastered basic chakra control. As Tuesday arrived, Izuku continued his training, focusing on earth jutsu, water jutsu, and wind jutsu. Madara, aware of Izuku's photographic memory, decided to test him. At the end of the day, he asked Izuku to perform the hand seals for every jutsu he had learned so far without using chakra. Even without infusing chakra, Madara felt a sense of amusement and pride as Izuku successfully remembered all the signs. Toga was outside with Orochimaru, who was helping her improve her chakra control by challenging her to climb a tree using only her feet. After infusing chakra into her legs, she sprinted toward the tree and began her ascent. Initially struggling, the thought of protecting Izuku motivated her to push harder. By the end of the day, she managed to run halfway up the tree before falling back down. Wednesday morning found Izumi sitting in class, gazing out the window, lost in thought about her training with her father. He had emphasized the importance of mastering her quirk to handle its power effectively. Her reverie was interrupted when the teacher mentioned Izuku's absence, wondering if anyone had seen him lately. No one responded, and Izumi's mind raced as she recalled the last time she had seen him. A wave of concern washed over her as she remembered the troubling incident when he had seemed distressed. However, she quickly dismissed the thought, reassuring herself that he had a loving family and friends who cared for him, and that he often wore a smile, indicating his happiness. As the day progressed, her worries faded, and she continued with her routine. Upon arriving home, she was welcomed by her parents. While they watched TV together, a commercial featuring a brother and sister playing in their backyard with a new toy caught her attention and stirred something inside her. Curious about Izuku, she turned to her parents and asked if they had seen him recently. They exchanged glances, contemplating her question, before responding that they hadn't. When she mentioned that he hadn't been to school since Friday, her parents shared a concerned look, pondering whether something might be wrong. They reassured her that if Izuku needed help, he would reach out, and suggested they check on him right away. Together, they made their way to the garden and entered the basement door behind the house. As they stepped inside, Inko called out to Izuku, announcing their arrival. The sight that greeted them was shocking. The room felt empty and lifeless, devoid of any warmth or emotion. It was hard to believe someone could live in such a desolate space without feeling overwhelmed by sadness. Izumi recalled a time when Izuku's room had been vibrant and filled with posters, but now it appeared neglected and colorless, reflecting a spirit that seemed broken. Turning to her mother, she asked where Izuku was, but before Inko could respond, she discovered a letter on the table. With a mix of anticipation and dread, Izumi watched as her mother opened it and began to read. Before she could inquire about its contents, Inko collapsed to her knees, calling out her brother's name, and soon after, her father followed suit. Alarmed, Izumi picked up the letter and began to read for herself. The letter revealed Izuku's feelings of abandonment and despair. He expressed his belief that his family had forgotten him since he was diagnosed as quirkless. He detailed the bullying he had endured and the isolation he felt. The words were filled with pain and anger, and as Izumi read, her heart shattered. Overwhelmed by emotion, she fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Time seemed to blur as her father called for help, and soon, assistance arrived. All Might had summoned help, and when the door frame echoed with a knock, the Yagi family turned to find Nizu, Hound Dog, Grand Torino, Eraserhead, Detective Tsukachi, and Sir Night Eye standing there, puzzled by the situation. Unable to speak, All Might handed the letter to Nizu, who began to read it aloud. As he processed the words, his frustration boiled over, and he chastised All Might for not recognizing the signs of Izuku's distress. The intensity of Nizu's reaction surprised everyone present. They had never witnessed him so furious. While Nizu searched for clues, the others absorbed the letter's contents, sharing the Yagi family's shock and disbelief. None of them had known about Izuku, and they felt a surge of anger towards themselves for not being aware of his existence. Nizu's mind fixated on the line about a present, and he suddenly caught a whiff of something foul. He signaled Hound Dog, who confirmed the scent before instinctively leading them to the back room. Upon discovering the door handle missing, Nizu understood that this might be the present mentioned in the letter. He instructed Eraserhead to kick the door open, and with a swift motion, the door swung wide. The heroes, seasoned as they were unprepared for the overwhelming stench that emanated from the room. They stumbled outside, some gagging while others were sickened by the odor. After regaining their composure, they ventured back inside to investigate further. The scene was unsettling, with remnants of chaos scattered across the floor, in the bathtub, on the stool, and on the rug, alongside clothes tossed carelessly into the tub. What they witnessed would linger in their minds for years to come, a severed arm resting on the stool, defiantly positioned. The arm bore signs of distress, marred and bruised, with traces of blood and signs of decay, suggesting it belonged to a child based on its size and build. Next to the arm lay a saw stained with blood, soaked towels, and another letter. Nizu picked up the letter and joined the heroes outside in the garden for some fresh air. Nizu opened the letter and began to read it aloud for everyone to hear. The letter revealed a chilling message, detailing how Izumi and her friends had attacked the writer, leaving them unable to use or feel their arm. By the time they returned home and assessed their injuries, it was too late. The damage was irreversible. With no help in sight, as their parents were preoccupied with a celebration, the writer faced a grim reality. They were left with no option but to resort to amputation. The letter conveyed the harrowing experience of being just 10 years old and having to make such a drastic choice. The writer vowed to survive and warned that there would be consequences upon their return. In a darkly humorous twist, the letter concluded with a request to take the arm as an offering, suggesting it be used in a rather inappropriate manner. The letter was signed sincerely, with a smiley face accompanying the name Izuku. They had just heard Nizu read the letter, and the only thought that crossed their minds was that this boy had reached his breaking point. The way he left his message behind left a bitter taste and sent a chill down their spines. Everyone simultaneously thought that this boy was dangerous because they had failed him. They sprang into action, searching for the boy while the police sealed off the basement to look for clues. Even though they already knew the answer, they needed to test the arm and blood to confirm if it belonged to Izuku. It hurt to acknowledge that this was indeed his arm, a grim reminder of his desperation that led him to amputate it with a saw. The heroes involved in the investigation received continuous updates, one of which revealed that he had used his iron pan to cauterize his own wounds. The detective requested a recent picture from the family to file a missing person report. He felt terrible for the boy, especially since the most recent photo he received was from when Izuku was just 5 years old, which only fueled his frustration. Meanwhile, Nizu confronted the Yagi family, expressing his anger. He questioned Izumi, demanding to know why she had bullied her own brother. As Izumi sobbed, she could only manage to say that she was trying to protect him. Nizu responded sharply, reminding her that her actions might have dire consequences for her brother. He then turned to All Might, stating that while it pained him to say it, they wouldn't be thrown in jail due to All Might's status as the symbol of peace. However, he warned that karma might soon catch up with them. With that, Nizu left the Yagi family to pick up the shattered pieces of their lives. Meanwhile, far away on a small island, the same boy was seen gaining more power, determined to become a god. Izuku and the others were gathered in the kitchen, enjoying dinner with Toga feeding him. Suddenly, a news report interrupted the show they were watching. Izuku, unable to see, listened intently. The news anchor announced breaking news about All Might's 10-year-old son, who had recently run away and was now missing. They had attempted to contact All Might and Green Tornado but received no comment. The anchor then revealed a recent picture of the boy, showing a 5-year-old Izuku with green hair and black highlights. The police had only provided this outdated photo, which raised questions. The anchor urged anyone who saw the boy to call the provided number, expressing hope for his safe return. As the news segment ended and the show resumed, everyone at the table turned to Izuku, who was smirking at the end of the table. He remarked that his assumption had been correct. Dumbfounded, everyone listened as he explained that before he ran away, he had left 2 letters. One detailed his situation and included a deduction that they wouldn't realize he had left until now. Orochimaru and Madara exchanged glances, questioning how troubled Izuku's parents were. Izuku responded softly yet ominously, indicating that they had caused enough pain for him to break their lives. Throughout the week, Izuku learned more jutsu hand signs, with pop quizzes along the way. Toga was taught medical ninjutsu by Orochimaru and had mastered tree walking by the week's end. It was finally time to remove the bandage from around Izuku's head. Madara carefully unwrapped it, allowing Izuku's eyes to adjust to the light. Once the bandage was off, Izuku opened his eyes, activating his Sharingan and then his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara observed Izuku with satisfaction, noting that the procedure had been successful. The new powers would enhance his abilities while retaining his own. Izuku turned to Toga, who was nervously waiting, and embraced her, expressing his happiness at being able to see her again, which made her smile through her tears. Madara explained that his Mangekyo Sharingan allowed him to control gravity around himself and manipulate chosen objects. He demonstrated this by lifting a 100 kilograms weight with his pinky and throwing it against the wall, creating a significant impact. He shared that during the Fourth Great Ninja War, he had summoned 2 enormous meteors to the battlefield. He then placed Izuku in a genjutsu to show him the power he wielded. Izuku was now tasked with mastering chakra control, focusing his energy in his feet to walk up a tree, which he accomplished on his first try, a testament to his concentrated training with Madara. He and Toga were then challenged to walk on water. Toga managed to stay afloat for a few seconds before falling in, leaving Izuku astonished at their teacher's expectations. After a week of practice, they finally mastered walking on moving water. The last test involved walking on the ocean, where waves constantly shifted. Upon succeeding, they were introduced to a new jutsu, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. This technique was resourceful, allowing the user to gain experience from the clones when they dispersed. As they learned the jutsu, both Kurama and Matatabi agreed with Orochimaru's proposal, setting the stage for their continued growth and development. They both desired to be connected to their mentors, to travel, fight, and protect them. After mastering the jutsu, Madara and Orochimaru sealed the tailed beasts within their bodies but chose to keep the seal unactivated. The remainder of the month was dedicated to summoning hundreds of clones, allowing them to spar with Madara and Orochimaru to gain valuable fighting experience. Meanwhile, Izuku and Toga focused on training their bodies, knowing that clones wouldn't help build their muscles. They needed real physical exertion. By the end of the week, Izuku had been away for an entire month. As a form of celebration, he endured a rigorous training session with both of his mentors, pushing himself to the limit. Despite the intensity of the training, he wore a smile, knowing he was becoming faster and stronger. Although Izuku was growing at an incredible rate, his teachers worried that one day his handicap could lead to serious consequences. Orochimaru approached Izuku to discuss his missing arm. He explained that he could create a prosthetic arm using the same cells he had used to heal Izuku's arm stump. The cells originated from a person known as Hashirama Senju, who had once stood against Madara and emerged victorious. Orochimaru noted that Izuku's body was highly compatible with the cells, which had enhanced his regeneration and chakra. As Izuku listened with wide eyes, Orochimaru continued, expressing his belief that Izuku might unlock would release due to his research into the cells. He then asked if Izuku wanted to replace his missing arm with a new one. Although Izuku found the idea appealing, he felt a sense of unease about it. Mature for his age, he understood that the decision was not solely his to make. He asked Orochimaru to wait while he sought out Toga, who was in her room reading. Izuku approached Toga and sat beside her, sharing that he wanted to discuss something important. Sensing the gravity of the conversation, she set her book aside and encouraged him to continue. He summoned Chibi Kurama and expressed his feelings for Toga, acknowledging how she had helped him overcome much pain. Toga blushed and shyly reciprocated his feelings. Izuku then addressed Kurama, thanking him for the healing support he had provided after the operation. He acknowledged that while he could never replace Naruto, he felt a deep connection to Kurama and hoped for mutual trust. Touched by Izuku's words, Kurama felt a wave of emotion, realizing that Izuku had always understood him without needing to voice his sadness. Kurama jumped into Izuku's lap, affirming their bond and expressing his honor in being Izuku's partner. Izuku explained that he was sharing this because Toga and Kurama were significant parts of his life, and he couldn't make such a big decision without their input. He revealed that he was hesitant to accept the offer for a prosthetic arm, as it served as a reminder of the pain he had endured and the strength he had gained. He felt it was selfish to ask for their approval to decline the offer. Both Toga and Kurama were surprised by Izuku's maturity and the weight he placed on their opinions. They exchanged glances before jumping at him, causing all three to tumble onto the bed. They assured him that they trusted his decision, no matter what it was. Toga showered him with affectionate gestures, while Kurama playfully liked his face, filling the room with laughter and joy. Unbeknownst to them, Madara and Orochimaru observed the scene, recording it with pride, feeling as though they were watching Izuku grow. The following day, Izuku, Toga, Kurama, and Matatabi spent time bonding. Meanwhile, Madara and Orochimaru were in the library, preparing a surprise for Izuku. The next morning, Izuku and Toga found themselves hiding outside the kitchen, confused by the presence of 6 unfamiliar individuals who shared the same black scara as Madara. Izuku stepped into the kitchen and inquired about the newcomers. Orochimaru, without looking up from his newspaper, stated that they were Izuku's new teachers. Orochimaru introduced the group: Sasuke Uchiha, who was missing an arm and had a purple eye, his brother Itachi Uchiha, Tsunade, the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju himself, the one who had rivaled Madara, his brother Tobirama Senju, and Haku. Izuku and Toga introduced themselves and joined the new teachers for breakfast. Afterward, they went outside to assess their skill levels, pausing after a few exercises to discuss the best way to proceed with training. While Izuku was petting Kurama, Sasuke approached him and mentioned that he had heard about Izuku declining Orochimaru's offer. He shared that he had made a similar choice to atone for his past. However, he offered to teach Izuku how to temporarily summon an arm. Excited, Izuku nodded in agreement, prompting a smile from Sasuke. The teachers decided that Sasuke would instruct Izuku that day, and Sasuke activated his EMS to demonstrate the arm summoning technique. As Izuku spent the day learning about Susanoo with Sasuke, Toga was seen training with Haku to master ice release. The others went inside to discuss the progress of the 2 students. Later that night, Toga was changing into her pajamas, eagerly waiting for Izuku to return so they could go to sleep together. She heard someone enter the room, and before she realized it, she felt a warm embrace envelop her tightly. Surprised by the sudden hug, she recognized the familiar warmth and thought about how Izuku often startled her. Turning around, she saw Izuku standing there, his arm glowing where it had once been missing. Izuku looked into her eyes, his smile brighter than she had ever seen before. He expressed how he had dreamed of holding her in his arms countless times and could hardly believe that the moment had finally come. Toga's eyes filled with tears of joy as she returned his smile. They embraced once more, standing together in their shared happiness. Unbeknownst to them, Orochimaru had overheard Izuku's plan from Sasuke and was now lurking just outside the door, capturing a picture of their heartfelt moment before quietly slipping away. Izuku and Toga were having breakfast alone, wondering where everyone else was. After finishing their meal, decided to search for their friends and found them outside, engaged in a serious discussion. When Orochimaru noticed them, he explained that they were strategizing on how to train them most efficiently. What they saw in their teacher's eyes was not despair but a fierce determination, ready to face any challenge. The first month was dedicated to pushing their bodies to the limit, focusing on taijutsu, which involved hand-to-hand combat, speed, and strength. Their training sessions lasted 17 hours a day, leaving them only 7 hours to rest. They were required to summon 100 clones each, who would spar against their teacher's clones. While their clones were engaged in battle, Izuku and Toga trained their own bodies, knowing that the shadow clones would not enhance their physical abilities but would provide valuable experience and knowledge. By the end of the month, they had accumulated 6 years' worth of experience in taijutsu. They had significantly improved their strength, speed, and reaction time, shedding excess fat and gaining muscle. Toga became very slim, while Izuku developed a muscular physique that made Toga blush whenever she looked at him. The second month shifted focus to tools and weapons. Their teachers trained 200 clones in the use of various weapons. During this time, Izuku and Toga maintained their physical condition at the gym while their clones learned about different tools and weapons outside. Toga's favorite weapon became the sunbon, metal needles with points on both ends, which she liked to use with poison to incapacitate her targets. She also wielded a katana for close combat. Izuku preferred a katana as well, often opting to dual-wield two of them. He carried kunai and shuriken, using them only when the target was out of sight. By the end of the month, both had mastered the use of various tools and weapons. The most challenging aspect was hitting targets that weren't in their line of sight, but with practice, they overcame this hurdle, gaining another 6 years of experience in weaponry. The third month focused on genjutsu, with Izuku also concentrating on improving and mastering his Sharingan. They learned how to create genjutsu traps with tags, endure and escape genjutsu, and cast it on others. Izuku mastered the basics within a week, dedicating the rest of the month to enhancing his Sharingan. By the end of the month, he had achieved incredible clarity of perception, enabling him to read lips and mimic movements. His Sharingan developed to the point where he could anticipate an opponent's next move based on subtle muscle tension. Izuku could now copy almost any jutsu or movement he observed, memorizing it with near-perfect accuracy. This made his genjutsu training much easier. By the end of the month, both had successfully completed this phase of their training, thanks to the experience gained from their clones. Izuku discovered that with enough training, he could one day enter a target's mind to explore their memories and even erase them from a distance. The fourth month was dedicated to ninjutsu, covering both jutsu that involved the 5 basic natures and those that did not, such as the transformation technique. After 3 weeks, Izuku had mastered all the jutsu taught to him, thanks to his ability to copy and memorize jutsu with near perfection. As a result of extensive chakra and hand seal usage over the past 7 weeks, his body had become more attuned to the Hashirama cells from his arm stump, allowing him to unlock wood release. He practiced various wood-style jutsu alongside Madara and Hashirama. For Toga, mastering ninjutsu proved more challenging without the Sharingan. Despite using shadow clones, she only managed to master basic and water jutsu. This setback affected her determination, but Izuku noticed and offered her encouragement through affection and motivational words, which helped her regain her confidence. The 5th month began with the summoning jutsu. Sasuke and Itachi assisted Izuku in forming contracts with snakes, crows, and eagles. Meanwhile, Toga received guidance from Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Haku to establish contracts with snakes, slugs, and even penguins, which Izuku found amusing, imagining the combination of ice jutsu with penguins. On the second day, they began learning calligraphy and how to create scrolls and tags. Izuku once again mastered his training faster than Toga, thanks to the Sharingan, completing it within the first week of the month. The Uchiha spent the second and third weeks training alongside Izuku, teaching him how to harness his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan abilities and control his Susan. Izuku learned to evolve it through its various stages and how to maintain it in a single form. During the final week, he focused on medical ninjutsu under the guidance of Hashirama and Tsunade. Hashirama instructed him on healing wounds without the need for hand seals. Although the process was slow, it became much quicker with Kurama's assistance. Tsunade taught him how to analyze, create, and neutralize different poisons, as well as how to heal others and produce food pills. By the time Toga completed her training, Izuku had already mastered the fundamentals of medical ninjutsu. On the last day of the month, they celebrated Izuku's 6-month journey with Orochimaru. The Yagi family had lost hope of Izuku returning. While his sister held onto the belief that he was still alive, their parents were convinced he had perished. They thought a quirkless 10-year-old with one arm and no resources stood little chance of survival in the world outside. With both possessing a tailed beast, it was expected that they would have enough chakra to undergo the same training that Naruto did with Kakashi. The reason Izuku was so far ahead of Toga was due to his intellect, Sharingan, and his analytical training from writing books about heroes. Although he had more training ahead of him, to learn further, he needed to leave the base. One must travel to learn the unknown. Izuku woke up early, eager to fit in some extra training before breakfast. As he walked toward the gym, he was stopped by Orochimaru, who invited him to join him in the library. Curiosity piqued, Izuku followed Orochimaru inside, where they headed straight to the computer. Orochimaru remained silent, a man of few words, as he began typing. After a moment, he turned one of the screens toward Izuku and pointed for him to read. The document contains scant information about magnet release. Izuku questioned Orochimaru about the lack of details, and Orochimaru sighed before explaining that very few people were born with that ability. Flipping to another document featuring Shikaku, Orochimaru asked if Izuku remembered him. Izuku nodded, prompting Orochimaru to continue. He mentioned that Shikaku might be the only one who could teach him, but he had lost track of him centuries ago. However, one of Orochimaru's acquaintances in Russia might have leads on Shikaku's whereabouts, and he wanted Izuku to travel there to track him down. Izuku agreed before heading to the equipment room. Once inside, he began planning and gathering supplies for his journey. While packing, he heard a knock at the door. Turning around, he saw Madara leaning against the doorframe. Madara acknowledged that he had heard about Izuku's departure that day. Izuku nodded in confirmation, and Madara reminded him that the trip might take a while. Izuku expressed his concern that Toga would be sad while he was away. Itachi then appeared, joining the conversation. He reassured Izuku that they would keep Toga company but suggested he send letters occasionally, noting that their crows were quite fast. With their help, packing went much quicker. After finishing, they all headed to the kitchen for breakfast. Once they had eaten, they went outside to say their goodbyes. Itachi and Sasuke approached first. Sasuke ruffled Izuku's hair, telling him to be careful and assuring him that he would protect Toga with his life. Itachi added that they would miss him and presented Izuku with a gift, a mask, before giving him a hug. Next, Haku came forward, hugging Izuku and promising that Toga would be ready by the time he returned. He handed Izuku a tiny ice sculpture of a penguin, claiming it would never melt. Tsunade approached next, ruffling Izuku's hair and giving him a scroll, encouraging him to go out and make an impact. Hashirama and Tobirama walked up, with Hashirama stating that Izuku was their pupil and wouldn't die easily, encouraging him to give his enemies a hard time. Tobirama, initially quiet, finally spoke, admitting that he had once despised the Uchiha clan. However, as he watched Izuku strive, he began to reconsider. He urged Izuku to hurry back and prove him wrong, handing him a scroll before departing. Madara stood before Izuku, simply stating, "Don't die on me." Hashirama laughed, teasing Madara for his concern. Izuku smiled, assuring them that he wasn't so easy to defeat. However, he froze in embarrassment when he almost called Madara "Dad," quickly hiding his face in his hands. Laughter erupted among the group, and Madara approached Izuku, handing him a photo. It was a picture of their first training session together, and Izuku felt a tear form as he recognized it. He hugged Madara, who hesitated but eventually returned the embrace, expressing pride in Izuku and encouraging him to confront the villains out there. As they broke the hug, everyone smiled at the heartfelt moment. Toga then approached, kissing Izuku before hugging him tightly. She urged him to stay safe and remember to write to her. Izuku promised he would. Orochimaru arrived with 2 scrolls, explaining that one contained information about his contact, while the other was about Kurama. He expressed pride in having Izuku as his pupil and wished him well. Izuku bit his finger, drawing blood, and performed the summoning jutsu, calling forth a giant eagle. He hopped onto its back and waved goodbye as it took off. 2 weeks later, Izuku had just captured another villain and was using his genjutsu to interrogate him. The scroll he had received contained some outdated information about his contact, but the name and the fact that he worked for a criminal organization called Bratva were useful. Despite his efforts, Izuku had been unable to locate them since his arrival. The protagonist believed that if they stopped enough crime, the authorities would eventually come looking for them. With the latest encounter, they had successfully thwarted 184 villains, and even apprehended a few heroes who attempted to interfere with their mission. One particular hero proved to be quite a challenge, possessing a mutation quirk that gave him bat-like abilities, rendering him blind and immune to the protagonist's Sharingan. Not wanting to harm an innocent person, the protagonist opted to use the four-pillar prison technique to subdue him instead. As the protagonist made their way back to their base, they sensed someone trailing behind. Activating their enhanced Mangekyo Sharingan, they suddenly heard a menacing shout. In an instant, an assailant lunged from behind, landing face-first on the ground before them. With a swift and precise movement, the protagonist incapacitated the attacker with a quick strike to the neck. As Izuku arrived at the location, he noticed what appeared to be a normal warehouse from the outside, though the presence of 24 guards patrolling with rifles suggested otherwise. The eerie silence coming from the building was unsettling, especially considering the number of people who had entered. Finding a blind spot in the patrol, Izuku used his EMS to pass through the wall. His eyes widened at the sight before him, an underground fighting pit. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as people yelled, placed bets, and cheered. Izuku speculated that someone must possess a sound-based quirk to soundproof the area. He scanned the surroundings for the Bratva or the host of the fighting pit. With no luck, he sought someone who could provide the information he needed. He found himself in the shadows of a VIP booth belonging to a man named Dimitri. Dimitri was caught off guard when a cold voice greeted him, asking if he knew a way to contact a member of the Bratva. Turning around, he saw a peculiar boy wearing an animal mask. He chuckled nervously, suggesting the boy should leave, but his demeanor changed when he recognized the boy as the infamous red-eyed devil. Regretting his earlier words, Dimitri quickly begged for forgiveness. Izuku placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, calming him. Izuku repeated his question, prompting Dimitri to inquire about his interest in the Bratva. Izuku explained that he was looking for an acquaintance named Anatoly Knyazov. Dimitri's expression shifted as he informed Izuku that the winner of the underground fight would earn a meeting with Anatoly, as many sought this opportunity to gain entry into the Bratva. Izuku requested to be signed up as a competitor, and Dimitri complied, aware of the rumors surrounding the red-eyed devil. He informed Izuku that all competitors fought shirtless. Due to a no-weapon rule, the tournament was a one-on-one King of the Hill competition, where the winner would remain in the ring until defeated, and the competitor with the highest score would win. Before stepping into the ring, Izuku told Dimitri in a determined tone that he should bet all his money on him for every round, as he intended to leave as the victor. Dimitri nodded, following Izuku's instructions as he made his way to the ring. The announcer excitedly introduced the next match, announcing Big Igor, who had just achieved his 22nd win. The crowd cheered, but when they saw Izuku enter the ring, their enthusiasm turned to boos and jeers, questioning why a child was there. As Izuku began to remove his clothing, the crowd fell silent, their expressions shifting to shock as they noticed the scars on his body and the fact that he was missing an arm. They collectively wondered what this boy had endured. Fueled by their underestimation, Izuku felt a surge of anger. They had disrespected him and his clan. Initially considering using genjutsu on his opponents, he decided instead to demonstrate his strength. Standing in the ring in his sweatpants and umbu mask, Izuku faced Big Igor, a towering figure who likely possessed a strength enhancement quirk. With a confident smirk, Izuku summoned his Susanoo arm, ready to rely on hand-to-hand combat. The fight lasted only a few minutes, leaving the crowd speechless as Izuku decisively defeated his opponent, showcasing his skill and power. The audience erupted into cheers as he continued to dominate, ultimately defeating 68 more opponents to win the tournament. After putting on his clothes, he was escorted to a car that took him to an undisclosed location, where he awaited his next move. A door opened, and a man named Anatoly Knyazov entered the room. He looked at Izuku with surprise, acknowledging the strength of the rumored red-eyed devil. He asked if Izuku wished to join the Bratva. Izuku clarified that he was there on behalf of Orochimaru, causing Anatoly's eyes to widen at the mention of the name. Izuku explained that he had heard Anatoly had leads regarding Shikaku, the sand spirit. Anatoly assessed Izuku and proposed a deal. He would provide the leads in exchange for Izuku's assistance with a plan to overthrow the current Bratva leaders. Intrigued, Izuku questioned why he should help Anatoly become the leader of a crime organization. Anatoly explained how the current Bratva had lost its way, engaging in heinous crimes without regard for humanity. He expressed his desire to lead the organization not for evil, but to bring it back under control. Seeing Anatoly's conviction, Izuku decided to assist him, believing he was the lesser of two evils compared to the current leadership. For 2 weeks, Izuku trained with Anatoly, learning about explosives, firearms, the Russian language, and the inner workings of the Bratva. Once the training was complete, they began their operation to dismantle the organization. A month later, Izuku and Anatoly had successfully overthrown the Bratva's branches across Russia and other Eastern European countries. Today marked their final operation, bringing them closer to their goal. The reason it took so long was that they were exceptionally well hidden, but now they had only one more target left. The reputation of the red-eyed devil spread throughout all of Europe. Villains feared him, civilians expressed their gratitude, and authorities placed a bounty on him 10 million euros for him, dead or alive. Anatoly had not learned much about Izuku, only that he was from Japan and his age. There was a time when one of Anatoly's commanders sustained a severe injury to his leg. Without medical assistance in enemy territory, it seemed the commander would not survive. Just as Anatoly was about to offer a prayer for his comrade, Izuku removed his shirt and used it to bind the wound, effectively stopping the blood flow. Izuku then instructed one of the officers with a fire quirk to heat a metal plate they had found nearby for later use. He assured the commander that he would save his life, but it would be painful. Before the commander could inquire further, he realized something was amiss. It was then he noticed his leg was gone. Izuku quickly placed a cloth in the man's mouth and used the heated plate to cauterize the wound. For those watching, it felt as though the ordeal lasted an hour, but in reality, it took less than 5 minutes. The shock altered their perception of time. Once Anatoly regained his composure, he stepped out onto the balcony to find Izuku smoking. Anatoly asked how Izuku knew what to do. Turning around, Izuku met Anatoly's gaze with an emotionless expression and a clear voice. He asked if Anatoly had ever heard how he lost his arm. Anatoly looked at Izuku's scarred body, then at the spot where his arm should have been, still adjusting to the sight. He shook his head, signaling no. Izuku stared into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. He began to recount a memory, sharing that when he was young, he was bullied by everyone, even his sister. They beat him until he bled from the age of 4. On the day after his 10th birthday, his sister and her friends assaulted him so severely that his arm went completely numb. After assessing his injuries, he realized it was beyond recovery. Anatoly listened intently, as this was the first time Izuku had opened up to him. Izuku continued, explaining that with no one to help him and his parents ignoring him, he had only one option. Anatoly's eyes widened, realizing where the story was heading. Izuku had amputated his own arm before cauterizing the wound and then ran away. Once the story concluded, Izuku went inside, leaving Anatoly in a state of shock. Anatoly had fought alongside Izuku, but now he understood he had merely been observing. Izuku did not want Anatoly to perish, as he was needed in the end. That was why Izuku always charged headfirst into battle. In that moment, Anatoly recognized that the boy before him was extraordinary, destined for greatness. He felt as though he stood in the presence of a growing force, something that would surpass any previous expectations. It was as if he was witnessing the emergence of a powerful being. Anatoly was holding a meeting about the upcoming operation, which, if successful, would see him become the new leader of Bratva. He had promised Izuku that he would change the organization for the better. Although Izuku understood they would still engage in crime, he trusted Anatoly's judgment. The meeting room was filled with top executives and members of the intelligence unit. Everyone sat around the table, with Anatoly and Izuku positioned in the center, facing each other. No one questioned Izuku's presence anymore. They had witnessed his power firsthand and knew he was not someone to be trifled with. He had earned their respect. Anatoly held Izuku in high regard, often expressing that he considered him a younger brother and an equal. As the meeting commenced, Anatoly stood and addressed the group, declaring that tomorrow would mark their last fight and the beginning of a new era. He then activated a holographic screen for everyone to see. Turning to the intelligence unit, he thanked them for their efforts, revealing that they had tracked Konstantin Kovar to his castle on the outskirts of Moscow. The head of the intelligence unit, Vladimir, stood to present their findings. He explained that Konstantin had grown paranoid and fearful due to the elimination of his allies. This had led him to reinforce his castle and the surrounding area, setting numerous traps and enhancing the fence with electricity to deter intruders. Vladimir pointed to the screen, indicating the area within the castle's perimeter. He noted that Konstantin still had 5,000 loyal followers patrolling the grounds around the clock. They had searched for blind spots but had found none. Additionally, Konstantin had hired various villains, vigilantes, mercenaries, and corrupt heroes for protection. The few quirks they had identified among these individuals were all ranked between A and S, with the understanding that All Might's quirk was classified as SSS. This information caused a wave of uncertainty among the executives. The first obstacle seemed challenging but manageable, while the second appeared nearly insurmountable, risking significant losses. The final obstacle felt hopeless. Vladimir looked at Izuku with concern before mentioning Konstantin's dark past involving child trafficking. He revealed that Konstantin had stopped his operations due to his retreat to the castle, leaving behind 50 children. Izuku, determined to act, revealed a dagger inscribed with a formula. He explained that he could infiltrate the area easily and that they needed someone to throw the dagger onto the castle. He had received instructions on using the Flying Thunder God technique from Tobarama before leaving for Russia. The others regarded the dagger with trust, acknowledging Izuku's strength. They knew he could take on an army single-handedly, having witnessed him defeat 1,000 opponents alone. They spent the rest of the night planning the details of the operation. On the night of the operation, the full moon illuminated the sky as Izuku, clad in a black robe and his signature mask, concealed himself in a tree near the fence, awaiting the signal to teleport. His mission was to infiltrate the castle, locate the children, and relocate them to safety before disabling the defenses to allow his allies to join him in battle. They had a member with a targeting quirk who could guide projectiles, enabling Izuku to reach the roof of the castle. When his receiver signaled readiness, Izuku teleported to the roof and retrieved the dagger before searching for the children. Recalling Vladimir's mention of a dungeon beneath the castle, he stealthily made his way there. As he passed through a locked door and down a corridor, he heard the sounds of children crying. The closer he got, the louder their sobs became. Izuku entered a room filled with small cages, each containing children in tattered clothing. Anger surged within him. These children were denied basic necessities like clean clothes, beds, or even a toilet. His fury intensified as he observed the emptiness and fear in their eyes, a reflection of his own painful past. Determined to shield the children from further distress, he cast a genjutsu that enveloped them in comforting illusions of safety and happiness. One by one, he began to pull them into his dimension, only to find himself confused. There were only 12 children in the cages. While the report had indicated there were, as Izuku ventured deeper into the dungeon, he optimistically believed that the other children must be nearby. However, after that night, he wished he had been wrong. He walked cautiously until he approached a room filled with unsettling noise. Peering around the corner, he caught sight of something that shattered his composure. Kurama sensed Izuku's turmoil and attempted to reach out, urging him to calm his overflowing anger, but Izuku was consumed by rage. In the room, he saw a pile of lifeless children in one corner, some still restrained on tables or against the walls, their bodies showing signs of severe mistreatment. The room was stained with blood, and on a shelf lay containers holding organs, evidence of the horrors inflicted upon the children. But the most disturbing sight was a man smiling cruelly while tormenting a young girl, who faced a boy hanging lifelessly from the ceiling, a victim of unspeakable cruelty. Izuku's vision turned red as he lost control. In a flash, he decapitated the man, the act so swift that it seemed as if he had teleported. The girl, tears streaming down her face, felt the man fall behind her. Turning around, she met Izuku's intense gaze. As he cast a calming illusion over her, he apologized repeatedly, his voice filled with shock and regret. Kurama felt Izuku's fury and desperately tried to bring him back to his senses, But his pleas fell on deaf ears. Izuku needed to unleash his anger and sought vengeance. He quietly expressed his sorrow to Kurama before sealing him away with a swift motion. Izuku began speaking to himself, his voice escalating from a whisper to a furious shout. He realized the truth of the situation. This was hell, and those responsible were not worthy of life. He vowed to make them pay and to purify them all. Fully consumed by rage, Izuku released his control and summoned small flames of chakra on his fingers. He slammed his hand down, invoking a powerful barrier that encased the area around the castle, sealing the fate of everyone inside. Those outside, including Anatoly's team, were bewildered by the sudden appearance of the barrier. Then, a chilling roar echoed as Izuku declared his intent to eliminate them all, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. As he exited the dungeon, he spotted his first target. The moment the man sensed Izuku's bloodlust, fear gripped him, and he turned pale. Before he could flee, Izuku appeared before him, delivering a devastating blow that ended his life instantly. The onlookers were horrified, praying it was a nightmare, but reality proved merciless. One of the closest individuals to the barrier attempted to escape, only to be consumed by flames. In that moment they all shared a singular thought: they did not want to die. Seeing his prey attempt to flee ignited Izuku's fury, and he charged forward with such force that the ground cracked beneath him. As he drew his swords, he began to eliminate his targets with relentless precision. Meanwhile, on the other side of the barrier, Anatoly's team gathered, trying to comprehend the situation. They heard the anguished screams of those trapped inside, cries for mercy that went unanswered. They knew Izuku was responsible, but they could not fathom the horror unfolding within. Izuku continued his relentless assault, dispatching his foes without mercy. Some attempted to fight back, but their efforts were futile, only serving to prolong their suffering. An hour later, the barrier finally fell, revealing the aftermath of Izuku's wrath. Countless bodies lay scattered, a grim testament to the one-sided massacre that had taken place. Blood drenched the ground, painting the scene in a horrific shade of red. As they approached the castle, the stench of death grew stronger. They found victims impaled against the walls, others gruesomely dismembered. Then, they spotted a boy without a mask, sitting near the entrance to the dungeon. Cautiously, they approached, uncertain of whether he was friend or foe. When they were within a few feet, Izuku looked up at them, his expression calm and devoid of emotion. He stated that the children were safe in his pocket dimension and that everyone else was dead. His long black hair and dark eyes made him appear even more formidable. No one dared to move, acutely aware that any wrong action could lead to their demise, just like the countless bodies surrounding them. Anatoly stood in shock as he saw his own reflection for the first time, his expression a mix of disbelief and horror. After the initial shock faded, he turned to Izuku, his voice trembling as he asked what had happened. Izuku, unfazed, calmly stated that he had purified them for their sins, gesturing towards the dungeon behind him, implying that the reason for their punishment lay within. Understanding that Izuku would not elaborate further, they all ventured inside to uncover the truth. What they encountered left them speechless. The sight of the cages where the children had been held was haunting. As they moved down the corridor, they discovered the room where the children had suffered. The remnants of their torment were evident, with remnants of violence and despair surrounding them. However, the most chilling sight awaited them. There lay the lifeless body of Konstantin Kovar, his form a testament to the cruelty he had inflicted on others. His body bore the marks of torture, yet his face remained untouched, a grim reminder of his identity. His nails had been removed, and his joints were twisted at unnatural angles. Needles protruded from his fingertips, and his body was marred with cuts and bruises, save for his head. The scene was unsettling, a stark contrast to the man he once was. Despite his heinous actions, the sight of his suffering evoked a sense of pity among them. Before they could process their feelings, they were confronted with a more disturbing reality. Konstantin, though barely alive, murmured a plea for release, his voice weak and barely audible. It was clear he sought an end to his torment. Anatoly, unable to bear the sight any longer, took decisive action. He raised his weapon and ended Constantine's suffering, granting him the mercy he sought. The remainder of the night was spent recovering the wealth and resources of Constantine while ensuring that the remnants of his atrocities were disposed of properly. From that day forward, everyone who witnessed the events or heard the tale would remember it as the Day of the Devil's Red Dance. It served as a grim reminder that when one dances with darkness, the outcome is often a stain of blood on the floor. When Izuku returned to the base, his first action was to transport the children out of his dimension. As he gazed into their eyes to dispel the genjutsu, he noticed his Sharingan had grown stronger during the battle. Looking deeply into their eyes, he realized their minds were shattered, and he recalled his father's words from his training. In a flashback, Madara had approached Izuku during a break from his genjutsu training. He praised Izuku's increasing knowledge and skill with the Sharingan, explaining that with enough training, Izuku could one day enter a target's mind to explore their memories and even erase them from a distance. Excited, Izuku had eagerly asked Madara to teach him that skill, but Madara had explained that his Sharingan was still too inexperienced. He promised to instruct Izuku once his eyes matured enough. Back in the present, Izuku activated his Sharingan and looked deeply into the children's eyes. They fell to their knees, fear evident as they struggled to comprehend their surroundings. Izuku noted that at least they appeared emotionally stable. The caretaker of the children arrived, and before she could leave, Izuku informed her that he had erased all their memories from the time they spent with their captors. She stared at him in shock, then smiled and expressed her gratitude on behalf of the children. As Izuku turned to leave, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. He looked back to see the same girl who had suffered greatly, and feeling a pang of guilt, he avoided her gaze. The girl smiled brightly and thanked him for saving them, wrapping her arms around him in a tight hug. It was as if she had never experienced those traumatic events, and this warmed Izuku's heart, bringing a tear to his eye. The members of the raid group witnessed this moment, feeling a weight lift from their shoulders. They had feared Izuku would never be the same after what he had seen, but now they held on to hope. Following this encounter, they gathered in the meeting room for a briefing before celebrating their success. Izuku shared his perspective on the events, helping everyone understand his actions better. They proceeded to restructure the leadership, placing Anatoly at the helm. After the meeting, Izuku and Anatoly's companions received their Bratva tattoos, marking them as part of the Brotherhood and granting them access to assistance from any Bratva branch worldwide. Those who had not participated in the raid were initially confused about why a young boy received a tattoo and was appointed as a captain. They were surprised to learn it was Izuku, as no one had seen his face without a mask until that day. Once everyone had their tattoos, they celebrated with vodka, enjoying a grand feast filled with music, dancing, and stories of their battles and struggles. While the festivities continued, Izuku stepped out onto the balcony for a moment of solitude. Anatoly approached him, holding a folder. Izuku turned to him, asking how it felt to be the leader. Anatoly chuckled, admitting it felt surreal but promising to lead Bratva in a new direction. Izuku raised an eyebrow, reminding him of their agreement to never involve innocent people in Bratva's activities. Before Anatoly could respond, a heavy aura enveloped the balcony, making it difficult to breathe. Izuku directed all his killer intent at Anatoly, warning him of the consequences if Bratva involved any more children in their crimes. Unable to speak under the pressure of the aura, Anatoly could only nod. The oppressive atmosphere lifted as Izuku stated that he needed Anatoly to understand the seriousness of their pact. Once Anatoly regained his composure, Izuku apologized for the intensity of his warning, emphasizing the importance of their agreement. Anatoly acknowledged this and handed Izuku the folder, which contained information about Shikaku. As Izuku reviewed the details, Anatoly asked when he planned to leave. Izuku replied that he would depart at sunrise. They exchanged a few more casual remarks, and Anatoly expressed his gratitude for everything Izuku had done for him before heading back to the party. Izuku gazed up at the sky with a smile, thinking about returning to his beloved. He then went inside to bid farewell to everyone before retiring for the night. In his room, Izuku unlocked the seal on his stomach and summoned Kurama in his chibi form. He looked at Kurama with guilt, ready to accept any consequences. To his surprise, Kurama's expression was filled with pure empathy. Kurama jumped onto Izuku's lap, showering him with affection by nuzzling against him. Izuku hugged Kurama tightly, tears streaming down his face as he apologized for locking him away, promising never to do so again. Kurama comforted him, expressing that he didn't mind what had happened. He cared too much for Izuku and couldn't bear the thought of losing him. He urged Izuku to let him help in the future, reminding him that he didn't have to carry the burden alone. After Izuku had cried out his emotions, he looked at Kurama with a smile and tear-streaked cheeks, promising to allow him to be there next time. After all, they were partners in adventure. Kurama decided to stay and cuddled up to Izuku as they fell asleep together. The sun stood tall in the sky, while a suspicious cloud moved swiftly against the wind. Izuku was flying on his eagle, blending in with the cloud. He had discovered a technique using water style, cloud control, manipulating the water particles in the cloud for surveillance and stealthy travel. At midnight, Izuku arrived at his destination, an ancient, abandoned temple in the heart of the Sahara Desert. Suddenly, a massive wave of sand surged to his left, a sign of Shikaku's presence. Izuku quickly formed hand signs and slammed his hands to the ground, summoning an earth wall to shield himself from the sandstorm. Kurama urged Izuku to switch places with him. Izuku's eyes transformed, taking on a snake-like appearance as Kurama took control. In a deep voice, Kurama called out to Shikaku, demanding him to cease his antics. Angered by the insult, a small Shikaku emerged from behind one of the temple walls, expressing his displeasure at being called a raccoon. Kurama switched back with Izuku, restoring his normal appearance. Understanding Kurama's intentions, Izuku prepared to summon him again. Shikaku, still irritated but curious about the boy, approached them. Kurama offered an apology, explaining that it was the only way to get Shikaku to stop. Surprised by Kurama's rare act of humility, Shikaku questioned if everything was all right. Kurama, visibly annoyed, insisted he simply didn't want to fight with his sibling. Shikaku, confused, turned to Izuku, wondering if he had given Kurama something to calm him down. Kurama, now even more irritated, clarified that he was a fox spirit, not a cat. Izuku chuckled at their playful banter, wishing he had siblings to bicker with. Crouching down with a bright smile, Izuku introduced himself. He extended his hand for a handshake, greeting Shikaku warmly. Shikaku accepted the handshake, commenting on Izuku's good manners compared to Kurama, which made Izuku chuckle softly. Curious, Shikaku asked what they were doing there. Once Kurama had calmed down, he explained that they were seeking Shikaku's guidance to train Izuku. Izuku added that Orochimaru had mentioned Shikaku's expertise in magnet style, making him the only one capable of teaching him. Intrigued by Izuku, Shikaku jokingly agreed to train him, provided he received something similar to what Izuku had given Kurama to calm him down. With that, Shikaku led the way into the temple, with an excited Izuku and a slightly irritated Kurama following closely behind. It had been almost 6 months since Izuku left Japan for his journey. During this time, he worked hard to master magnet style as Shikaku's first student, inventing new jutsu from scratch. As he flew home on his eagle with water style, cloud control active, Shikaku slept peacefully on his lap. One night, while Izuku was resting, Kurama spoke to Shikaku, expressing regret for the times he had belittled him. Kurama acknowledged how he had mocked Shikaku for having just one tail and referred to him as a sand raccoon. He realized that Izuku had influenced him, and despite their playful banter, Kurama felt genuinely happy about Shikaku's growth. Shikaku was pleased that they could reconcile and become like siblings again, and he had grown fond of Izuku over the months. Upon arriving home, Izuku landed the eagle in the garden and thanked it before it vanished. Not wanting to disturb Shikaku's slumber, he gently placed him in a sunny spot on the sand. With a smile at how serene Shikaku looked, Izuku turned to enter the house, eager to reunite with his loved ones. However, something felt off. The blinds were drawn, and silence enveloped the building. As he approached the door, he wondered if anyone was home, recalling that he had sent a raven announcing his return. He opened the door, darkness greeted him, but as he flipped the switch, a loud chorus of voices erupted in excitement. They welcomed him back and wished him a happy birthday. Izuku was taken aback by the surprise, and before he could process it he found himself on the floor, staring up at Toga, who was beaming with tears in her eyes as she hugged him tightly. The room was adorned with birthday decorations, a large cake sat on the table, and gifts were piled high, while confetti rained down around him. Once the initial shock wore off, Izuku embraced Toga, tears of joy streaming down his face. He had forgotten that today was his birthday, a day he hadn't celebrated in years. Since turning 3, his birthdays had been overlooked, only remembered by his sister. Toga noticed his tears and grew concerned, but her worries faded when she heard him express his gratitude for having such an amazing family. Moments later, Izuku remembered he had brought someone home with him. He rushed outside to fetch Shikaku, while everyone speculated whether he had brought a friend or a pet. The room fell silent in astonishment when Izuku entered, cradling Shikaku in his arms and affectionately rubbing his head as if he were a small kitten. He introduced Shikaku to his family, who were equally amazed by the sand spirit's presence. After setting Shikaku down, Izuku summoned Kurama, and Toga called forth Matatabi. The evening was filled with laughter and celebration as Izuku shared stories of his adventures, while Toga recounted her training experiences. The highlight of the night was when he opened gifts from Orochimaru and Madara. Inside the box was a scrapbook filled with cherished memories, including the first time he hugged Toga and his initial training sessions with Madara. Overwhelmed with emotion, he declared it the best day of his life, radiating joy. Meanwhile, at the Yagi household, a small cupcake sat on a table, a lit candle flickering atop it, accompanied by a framed photo of a 5-year-old Izuku. This was the most recent image they had of him, and he wore a somber expression. The painful truth was that this photo had been taken 6 years ago, and Izuku's parents had forgotten his birthday once again. His sister, Izumi Yagi, had set up the cupcake in an attempt to honor her brother, but deep down she was grappling with guilt. Her guilt stemmed not only from her actions but also from the nightmares that plagued her nights. She often dreamt of Izuku in distress, and the haunting images of him suffering left her waking in tears, heart racing from fear. Today marked the anniversary of Izuku's escape. He had been missing for an entire year. Everyone had asked how he wanted to commemorate this day, and his response had brought smiles to their faces. Izuku had said he wanted to spread happiness through community service, reflecting on how he had found joy on this day a year ago. Tobirama smiled, realizing that his time with Izuku had shifted his perspective on the Uchihas. He felt a growing attachment to Izuku and knew that if he spent more time with him, he would find it hard to leave this world, as his soul would not find peace knowing Izuku was alone. Then Tobirama remembered something that might interest Izuku and proceeded to tell him about the state of Takoba Municipal Beach Park. The beach had become so cluttered with debris that it resembled a vast junkyard rather than a serene shoreline. Izuku was eager to begin his mission. Just as he was about to leave home, he remembered the potential trouble he could face if someone recognized him. So, every day before he set out, he altered his appearance using transformation jutsu. Izuku had dedicated the past 2 weeks to cleaning the beach, starting at dawn and working tirelessly until midnight. He had been interviewed several times by local news outlets and even once by a national broadcaster. However, whenever they inquired about his name, he skillfully sidestepped the question. For Izuku, the media attention was not about seeking fame or popularity, it was a means to inspire others to do good deeds without expecting anything in return. Today, however, would prove to be his most challenging day yet. It wasn't the arduous task of cleaning that troubled him. In fact, he was making excellent progress and anticipated finishing within a day or two. What made this day particularly difficult was the unexpected encounter he had. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the ocean, All Might appeared in his heroic form, approaching Izuku. Upon seeing him, Izuku's mind raced with a single thought, "Don't get angry," which echoed repeatedly in his head. Standing beside the boy, who was actually Izuku, All Might put on his biggest smile and, with a strong and confident voice, proclaimed that there was no need to fear because he was there, trying to get the boy's attention. Izuku, however, ignored his biological father's words, wishing that All Might would leave him alone. Misinterpreting this, All Might thought that perhaps the boy was just shy in front of the number 1 hero. With that in mind, he jumped in front of Izuku, making it impossible for him to escape. Realizing he couldn't avoid All Might any longer, Izuku looked up at his father, forcing a smile as he greeted him. He quickly made an excuse, saying he was done for the day and was going home. All Might, finally acknowledging him, disregarded Izuku's attempt to leave and expressed how he had been observing the boy cleaning the beach for a week. Hearing this made Izuku think about how strange it was for a hero to admit to watching a child. All Might then asked for the boy's name. Quick on his feet, Izuku gave the first name that came to mind, Mitsuki. When All Might inquired about his family name, Izuku, not wanting to be caught in a lie, claimed he didn't have one, having been left at an orphanage as a child. All Might was taken aback by this revelation. He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder and, with a big grin, expressed his admiration for the boy's hard work in cleaning the beach almost entirely on his own in just 2 weeks. While Izuku felt a mix of emotions, including anger at being acknowledged as just a random kid, he was calmed by Kurama's voice reminding him to control his rage. All Might continued, commenting on how impressive Izuku's quirk must be to achieve such a feat, suggesting that his parents were foolish for abandoning him. This only fueled Izuku's frustration, and he corrected All Might, stating that he hadn't used a quirk while cleaning. The revelation impressed All Might even more, leading him to think about arranging a marriage between Mitsuki and his daughter, believing their lineage would produce strong quirks. Curious about his parents, Izuku decided to ask All Might a question before he could suggest a date for his daughter. He inquired whether a quirkless friend and another friend with a villainous quirk could ever become heroes. All Might laughed heartily, thinking it was a joke, but when Izuku insisted he was serious, All Might's demeanor changed. He firmly stated that they could not become heroes and questioned why they should share the spotlight. Not wanting to miss his chance, All Might suggested that Izuku should meet his daughter, believing she would fall for a strong, intelligent, and handsome young man like him. Izuku felt a mix of nausea and anger at the thought of being paired with All Might's sister. He calmly stated that he already had a girlfriend he loved, but All Might, lost in his own thoughts of strong grandchildren, ignored this. Believing Izuku had agreed, All Might laughed and insisted they should go meet her right away, grabbing Izuku's wrist and attempting to pull him along. Izuku, however, pulled his arm free, surprising All Might with his strength. Confused, All Might asked what was wrong, and Izuku reiterated that he was happy with his girlfriend. This shocked All Might, who couldn't understand how the boy could decline his offer. With a sad expression, All Might suggested that Izuku's girlfriend was likely unfaithful and that he should just break up with her, insisting that his daughter would make him much happier. Both Kurama and Izuku were now furious, and Izuku firmly declared that he did not want to date All Might's daughter. As the symbol of peace, All Might was taken aback by Izuku's tone. He thought that if he couldn't persuade the boy, perhaps he could convince the orphanage to agree to the arrangement or even threaten them if necessary. This time, he tightened his grip on Izuku's wrist and, with an angry tone, insisted that this was for Izuku's own good. He declared that he would arrange a marriage between Izuku and his daughter, stating that his current girlfriend did not deserve him. Izuku was furious. No one would degrade his girlfriend. In a moment of determination, he wrapped his hand around All Might's wrist, applying pressure as he stood his ground. All Might fell to his knees, looking down at his injured wrist while holding it and expressing his frustration and pain. He couldn't comprehend why Izuku had acted so harshly. Before All Might could react, Izuku had moved around to face him, causing All Might to focus on Izuku's sandy shoes. Suddenly, Izuku grabbed him by the hair, lifting his face to meet his gaze. All Might was filled with dread as he stared into Izuku's intense, red-patterned eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Izuku had activated his Sharingan. With a chilling tone, Izuku declared that All Might was nothing but trash and that since he was already cleaning the beach, he might as well start with him. Izuku pulled back his free arm, and in an instant, All Might found himself engulfed in darkness as his face was pressed into the sand. A long-buried feeling resurfaced within him, reminiscent of the day his master had sacrificed herself to save him. If All Might were to describe this feeling, it would be one of total hopelessness. His instincts screamed at him to escape, to flee, warning him that he was in grave danger. Izuku recognized the fear in All Might, noting that it was the first time he had seen him tremble. All Might summoned all his strength to leap away, but before he could gain any height, Izuku reached out and seized his ankle, slamming him back down into the beach, creating a large crater beneath him. With a menacing voice, Izuku stated that he was not finished with All Might yet, venom lacing his words as he used All Might's real name. Hearing his name sent a chill through All Might. Not wanting to be interrupted in his pursuit, Izuku transported both of them into his dimension to continue their confrontation. All Might slowly awakened, his eyes adjusting to the bright light. Reflexively, he attempted to lift his arm to shield his eyes, but a rush of pain coursed through him, jolting memories of his encounter with Mitsuki. Fear gripped him as he tried to move, only to realize he was confined in a full-body cast. As he fully opened his eyes, he recognized the UA High School Infirmary, a place he had visited many times during his training to become a hero. Recovery Girl noticed that All Might was finally awake and promptly called the principal to inform him of the news. All Might gazed at her, searching for answers, but none were offered. He was plagued by questions. What had happened after he lost consciousness? Had they caught Mitsuki? Who had found him? Meanwhile, Recovery Girl pondered how All Might had sustained such severe injuries. After a while, the door opened, and a group of people entered. They gathered around All Might, some familiar faces from the UA staff and others pro-heroes from outside the school, including his sidekick and former teacher. The group consisted of Eraserhead, Present Mike, Midnight, Nizu, Vlad King, Sir Night Eye, and Gran Torino. The atmosphere was heavy. Everyone in the room had lost their respect for All Might over a year ago. They had witnessed his neglect and abandonment of his son, not even acknowledging his existence, and particularly what they had discovered in the bathroom. The thought of All Might going to prison was troubling. It would mean the fall of the symbol of peace, potentially causing panic and chaos among the public and emboldening villains. Nizu hopped onto the bed near All Might's feet, allowing him to see him clearly. He welcomed All Might back to the world of the living, which left All Might confused. He found Nizu's words strange but pushed aside his bewilderment to inquire about what had happened the previous day after he passed out. Nizu appeared to contemplate his response before revealing that All Might had been attacked 2 weeks prior and had been placed in a medically induced coma due to the extensive damage to his body. The news shocked All Might, leaving him speechless and wide-eyed. Recovery Girl approached with a clipboard and began detailing his injuries. She explained that his X-ray revealed 15 out of 24 ribs fractured, both shoulders dislocated, and his left knee dislocated while the right was broken. This was only the beginning. As she flipped to the next page, she continued, stating that his right arm had been broken in 21 places, with all 14 joints in his fingers dislocated. His left hand had been crushed, resulting in broken fingers, and both wrists were broken. The heroes surrounding him were astonished by the extent of his injuries as Recovery Girl turned to the third page, noting that his right hip was fractured, 7 toes were broken, and his left foot was crushed. He also had a broken nose and had lost 5 teeth. She proceeded to the final page, explaining that he had suffered a heavy blow to the head, resulting in a fractured skull and moderate brain injury. Over 50% of his body was covered in bruises. She placed the clipboard down, assuring him that he would make a full physical recovery, but his mental state was another matter. With such injuries, he should have been dead. He was either incredibly lucky or the person who had done this knew exactly what they were doing. After detailing his injuries, Recovery Girl walked back to her table, leaving the others to discuss. The heroes were still reeling from the extent of All Might's wounds, except for Nizu, who was already aware of the severity. Nizu then asked All Might what had happened. All Might, pulled from his shock, began to recount his experience. He had heard about a boy doing community work without seeking recognition, motivated solely to inspire others and restore the beach for the people. Intrigued, All Might had observed the boy from a distance for a week before deciding to meet him. Initially, the boy seemed excited to meet All Might. After introducing himself as Mitsuki, an orphan, All Might praised him for his efforts. However, without warning, Mitsuki had attacked him, leaving him unconscious. As All Might shared his story, he noticed Nizu turn his head toward the door. Although All Might couldn't see what Nizu was looking at, when Nizu turned back, he appeared slightly angry and confronted All Might, questioning why he had lied. Caught off guard, All Might could only deny it. At that moment, a mysterious figure approached the bed. It was Naomasa Tsukachi. Before everyone entered the room, Tsukachi was instructed to accompany them but remain by the door, out of All Might's line of sight. Initially reluctant, Tsukachi changed his mind when Nizu revealed he had information that All Might would likely conceal, prompting Tsukachi to agree to the plan. As Tsukachi approached the bed, he looked at All Might with a mix of disgust and concern, aware that the hero was hiding something from them all. Standing beside the others, he questioned All Might about his recent dishonesty. Noticing All Might's distress, Nizu inquired about the situation again. Unsure if it was due to the brain injury he had sustained or some other reason, All Might attempted to fabricate another excuse but was quickly interrupted by Tsukachi. Nizu then suggested that perhaps the term arranged marriage, or the fact that All Might had threatened a child, might jog his memory. Confused, All Might asked how they had discovered this. In that moment, everyone realized he had inadvertently confirmed their suspicions, which only fueled his anger. 2 weeks earlier, it was a few hours past midnight when Nizu sat in his office, sipping tea, when he received a message. Recognizing the sender as All Might, he was puzzled by the late hour of the communication and opened it. The contents of the message caused Nizu to spill his tea across the table and onto his computer. Attached was an image of a battered All Might, his body marred and bloodied, looking utterly defeated. The message conveyed a sense of urgency and distress that left Nizu deeply concerned. I took a bucket of water and splashed it in his face, waking him up. As he regained consciousness, I noticed he was tied to a chair. I attempted to use my Sharingan, but it didn't work. That was when I realized his eyes were prosthetics. He was blind. I removed his GG and asked him who had hired him. He responded defiantly, spitting in my face and uttering a word I recognized as an insult. I gagged him again before taking out a knife and pressing it against his thigh. He began to shake, trying to scream, but his cries were muffled. I then grabbed his left middle finger and bent it backward, causing him to shake even more. After he calmed down, I removed his GG again and asked why he had attacked me. With a heavy accent, he replied that it was because I was known as the Red-eyed Devil. I found that nickname intriguing. I pressed him again, asking who had sent him. He looked down, clearly reluctant to anger me further, and revealed that it was the Bratva. I inquired about their location, and he provided a specific address. Doubting his honesty, I snapped his other middle finger, eliciting a hiss of pain from him. In a chilling tone, I warned him that if I found out it was a trap, I would ensure he suffered until he begged for death, promising that I was a devil who kept his word. This revelation sent a shiver down his spine, and his face paled. He then divulged the real address. I knocked him out and left him outside a hospital, still bound in chains. As I walked toward the address, I thought to myself that he could run or hide, but he would never escape my gaze. Nizu, if you saw the picture before this message, don't worry, this individual is still very much alive. I confronted this so-called symbol of peace, who I believe to be the biggest hypocrite in society. No one but you knows what I've done, as I don't want to incite panic or encourage villains, so I've hidden him in a small shed. You can retrieve him near Takoba Municipal Beach Park, close to the address provided. Message Part 1 of 2. After reading the address, Nizu dispatched only those he could trust to the location before getting into a car with Aizawa to drive there himself. He then received another message and picked up his phone to read it. Message Part 2. I wanted to increase his chances of recovery, but I won't explain why. The reason I taught him a lesson is that he had been spying on and threatening an underage kid for a week, trying to arrange a quirk marriage between them. He also mocked quirkless individuals and those with villainous appearances, insisting he didn't want them in his spotlight. So, I decided it was time he learned a lesson. You don't have to believe me if you choose not to, but as a good Samaritan, I felt it was necessary to teach him a lesson about his ego. If you want to confirm my story, just ask him while having someone use a truth-telling quirk. I'm sure someone of your stature knows someone with that ability. I also suggest editing vacation photos of him and leaking them to the local press, making it appear as though he's enjoying a getaway rather than recovering in a hospital. With regards, your neighborhood Good Samaritan. Izuku woke up earlier than usual on the 6th of August, a week after his intense encounter with All Might. He carefully got out of bed, trying not to wake Toga, and quietly made his way to the library. There, he and the others were planning Toga's birthday party while she slept. Once all the preparations were complete and everyone knew their tasks, the only thing left was the gifts. Izuku's present was in the city where he had grown up, and he intended to find something special for Toga. Before he left, he transformed back into his Mitsuki form. Upon arriving in the city, he noticed a large screen on a building broadcasting trending news. His curiosity piqued, he paused to listen. The news reported that All Might was on vacation somewhere in Japan, yet he continued to work, stopping a few crimes and robberies before returning to relaxation. A picture of All Might in casual clothes sightseeing accompanied the report. As Izuku listened to the chatter around him, he heard people remarking on All Might's down-to-earth nature, how even on vacation he remained the #1 hero, and how he still looked impressive in civilian attire. Amused, Izuku thought to himself that if they only knew the truth, they would be surprised. He was impressed by how realistic the broadcast appeared, a testament to Nizu's cleverness, before heading toward the store he had in mind. With a bag containing Toga's gift in hand, Izuku felt a pang of hunger. Craving local cuisine, he decided to visit a nearby restaurant he frequented in his youth. He settled into a booth by the window and ordered his favorite dish, katsudon, along with a bubble tea. As he waited for his food, he gazed out the window, taking in the scenery. It had been over a year since he had last been in this city. He observed parents window shopping with their child, a young couple sharing a kiss, elderly individuals playing chess, and a group of teenagers showcasing intriguing quirks, including mutation quirks like shark heads, for arms, and rabbit-like features. While enjoying his meal, the sound of the doorbell announced the arrival of new customers. Initially ignoring it, Izuku's attention was drawn when he recognized familiar voices. He looked down at his food to avoid making eye contact. The newcomers walked past him and settled into a booth across the aisle, flipping through their menus. Confirming his suspicions, Izuku glanced up to see his former tormentors, his sister Izumi and her friends Katsumi, Katsuki, Shota, Shoto, and Achiko. Wishing to finish his meal quickly and leave, Izuku found himself intrigued by their conversation, which prompted him to eavesdrop. Katsumi spoke to Izumi in a comforting tone, asking if she was still having nightmares about their brother. Izumi nodded in response. Achiko offered her support, saying that if Izumi needed to talk, they were there for her, and if she couldn't share with them, she should confide in someone else. Izuku wondered why Izumi hesitated to share her feelings with her closest friends. Katsuki, with irritation in his voice, remarked that it was likely because Deku had run away. Katsumi echoed his sentiment, expressing confusion over why he would leave, considering their parents were wonderful. Shoto and Shota chimed in, noting that their parents had always treated them well, unlike their father. This thought stirred anger in Izuku as he reflected on the events that led to his departure, realizing they must have heard a different story from their parents or the police. Achiko, with a mix of curiosity and sadness, asked Izumi if she was sure Deku hadn't left any notes. Izumi's response confirmed Izuku's suspicions. She lied, avoiding eye contact, stating that he had left no note and that all they found in his room were a few packed belongings. Izuku couldn't blame the police or the heroes for their decision to shield the children from the truth. He understood that they wanted to protect them from the trauma of what had occurred. Looking back, he knew the scene he left behind was harrowing. Despite their youth, he vowed he would have his revenge on all of them. His thoughts were interrupted as the group changed the subject. Achiko asked Izumi about her father, expressing concern. Izumi replied that they visited him daily, but he remained in a coma, with doctors assuring them he was out of danger. Izuku thought to himself that they might believe that, but he knew otherwise. Shoto, typically emotionally reserved, spoke with a hint of fear, expressing disbelief at the monster who had harmed their father. He noted how their father had dedicated his life to becoming better, only to be defeated and destroyed by a mysterious figure. Katsuki, ever the confident one, declared that he was not afraid of any monster and would defeat it to become the next #1 hero. His sister, annoyed, hit him on the head, chastising him for his arrogance and reminding him that if their father couldn't defeat the monster, what made him think he could? She added with a laugh that he had been scared when he first heard what had happened to her father. Laughter erupted among the group, while Izuku struggled to contain his emotions, feeling a mix of anger and determination. Kurama was laughing heartily inside Izuku, which made him a bit envious that he couldn't join in the laughter. After a while, he signaled a waiter for his receipt. After paying, he took one last look in their direction before leaving the restaurant. Izuku wanted to establish a teleportation point in the city for quicker access. He thought of a park where he could easily teleport without drawing attention. As he walked to the park, he heard a girl pleading for help, triggering his hero instincts. He dashed toward her while pulling out his mask from his dimension. When Izuku arrived at the scene, he saw 3 individuals in their 30s surrounding a girl. One was holding her against the wall, another was keeping watch, and the last was preparing to strike her. Before Izuku could spring into action, he heard one of them say in a cruel tone that people with mutation quirks should all perish, labeling them as abominations. The girl was crying, held captive, and bracing herself for another blow. Just as she closed her eyes, Izuku moved like a flash, incapacitating all 3 of her attackers. He released her from their grip, causing her to slide down the wall with a soft thud. When he got a better look at her, he recognized her from the group of teenagers he had seen earlier that day. She appeared frightened and kept her eyes closed. Crouching down in front of her, he spoke in the gentlest tone, assuring her that they wouldn't hurt her anymore and asking if she was okay. She opened her eyes and saw a concerned masked figure in front of her, with the 3 attackers now unconscious. Overwhelmed with shock, she could only nod in response. Noticing her state of shock, Izuku continued in a soft tone, explaining that he would ask questions she could answer without speaking. She gazed at him in awe, impressed not only by his strength and speed but also by his thoughtfulness. He began, indicating that nodding meant yes and shaking meant no. He asked if she understood, to which she nodded. He then asked if she was okay, and again she nodded. When he inquired if he scared her, she shook her head, and when he asked if she was hurt, she nodded. She pointed to her rabbit ears and tail, which her attackers had pulled at, and then indicated her face and ribs. Izuku quickly applied his healing technique, his hands glowing with a soft green light that fascinated her. After tending to her wounds, he stood and asked if she had any more injuries. Finally recovering from her shock, she quietly thanked him. Just as he was about to leave, he felt a gentle tug on his shirt. Turning around, he saw her holding onto it, pleading for him not to leave her alone. Without hesitation, he suggested they wait for someone to pick her up at the park he was heading to. She eagerly agreed. As they walked, Izuku tried to ease her anxiety by engaging her in conversation. He asked for her name, assuring her that she didn't have to answer if she didn't want to. She introduced herself as Rumi Usajiyama but said he could just call her Rumi. At first, Izuku hesitated to share his name, feeling it was too personal. Rumi sensed his reluctance and reassured him that it was okay since he had saved her. She then asked for his name, causing him to pause momentarily before responding. Unsure whether to reveal his true identity, he opted for a middle ground and told her to call him Uchiha. They chatted about various topics until they reached the park. Rumi called her parents, and Izuku marked a spot for teleportation. As they waited in silence, Rumi asked if he thought she could become a strong hero like him. Not wanting to follow in the footsteps of his biological parent, Izuku looked at her and explained that he didn't know much about being a hero since he was a vigilante. Rumi's eyes widened at his admission. He continued, encouraging her that with dedication, creativity, and hard work, she could achieve anything, even becoming a top-ranking hero. This brought a smile to her face, and just then, they heard a man calling her name from a car. She thanked Izuku once more before saying goodbye and running toward the vehicle. Izuku waited until he saw her safely inside before teleporting home. Once there, he searched for Toga and began preparing her gift. He had bought her a heart-shaped locket containing one of their favorite photos together and a large cupcake plushie. The celebration began as soon as Toga woke up and joined him in the kitchen. They planned to spend the day watching all the movies she wanted. Toga eagerly opened her presents, her excitement palpable. When she unwrapped Izuku's gifts, she jumped into his arms, hugging him tightly, causing them both to tumble to the floor. She expressed her gratitude with enthusiastic affection. The rest of the day was filled with a movie marathon in their cinema room. By the end of the day, they had both fallen asleep while watching a film. Everyone found the scene adorable and chose not to wake them, instead taking a few pictures for their collection. Izuku was seen spooning Toga on the couch, holding her close, while she cuddled her plushie. The last person to leave was Orochimaru, who looked at them with a smile, thinking how carefree they appeared and how long it might be before they could relax like that again. Everyone was in the kitchen eating breakfast when Orochimaru asked Izuku and Toga to join him in the library once they were done. Curious, they inquired about the reason, but he simply said they could talk later. After breakfast, they gathered in the library. Orochimaru then asked if he had ever told them about his job, which piqued the curiosity of Izuku and Toga, as well as the others in the room. Orochimaru often left the base for work and sometimes wouldn't return for weeks. While Izuku and Toga were usually preoccupied, the others had noticed but never questioned it, assuming it was just Orochimaru being his usual self. Tsunade remarked that she found it baffling that Orochimaru was still atoning for his past sins. She had first heard about it from Naruto when he became Hokage, and she never imagined he would remain immortal and continue helping others. Orochimaru chuckled lightly at her comment before explaining that there was much she didn't know about him, how he had changed, and the impact his presence had on the world. His words sparked interest, especially in Sasuke, Itachi, and Tsunade, who had first-hand knowledge of some of his past actions. Noticing their intrigue, Orochimaru smiled and said that the details of his transformation were stories for another time. He then shifted to a more serious tone, mentioning that he had received a new assignment request a few days prior. He explained that many people still believed he was a myth, claiming he was overtaken by serpent magic that allowed him to transform into a giant serpent. He laughed softly, pondering how such myths began, suspecting it might have been a joke from Naruto or Yamato, but again, that was a story for another day. Orochimaru continued, stating that few believed in his existence, and even fewer knew it to be true. Throughout the rise and fall of civilizations, he had always sought to make contracts with nations striving for peace, such as the Hidden Leaf Village. He paused for a moment to let them absorb the information before elaborating that nations hired him to solve problems deemed unsolvable. They compensated him in various ways, but he always received payment in the end. He worked from the shadows, never revealing his true identity, always wearing a mask or altering his appearance, and helping without seeking credit. Itachi and Sasuke interjected simultaneously, expressing their surprise that he was akin to the Umbu, which elicited laughter from the group, including Orochimaru. Once the laughter subsided, he informed them that the USA was one of those countries that had contacted him with a mission request, which sounded like it could be long and challenging. He looked at Izuku and Toga, asking if they were ready for it. Without hesitation, both Izuku and Toga jumped up, excitedly agreeing, which drew smirks and chuckles from the others. Orochimaru then explained that the folder indicated a significant increase in drag-related issues in the country, with a surge in drags being sold on the streets, at parties, and in clubs. There had also been a rise in overdose deaths. Despite their efforts to catch smugglers, the drag problem persisted and continued to escalate. He turned to Toga and Izuku, stating that this was why he had been requested to solve the problem, believing they were more than qualified for the task. They were to leave at nightfall. As night fell, Izuku and Toga rushed to the library, fully geared and ready. Orochimaru was there, sipping tea while waiting for his two apprentices. He stood as they entered, adopting a serious tone as he informed them he would introduce them to their employer before leaving shortly after. Before they departed, he handed Toga a mask similar to Izuku's, instructing them to keep their identities a secret. When not wearing the mask, they should use their transformation jutsu for convenience. He asked them to refer to him as Great White Snake during the mission. Once they acknowledged his instructions, he donned his mask, signaling them to do the same. He placed a hand on each of their shoulders before teleporting them away. Upon arrival, Izuku and Toga took a moment to absorb their surroundings before following Orochimaru into what appeared to be an abandoned building. However, they soon realized it was anything but abandoned. At the entrance, they were greeted by a special agent who directed them to an old service elevator. Once inside, the agent revealed a hidden panel that displayed 40 concealed extra floors. After selecting one, the elevator began its descent, and the agent explained that while the building might seem abandoned, their superiors trusted them enough to bring them here. This was the greatest hideout they had ever built, known as their underground kingdom, Kezum. As he spoke the name, a light illuminated through the elevator window. Orochimaru smirked, having known about this base for some time, while Izuku and Toga were shocked by how little they knew about the world. They gazed out the window to see a vast room towering 20 meters, seemingly endless, filled with planes, cars, tanks, missiles, and all manner of equipment one would expect in a hidden base. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of people bustling about, moving items, tidying up, or exercising, and this was just the first floor. The elevator descended another 19 floors before arriving at the -20th floor, reserved solely for meetings among top officials. The first room they entered was filled with lockers, where they removed all non-essential clothing and equipment. After that, they underwent a thorough search before stepping into a full-body scanner. Even though they were trusted, it was necessary to ensure that no one had been secretly equipped with a listening device. After what felt like 30 minutes, they were permitted to enter the meeting room. Inside, 10 individuals were seated around a long table, each with a nameplate in front of them, displaying their names along with their titles and positions. As 3 newcomers entered the room, everyone stood and bowed, welcoming them to the base and expressing gratitude for accepting their request. Orochimaru addressed the group, indicating that there was no need for bowing and suggesting they begin the meeting. He then stated that he would not be fulfilling their request. The room erupted in surprise, but he raised his hand to silence them, clarifying that while he would not take on the job, his 2 apprentices would. At that moment, one of the attendees raised a hand and inquired about the qualifications of Orochimaru's apprentices, given his own impressive reputation as the Great White Snake. Orochimaru glanced at the nameplate of the questioner and acknowledged Amanda Waller's right to ask. He then posed a question of his own, asking if she had reliable informants in Europe, particularly in Russia. She nodded, prompting him to continue. He informed her that the Bratva had experienced a revolution from within, resulting in a new leadership under Anatoly Knyazov. He then asked if she had heard of the red-eyed devil who had terrorized Russia for months, or the day referred to as Devil's Red Dance. This revelation surprised Izuku, who was unaware of the significance of that day. Orochimaru pointed at Izuku, declaring that he was the one responsible for those events. The room fell silent, the shock palpable as some attendees nearly dropped their drinks in disbelief. Amanda, still reeling from the revelation, asked in a trembling voice if he was the one who had caused the deaths of 5,000 people in just 2 hours. Izuku nodded and clarified that it was actually 5,500, acknowledging his involvement. Once the initial shock wore off, everyone agreed that the 2 were more than qualified for the task at hand. Amanda then stood and spoke in a serious tone, outlining their mission to eradicate the drag cartels in Central and South America. She explained that their payment would be based on the results and that they were free to take anything they found belonging to the cartels, be it jewelry, money, drags, or vehicles. The only requirement was to eliminate the cartels, and both Izuku and Toga nodded in understanding. The remainder of the meeting was spent providing them with all the necessary information before it concluded. After saying their goodbyes to Orochimaru, Izuku summoned his eagle and activated his water-style cloud control, taking flight toward Mexico. It had been 2 years since Izuku and Toga began their assignment, and now they were both exiting Khazad-dûm after receiving their rewards. Izuku looked at Toga with tired eyes and expressed his feelings about the long mission. Toga hugged him and reminded him that it hadn't been that bad. They had faced challenges due to a lack of information, and she pointed out that during his last similar mission, he had an entire army and ample intel. Izuku pouted at her statement and agreed, suggesting they should avoid a repeat of their experience in Brazil, which made him feel a bit queasy. Toga, however, jumped with excitement, urging him to admit he had fun. Izuku shook his head, insisting they should go home before he felt worse. With that, Toga jumped onto his back and he teleported them home. They arrived in the kitchen, right in front of the fridge. Over time, Izuku had become somewhat lazy, marking the kitchen with a teleportation technique for quick access between his room and the kitchen. No one had expected their return that day, so everyone was surprised when they appeared, some even falling off their chairs. Madara, sitting on the floor, scolded Izuku for teleporting to the kitchen again. Izuku shrugged and explained that he was hungry after a long mission, prompting laughter from the others at his attitude. Toga began shaking Izuku excitedly, insisting they needed to share news about the new friends they had made. Izuku requested her to stop shaking him first. Curiosity filled the room as everyone wondered who they had brought back this time. Their suspicions were quickly dispelled when Izuku summoned 2 sleeping chibi-tailed beasts. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, and they exclaimed that Izuku seemed to be trying to create a daycare for tailed beasts, reminding him of their immense power. Izuku shared how they had found Kokuo and Chome, explaining that he and Toga, alongside Kurama and Matatabi, had convinced them to join their group. With the most pleading eyes he could muster, Izuku sincerely apologized, saying they looked lonely and he didn't want them to be alone, just as he had felt when they found him. His words resonated deeply with everyone, striking their hearts. Unable to refuse his request, they accepted the possibility that Izuku might find more tailed beasts in the future. Izuku and Toga summoned Kurama and Matatabi in their chibi forms and even woke up Shikaku, despite his displeasure, so they could all catch up. The rest of the day was filled with stories from Izuku and Toga about their travels, laughter, some scoldings, and even a few praises. Izuku then warped in some presents they had brought back from their journey. They had found bonsai trees for Hashirama at one of the cartel boss's hideouts, which delighted him since they were his favorite. Even though he could summon plants at will, he still cherished them. For Tobirama, they brought back a water dragon statue made entirely of sapphire. He appreciated it, as it reminded him of the water style, water dragon jutsu, and brought back memories of training with his brothers. The only way Tobirama knew how to express his gratitude was to hug both Izuku and Toga tightly. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden display of affection, and Izuku stuttered his response, teasing Tobirama about his feelings toward the Uchiha. Tobirama, still hugging them with his eyes closed, smirked and acknowledged Izuku's cheekiness, admitting that he had proven him wrong. This moment brought laughter to everyone around, while Orochimaru discreetly captured the moment in a photo. For Tsunade, they had gathered all the gambling games they could find, knowing her love for gambling. Hashirama's expression shifted from happiness to despair as he lamented that not even death could stop her from accumulating debt, causing more laughter among the group. For Itachi, they found a well-trained raven abandoned by its master. Izuku explained how they had rescued it, and Itachi thanked them before naming the raven Shursui, who seemed to respond positively. For Sasuke, they brought a chibi plushie of Itachi. Sasuke looked down at the plushie, confused, before glancing back at them. Izuku playfully pointed out how attached Sasuke was to his big brother, suggesting that now the plushie would always be with him. This elicited hearty laughter from everyone, with Hashirama laughing so hard he fell off his chair, momentarily forgetting his worries. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, questioning their intentions. Unable to contain themselves, Izuku and Toga laughed even harder, assuring him they were just teasing but that he could keep the chibi Itachi. Then, Izuku warped in Sasuke's real gift, a magnificent collection of katanas, each blade engraved with a different elemental name. They explained to him how these blades were specially crafted for elemental users, allowing him to channel lightning chakra through the lightning blade, significantly enhancing the elemental attack. For Haku, they brought back a penguin made of snow that never melted, suggesting it might have been someone's unique ability that rendered it indestructible. For Orochimaru, they gathered every book they could find in every building. There were so many that they wouldn't fit in their hideout, prompting Orochimaru to start sealing them into storage scrolls. They knew he valued knowledge above all else. Lastly, for Madara, they presented a professionally crafted statue made from lapis lazuli and sapphire. They mentioned borrowing the materials from a local source and commissioning a renowned crafter in Curitiba to create a statue based on one of their photos. The statue depicted his perfect Susanoo and stood 30 centimeters tall. Before everyone went to bed, Orochimaru posted 2 wanted posters on the wall. Both featured the word, wanted, in bold letters above a photo of each person wearing an umbu mask. One photo showed someone in male clothing with glowing red eyes, while the other depicted someone in female clothing, with frost covering part of the mask. The poster for the male stated, "Dead or alive," identifying him as the red-eyed devil, with a bounty of $250 million and an approval stamp from the United Nations in the lower right corner. The female's poster also stated, "Dead or alive," identifying her as Absolute Zero, with a bounty of $100 million and the same approval stamp. Everyone but Orochimaru was taken aback by this revelation. He remarked that there was a reason he had warned them to wear disguises or masks at all times, noting that they were essentially an unsanctioned team using their powers without oversight. His words resonated with everyone, clarifying why the United Nations was pursuing them. Before Orochimaru could leave, Toga inquired about her nickname, Absolute Zero. He smirked and explained that it referred to her icy demeanor, which could reach absolute zero, reflecting the number of witnesses she left behind. This made Toga excitedly jump up and down, but soon she realized she was tired. With that, everyone exchanged goodnights and settled in for sleep. Shodaizawa noticed Nizu's irritation as he read a message. When they arrived at the location Nizu had indicated, they were taken aback by the sight of All Might, who appeared severely injured and in distress. To prevent the media from discovering the situation, they discreetly transported him back to UA, where surgeons and medical staff were summoned. Nizu, being one of the most intelligent beings on the planet, analyzed the damage inflicted on All Might alongside the 2 messages. He concluded that this mysterious assailant might have knowledge of Izuku's past. In the present, after All Might inquired about how they had learned the truth, Nizu, initially irritated, replied that the information came from a hidden source. He then calmed himself and asked All Might to recount the events leading up to his condition. All Might shared the harrowing truth about his encounter before he was teleported. As he recounted the experience, he grew pale, but he pressed on. He described how he had been treated like a mere plaything, utterly powerless to defend himself. Each time he lost consciousness from the pain, the boy responsible would revive him with an adrenaline shot, ensuring he remained awake until the torment was complete. The group listened in horror, some feeling a wave of nausea wash over them from the vivid descriptions. Present Mike was the first to succumb, rushing to the side to regain his composure in the teacher's lounge due to his weak stomach. All Might then recalled a chilling statement made by the boy after he had finished with All Might's right arm. He looked at Nizu and mentioned that the boy had said, "This is just a fraction of how your son felt," before continuing his assault. All Might speculated that the boy must know his son. This revelation confirmed Nizu's suspicions. This individual, Mitsuki, was aware of Izuku and the events that had transpired. In a way, Nizu felt a sense of relief, as it indicated that Izuku had survived the ordeal of losing his arm. All Might then remembered the boy's eyes, describing them as strikingly red with a unique black pattern that filled him with dread. The memory sent a shiver down his spine, and he felt his body tremble with fear as his complexion paled once more. The machine monitoring his heart rate began to beat more rapidly, drawing the attention of those around him. They urged him to share what he recalled. In a voice laced with terror, All Might recounted the boy's final words before he lost consciousness. "Don't worry, Yagi, you won't die yet. I'll first fully destroy you both mentally, physically, and symbolically. Then you can rest, you hypocrite." After that, he had awakened in his current location. Nizu felt a chill run down his spine. This Mitsuki was not just stronger than All Might, he was far more terrifying than All for One, having instilled a lasting fear in All Might's very soul. Toga, eager to learn more about Izuku's past and his childhood home, had been persistently asking him to take her there. Initially he had resisted, wanting to avoid any confrontations, but his feelings for her ultimately swayed him. He agreed to take her on a date to one of his favorite spots at the mall near his hometown. As Izuku waited in the living room for Toga to get ready, Orochimaru approached him with a warning. He suggested that Izuku should change into a different form, as his identity as Mitsuki might attract unwanted attention following the incident with All Might. Izuku began scrolling through his phone until he found a photo of a character he wanted to transform into. When Toga finally emerged in her outfit, she jumped and hugged him, exclaiming how cute he looked, planting a kiss on him. After teleporting to his hometown, they first visited a cafe for pastries before heading to the mall for shopping. Upon entering the mall, Toga turned to Izuku with her signature pleading expression, asking if they could go on a shopping spree. Unable to resist her charm, Izuku sighed and agreed. They moved from store to store, and after each visit, Izuku used his ability to store their purchases in his dimension, making it easier to continue shopping. Once they finished at the last store, Izuku took Toga's hand and led her to a sushi restaurant. Toga was initially puzzled by his sudden change of direction, but Izuku explained that he wanted to treat her to a special date since they had been busy working on her birthday the previous week. His warm smile melted her heart. As they enjoyed their meal, they chatted about various topics, eventually landing on UA High School. Izuku looked at Toga and expressed his aspirations, sharing that he wanted to become a hero. Toga nodded, unsure of where Izuku was heading with his thoughts. Izuku gazed out the window, lost in a distant memory. He reflected on his childhood dream of studying at UA to become the greatest hero in the world, just like All Might. His gaze fell to his plate, and he continued, expressing how the bullying, feelings of powerlessness, and the truth about himself had diminished his desire to attend. He clenched his hand, a surge of determination rising within him, and looked back at Toga. He shared his renewed aspiration, admitting that as he grew stronger, his desire to study at UA reignited. He acknowledged that it might seem selfish, but he hoped she would understand his wish to pursue that dream when he was older. Toga felt her heart skip a beat. She knew that he always cared about her opinion and involved her in his decisions, but she still never got used to how amazing he was. With a big smile, she expressed her excitement about joining him, saying that being by his side made her world colorful and happy, almost perfect. The conversation continued as they planned to apply to UA in 2 years. As they left the sushi shop, Izuku noticed something that ignited a surge of anger within him. Toga and Kurama sensed the change in his demeanor as he began to radiate a subtle intensity. They tried to calm him down, asking what was bothering him as he pointed in a specific direction. In that direction, a group of 8 was walking into the mall. It included Toshinori, Inko, Izumi, Katsuki, Katsumi, Achiko, Shoto, and Shota. Izuku realized that Toga and Kurama were becoming increasingly upset. After calming them, he began to wonder why they were there. Izuku and Toga decided to stealthily follow the group to discover their purpose. Toshinori and Inko looked proud as they complimented Izumi on her school performance, mentioning that her teacher had called to praise her. They expressed their pride in her achievements, and her friends joined in with congratulations. Toshinori then announced that, since they couldn't celebrate her birthday last month, they would do it today. They planned to eat first and then shop for gifts. They headed to a pizza restaurant, reminiscing about the memories they had shared over the past 3 years. Watching them enjoy themselves, seemingly oblivious to Izuku's presence, filled him, Toga, and Kurama with frustration. It felt as though he didn't exist at all. They never mentioned missing him or wondering how he was doing. The more they talked, the clearer it became that his departure had not affected them. After their meal, they followed the group around the mall, observing as they showered Izumi with gifts. Her friends bought her small, cute items, while the boys presented her with jewelry. They visited an electronics store where they purchased the latest iPhone, iMac, and MacBook before moving on to another store. There, Toshinori bought her a new electric bicycle and a top-of-the-line drone with a built-in camera. Once they finished shopping, they headed home. The last thing Izuku and Toga heard was Toshinori exclaiming with joy that life couldn't be better and that Izumi was the best teenager a parent could ask for, with everyone in the group nodding in agreement. Toga felt a surge of anger and was about to confront them when Izuku stopped her. She looked at him with teary eyes, expressing her hurt that they didn't acknowledge his existence and her desire for them to pay for it. Izuku's gaze turned intense, filled with anger as he reassured her that his plans would be far worse than any harm she could inflict. His demeanor was so powerful that it could overwhelm anyone, even someone as experienced as Toga. She had known him for 3 years and had never seen this side of him. Accepting that they were his targets, she turned and embraced him tightly, pleading for him to reconsider. It wasn't that she felt her life was in danger, she simply wanted to see him smile again. As they hugged, she felt a tear touch her cheek, prompting her to pull back slightly so they could see each other while still holding on. He looked at her with a tearful yet smiling expression, telling her how much he loved her. Toga blushed and looked away, whispering her love in return. When he asked her to meet his gaze again, he shared a gentle Eskimo kiss before kissing her on the lips, leaving her nearly breathless. Curious, Toga asked about his plan. Izuku smirked and replied that she would have to wait and see. Once they teleported back, he informed her that he would pull an all-nighter, so she wouldn't have to stay awake for him. He then locked himself in his office, beginning to strategize his revenge. Those around Izuku noticed something was off. Normally, he would greet them upon returning, but this time he didn't acknowledge anyone. Curious, they asked Toga what had happened in the city, and she explained the situation involving Orochimaru, who had to use his binding technique to prevent a rampage. Even though Hashirama was furious at Izuku's past family, he helped Orochimaru keep Madara in check, knowing that Madara could wreak havoc without regard for anyone. Toga then mentioned that Izuku had an intense aura she had never felt before and that he had a plan he didn't want to share with her, pouting slightly. Everyone began to speculate about what Izuku might have in store for those who had wronged him. Suddenly, they heard a chilling laughter as Izuku exclaimed with excitement that he had found the perfect idea. The atmosphere shifted, and a sense of unease settled over them. They knew of his sharp intelligence and the power he wielded, realizing that he could easily bring a country to its knees if he chose to. Despite having heard stories about the Devil's Red Dance from Orochimaru's network, they had yet to witness firsthand what he was truly capable of. It was 6 a.m. when Orochimaru noticed Izuku leaving his office. Izuku headed to the kitchen to refill his coffee for the 12th time and greeted Orochimaru with a simple, "Good morning, sensei." Orochimaru, still focused on his newspaper, replied, "Morning, Izuku." Then, Izuku asked something that piqued Orochimaru's interest. "Do you know if there are any Bratva branches here in Japan?" After a moment of thought, Orochimaru confirmed, "Yes, there should be one near the shopping mall." "Why do you ask?" Izuku revealed a small flash drive and, with a mischievous grin, explained that he needed to spread a message without it being traced back to him, suggesting that the Bratva could help since he had their trust. After changing his clothes, Izuku announced he would be back in about an hour and teleported to the nearest mark he had to the location, running the rest of the way. Upon arriving, he knocked on the door, and a man in his late 50s emerged from his office, inquiring about Izuku's presence. Izuku looked at him and stated in Russian that he was looking for the Bratva. The man flinched slightly, suspecting Izuku might be a spy. He instructed a co-worker to deal with him. The Russian lunged at Izuku, but before he could make contact, Izuku swiftly placed his hand on the man's face, slamming it against the table, rendering him unconscious. To prevent further chaos, Izuku lifted his shirt to reveal his Bratva tattoo, declaring in Russian that he was a captain. Seeing his colleague on the ground made the older man reconsider his actions, but he still doubted Izuku's claim. He decided to bring out some vodka, stating that he needed to confirm Izuku's identity and offered him some of their best vodka while they waited. Izuku shrugged, took the vodka bottle, and opened it. Before pouring a shot, he suggested a quicker way to verify his identity. "If you want to figure it out faster, just call your new leader, Anatoly Knyazev, and tell him that Izuku sends his regards." The older man dialed Anatoly's second-in-command, and the conversation unfolded in Russian. On the other end, Vladimir answered, and Dmitri introduced himself, explaining the situation. He mentioned that they had a Bratva captain there, which raised doubts on Vladimir's side. After some back and forth, Dmitri revealed that Izuku had shown them his tattoo and claimed to be Izuku, sending his regards. Anatoly's demeanor changed drastically upon hearing Izuku's name. He was aware of the reputation that preceded him and felt a wave of panic wash over him. asked Dmitri if he knew who they had just attacked, to which Dmitri replied that he did not. Anatoly then mentioned the infamous DRD incident, confirming that Izuku was indeed the red-eyed devil everyone was searching for. Dmitri approached Izuku cautiously, apologizing for the misunderstanding, which Izuku dismissed with a wave of his hand. He requested the phone, and Dmitri handed it over while Izuku offered him a shot of vodka to ease his nerves. Izuku greeted Anatoly, who was clearly rattled but relieved that there was no lasting animosity. Izuku explained that he was not calling for a friendly chat but for business. Intrigued, Anatoly asked what kind of help Izuku needed. Izuku recounted the injustices he had faced, noting that his torturers had escaped punishment. He expressed his desire to leak information on an international level, ensuring that those responsible could not hide or silence it. Anatoly laughed, assuring Izuku that they could handle it, though it might come at a cost. Izuku then excused himself, using his powers to quickly return with 2 duffel bags. He handed them to Dmitri, stating that he believed this would be sufficient. Dmitri opened the bags to find them filled with cannabis, looking at Izuku in disbelief. He protested that it was too much, but Izuku insisted it was a sign of trust in their skills and a new friendship, pointing at the unconscious Russian. Dmitri laughed, sharing a shot of vodka with Izuku before informing Anatoly about the payment and concluding the call. After their conversation, Izuku handed over the flash drive and marked the location with his teleportation ability before returning home. It was afternoon, and everyone in Orochimaru's household was gathered around the dining table, eating and watching the news. Izuku mentioned that something exciting was about to air, hinting that it would be interesting to see people's reactions. Though initially confused, his family quickly realized it was related to his plan for payback. They settled on the couch in the living room, focusing on the large flat-screen television. The news anchor, with a deep and serious voice, announced, "Breaking news. A leaked video is taking the internet by storm, shattering all previous viewer and comment records on HeroTube. We will now show the video, but be advised that it may be difficult to watch due to its content." As the video filled the screen, viewers saw Izuku sitting in a chair in an empty room. He had used a transformation technique to appear as he did before a traumatic incident. Dressed in shorts and shirtless, his body bore the marks of past struggles, cuts, burns, bruises, and more. With an emotionless expression, Izuku addressed the camera, introducing himself as Izuku Yagi, the son of the number 1 hero, All Might, and the number 21 hero, Green Tornado. He paused, feigning difficulty in breathing due to the pain, before continuing. He explained that if the video was released, it meant his parents had covered up the incident that had occurred. The video transitioned to a time-lapse of photos documenting his life. The first image showed him after a beating at the age of 4. As he spoke, the photos displayed his daily life until he ran away, each one dated with the day's newspaper. Izuku reflected on his parents' words about everyone being able to be a hero and supporting the weak and quirkless, questioning the truth behind those statements. The images progressed to when he was 5 years old. He expressed his pain, revealing that after being diagnosed as quirkless at 4, his parents seemed to forget him, leaving him without comfort even from his sister. His expression shifted to one of anger as he recounted how his sister had revealed his quirkless status to their school, encouraging bullying from classmates, including those he once considered friends. They particularly targeted him when he expressed his desire to be a hero, unaware of his father's true identity. Izuku raised his arms as if embracing the air, describing the torment he endured: beatings, burns, neglect, and emotional abuse. He conveyed that for 6 years he lived in a nightmare, where each day felt like a living hell. As the photos reached his 9th birthday, he posed a question to the audience: whether anyone could survive such torment. The images concluded just before his 10th birthday, returning to Izuku in the chair, appearing as if he were crying. He lamented how the world could treat him so cruelly, allowing those who harmed him to escape punishment. He shared that he had been given the nickname Deku, meaning useless, which overshadowed his real name, leaving him feeling like an object. Wiping away his tears, Izuku declared that the video served as evidence for future justice, hoping society would address the wrongs done to him. He concluded with gratitude, signaling the end of the recording. As the video faded, the news returned to the anchor, who, along with the crew, appeared stunned and speechless. After a moment, they rushed off the stage, leaving the anchor alone. He addressed the audience, stating that All Might's and Green Tornado's missing child did not run away out of rebellion but to survive. He expressed hope for Izuku's well-being now that the truth was known. The anchor then received an update, announcing a new trend of support for Izuku, with people around the world using the hashtag #JusticeForIzuku. He urged viewers to show their support, emphasizing that Izuku needed to know he was cared for. The news broadcast concluded, and the previous show resumed. Everyone on the couch beside Izuku was speechless, taking a few moments to process what they had just witnessed. They turned to look at Izuku, who was sitting with a large bowl of popcorn. Earlier, while they were watching the news, no one had noticed that he had quietly prepared it. That was when everyone, except for Orochimaru, Toga, and Madara, who were aware of his full past, began to ask him questions. They wanted to know if it was true, if things were really that dire, and where those people lived. Izuku simply shrugged and acknowledged that it was all true. He added that their lives would likely become even more challenging now, so there was no need to pay them a visit. Toga, sounding surprised, remarked that she never knew he could act so well and suggested that he deserved an Oscar for his performance. Her comment prompted everyone to nod in agreement before they all burst into laughter, with Izuku joining in. He began to wonder what tomorrow would hold for the Yagi family, and this thought brought him some comfort. To keep the mood light, Izuku decided to put on a movie so they could enjoy a marathon until bedtime. The next morning, when Izuku and Toga woke up, they headed to the kitchen for breakfast. They noticed that everyone else was already awake. As soon as the others saw Izuku, they exchanged glances that left him puzzled. They asked Izuku if he had seen the impact his video had on the world, but he simply shook his head, indicating he had no idea what they were talking about. Orochimaru picked up the remote and turned on the flat-screen TV in the kitchen, flipping through channels to reveal that every channel in Japan was dominated by news coverage. Each channel featured newscasters discussing either his video or him. Orochimaru switched to satellite channels, showing that the phenomenon was global, with coverage from the USA, Germany, Russia, Norway, China, and more. Izuku had to admit he was surprised by the extent of the reaction. As everyone in the room focused on the TV, they suddenly heard laughter. It was Izuku, who was laughing so hard he fell to the floor, exclaiming how funny he found the situation. Sasuke looked at him with a mix of shock and amusement, commenting on how Izuku had essentially broken every channel in the world, including radio frequencies. This only made Izuku laugh harder. Orochimaru then spoke in a monotone voice, explaining that Izuku's video had trended so much that the surge in web traffic had overwhelmed many websites, causing crashes on platforms like Twithero, HeroBook, InstaHero, and HeroTube. Itachi held back a chuckle, amused by the situation, and remarked that even major news websites like the New York Quirks, CQNN, BQBC, and BuzzQuirk had gone down. Izuku continued to laugh, clutching his stomach and playfully begging for them to stop, as he found it all too amusing. At that moment, Haku glanced at his laptop in shock and excitedly mentioned a trending tag, "Justice for Izuku." Everyone nodded, urging him to continue. Haku revealed that people were creating merchandise to support Izuku's cause. Everyone rushed to Haku, eager to see what he had found. Izuku's laughter faded as he looked at the screen in amazement. Fans were making art of him, and some were even designing merchandise featuring his likeness. Madara, curious, asked about the prices and requested one of each item in XXL, surprising everyone. Hashirama burst into laughter, imagining Madara in oversized merchandise, and then pointed out specific items he wanted in various sizes. Soon, everyone crowded around Haku, asking him to add more and more items to his shopping cart. Haku tried to protest, stating he didn't have enough money for everything. Orochimaru waved his bank card in front of Haku, leading him to sigh in defeat. He left his laptop on the kitchen counter and went to the living room to watch a movie. Meanwhile, earlier that day at the Yagi residence, Izumi's phone rang. It was 6 a.m., and she initially tried to ignore the call. However, after the phone rang for the fourth time, she picked it up, annoyed, and asked who was calling her so early. On the other end, a stressed Katsumi and Katsuki shouted that her brother might still be alive. Startled, Izumi jumped out of bed, her voice filled with energy as she asked how and where, still unaware of the events from the previous day. The twins, unable to contain their excitement, informed her that her brother had taken the internet by storm and was now an international celebrity. Fully awake, Izumi tilted her head in confusion, dismissing it as a prank and suggesting they be more creative if they wanted to wake her up early. Realizing she wasn't grasping the situation, they took a moment to collect their thoughts before explaining that Izuku had posted a video that went viral, proving they had bullied him. Izumi felt a wave of fear but quickly regained her composure, smirking as she reassured herself that their father could protect them, just like he had before. Katsuki emphasized that Izuku had planned everything meticulously, releasing the video on an international scale. It was now the most trending topic online, crashing multiple websites and social media platforms. He was visibly anxious, sweating as he spoke, while Katsumi fainted from the stress of the situation. Katsuki wiped his forehead and took a sip of water before continuing, explaining that every TV, radio, and news channel in their house was covering the story. Just then, Izumi could hear their mother entering the room, yelling and scolding them. The call abruptly ended, leaving Izumi feeling pale and anxious about the unfolding chaos. She ran out of her room, only to see her father emerging from his room, both wearing expressions of shock and disbelief. 25 minutes earlier, in Tashinori and Inko's room, their phones were ringing incessantly. They glanced at the clock, thinking it was too early for such interruptions. If the calls were truly important, they reasoned, the callers would reach out again later. After 5 minutes of continuous ringing, All Might finally decided to answer his phone. Still groggy, he mustered the energy to pick it up and spoke in an unamused tone, asking the caller to call back later before hanging up and attempting to return to sleep. However, the phone rang again. This time, before he could say anything, Nizu's voice erupted from the other end, filled with urgency and frustration. He warned All Might not to hang up again, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. Realizing the gravity of Nizu's tone, All Might felt a chill run down his spine. Nizu continued, his voice low and intense, explaining that All Might was in serious trouble. He reminded All Might of a previous warning he had given, hinting at impending consequences. Nizu revealed that All Might's son had released a video on an international scale, one that could not be retracted. The video contained numerous images detailing his son's struggles from when he was diagnosed as quirkless at 4 years old until he was 10. All Might's face went pale as the implications of Nizu's words sank in. He felt a wave of nausea wash over him, realizing the potential fallout. Nizu continued, explaining that the news had spread globally and there were calls for justice against All Might for various legal violations. If things continued on this path, All Might could face severe repercussions, possibly even life in prison, unless he could locate his missing son. Thoughts of imprisonment and the disgrace of his family name flooded All Might's mind. Nizu interrupted his spiraling thoughts, reminding him that Inko and Izumi could also face legal trouble, albeit perhaps for a shorter time. He hinted that their son had not yet revealed the full extent of his suffering, suggesting that there was still more to come. All Might shuddered at the thought of what could happen to his wife and daughter. Nizu, with a hint of satisfaction in his voice, pointed out that there were some positives to consider. They now knew their son was alive, that he had a connection with Mitsuki, and that they wouldn't have to worry about villains anymore. Confused, All Might asked what Nizu meant by that. Nizu explained that the world would now see All Might as a villain, and he speculated that villains would simply watch as All Might's reputation crumbled. Nizu's laughter echoed with a hint of madness as he remarked on the intelligence of All Might's son, who had managed to turn public opinion against his father without even trying. He concluded by stating that while he would attempt to manage the fallout, the responsibility ultimately lay with All Might. As the call ended, All Might was left in shock, feeling as though everything he had worked for had disintegrated in a single day. Reality hit him hard when his phone shattered against the floor. His first instinct was to gather his family, so he left his room, only to find Izumi opening her door, equally terrified. Meanwhile, in a dark room, a hidden figure smirked from the shadows, surrounded by screens displaying news reports and medical equipment. The figure chuckled, reflecting on how he had tried to take down All Might for years, only to have his son achieve what he could not. He resolved to find Izuku quickly, hoping to recruit him. If that failed, he would consider eliminating him, recognizing the threat Izuku posed to his plans. Meanwhile, Izuku, the mastermind behind the chaos, laughed as he ordered a "Justice for Izuku" plushie. Despite his amusement, he understood that he had set in motion something far too significant to stop now. The video primarily focused on the Yagi family, but due to public curiosity, some individuals decided to investigate Izuku's previous schools. Journalists interviewed Izuku's former classmates and teachers, who shared information about Todoroki, Bakugo, and Uraraka, hoping to shield themselves from the impending scrutiny. The journalists understood their concerns and promised to keep some informants anonymous, provided they revealed the names of those who had mistreated Izuku. Some investigators aimed to present a different perspective on the case, seeking out those who had supported Izuku during his difficult times. They discovered several neighbors who had helped Izuku in various ways, including a store cashier who would discreetly offer him extra supplies. Since Izuku was too kind to accept free items, the cashier would often have to lie, claiming they had too many and that he could take them for free, which finally convinced him to accept. There was even a training center owner who recounted finding Izuku injured in a park. After taking him to his gym to recover, the owner occasionally trained Izuku and offered him a cleaning job to help him earn some money. The stories of the good people in Izuku's past touched many hearts. Through a Kickstarter campaign and merchandise sales, a significant amount of money was raised to support them as a gesture of gratitude. In stark contrast, the individuals who had harmed Izuku faced severe consequences. His primary school was shut down following an investigation into his treatment, resulting in the dismissal of nearly all the staff. The principal, his homeroom teacher, and the school nurse received the harshest penalties, serving time for child endangerment and neglect. The other students, except for Izuku's main bullies, were given a choice: undergo mandatory therapy for several years, which would be recorded as bullying on their records, or go to court to plead not guilty. Those who lost in court faced juvenile detention, which would lead to prison once they turned 18. Most chose therapy after witnessing one bully's failed court attempt, where the prosecutor exposed the child's deceit using a lie detector quirk. The bully's mother wept as her child was taken from the courtroom to serve time in juvenile detention and later prison for a total of 10 years. This display of justice instilled fear in all of Izuku's tormentors, especially the main 6 and their parents. Achiko's family suffered significant repercussions, losing several contracts due to the negative publicity surrounding their daughter. This was a painful blow for Achiko, who had always wanted to help her parents financially, only to find herself causing them harm. Their company faced financial ruin as stock values plummeted, leading to bankruptcy. Banks denied them loans for recovery due to the events surrounding Izuku and the public's demand for justice. Consequently, they had to shut down their business, adding to Achiko's emotional turmoil. The final blow came when her landlord terminated their lease, forcing her to move back in with her parents and away from her friends. With the support of UA and the government, Achiko was sentenced to 2 years of house arrest with an ankle monitor. After finishing middle school, she would continue under UA supervision, taking additional courses in ethics and law to understand the gravity of her actions. Additionally, she was sentenced to 20 years of community service, and she would never be allowed to remove her ankle monitor. All of this transpired within a matter of days. The Yagi, Todoroki, and Bakugo families managed to buy some time, especially after witnessing Achiko's fate. They hoped Izuku would return or emerge from hiding to forgive them, sparing them from facing consequences similar to those of the Uraraka family. Meanwhile, Izuku sat at home, clad in his merchandise, laughing at the unfolding drama on television. His amusement was interrupted when the news anchor began discussing the next case in interview with Nizu. Nizu, maintaining his usual demeanor, introduced himself as the principal of UA and stated that he was there to talk about Izuku. During their investigation, they had discovered someone who might know Izuku's whereabouts. A photo of Izuku in his Mitsuki form, taken while he was cleaning the beach, appeared on the screen. Nizu continued, explaining that with the police's assistance, they had learned that Izuku was either with or seeking shelter from Mitsuki. He urged anyone who spotted either of them to contact their helpline, clarifying that their intention was not to bring Izuku home but to ensure he was safe and in need of help. As the news segment continued, Izuku became lost in thought, a specific smile forming on his face that Tobirama recognized. Tobirama cautioned him against whatever he was contemplating. Izuku feigned innocence, claiming he had no idea what Tobirama was referring to. Hashirama chuckled, pointing out that Izuku only smiled like that when he was plotting a prank, which often caused his brother headaches. Izuku pretended to be offended, dramatically placing a hand on his chest and declaring that he would never do such a thing. However, he soon dropped the act, grinning once more as he revealed his intention to visit Nizu as Mitsuki. With that, he transformed into his Mitsuki form and dashed to his room to retrieve his mask. A few hours later, Nizu was seen entering his office, closing the door behind him. After pouring himself a cup of tea and settling down, Nizu expressed his exhaustion with the hero lifestyle, wondering how some could thrive in the spotlight. Just then, he heard a sound indicating someone was already seated in the chair across from his desk. Glancing beneath the desk, he noticed a pair of shoes, realizing that someone was waiting for him to acknowledge their presence. Nizu was well aware that few dared to enter his office uninvited. As he jumped into his chair, he discreetly pressed a hidden SOS button beneath the desk, all while pretending not to notice the mysterious figure before him. Those who had worked alongside Nizu could attest that he rarely appeared confused or perplexed. However, the sight before him was so unexpected that it took him several moments to process. The figure was clad in justice for Izuku merchandise from head to toe, their face obscured by a distinctive kitsune mask. It was then that Nizu heard a calm yet chilling voice state that they were the one he had been searching for. Despite himself, Nizu felt a twinge of fear. The figure continued, their tone a mix of arrogance and pride, remarking on Nizu's silence and teasingly asking if a cat had gotten his tongue. They laughed before assuring him that they meant no harm, claiming they could have acted during his speech but chose not to. Instead, they were there because he had wanted it. To be continued. Nizu was uncertain whether the figure before him was truthful, but his instincts told him that this person had no intention of causing harm at that moment. He took a deep breath to calm himself and then asked if the figure was Mitsuki. Izuku nodded and, with a calm demeanor, acknowledged that he had just entered Nizu's office uninvited, but pointed out that Nizu had asked for him. Attempting to be hospitable, Nizu offered tea and gestured toward the freshly brewed pot. Izuku responded with a casual nod, and Nizu began pouring tea into another cup. He handed it to Izuku, who placed it on the table beside an empty chair. Confused by this action, Izuku then reached into his own dimension and produced his own cup, prompting Nizu to pour the tea into it. Before Nizu could inquire about this, Izuku signaled for him to stop, removed his mask, and took a sip from his cup. He then casually suggested that Nizu should brew some coffee. Perplexed, Nizu asked why. Izuku, wearing a carefree expression, explained that he assumed Nizu had already activated a distress signal. He continued, stating that he knew Eraserhead was one of the heroes, and given Nizu's trust in him, it was likely that he was also connected to the police, specifically Detective Tsukachi. Nizu's eyes widened in shock as he processed Izuku's accurate assessment. He wondered why Izuku allowed him to summon help if he was so confident in his abilities. Before Nizu could voice his thoughts, Izuku anticipated his questions and clarified that he had let Nizu call for help to make him feel safer. He assured Nizu that no matter how many heroes arrived, he could handle them without injury and wanted Tsukachi present to confirm his statements. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a scarf shot toward Izuku, attempting to bind him to the chair. In a swift motion, Izuku set his cup down and evaded the scarf, which passed harmlessly through him. He then picked up his cup again, smirking as he asked Aizawa what he had said earlier. Aizawa, having regained his scarf, assumed a fighting stance. Izuku observed him before sighing and indicating that he would demonstrate his power. Aizawa charged forward, noticing that Izuku still held his teacup and appeared completely relaxed. Underestimating his opponent was not Aizawa's style, but he had no idea how vastly superior Izuku was. He activated his quirk, believing it to be similar to Mirio's. Aizawa's eyes widened in disbelief as his fist passed right through Izuku, followed by his entire body. Before he could react, Izuku playfully bumped into him, causing Aizawa to lose his balance and fall face-first to the floor. Izuku then pulled out a phone and snapped a few pictures of Aizawa in his predicament before sitting down in a chair and stating that he could leave if he was unwanted. However, if they truly wished to fight, he was ready to provide a sparring lesson. Both Nizu and Aizawa were taken aback by how effortlessly Izuku had subdued them, realizing he was not joking. Nizu quickly apologized and turned off the distress signal, pouring a cup of coffee and instructing Aizawa to relax. Aizawa sat down in another chair, sipping his coffee with an expression that conveyed his exhaustion, which made Izuku chuckle. Turning his attention back to Nizu, who appeared to have a multitude of questions, Izuku encouraged him to ask away, promising to answer as many as he could, though some might be too personal. Nizu appreciated Izuku's openness and began his inquiries. His first question was about Izuku's well-being, to which Izuku smiled and assured him that he was fine, in fact, better than ever. Both men felt a wave of relief wash over them. The conversation flowed naturally, resembling an interrogation as Nizu asked where Izuku was staying. Izuku replied that he was with his family. Nizu pressed further, asking if Izuku would return to them. Izuku's response hinted at a deeper understanding of the situation, suggesting that it would not be surprising given the circumstances surrounding his past. Nizu then asked how much Izuku knew, to which he confidently replied that he was aware of everything that had transpired. From being neglected to being bullied, to All Might passing his quirk to Izumi instead of Izuku, the room fell silent. The only sound was Izuku sipping tea, as if he hadn't just revealed one of Japan's biggest secrets. Aizawa's first reaction was to nearly spill his coffee, as if his entire reality had shattered. Aizawa stared at Izuku in disbelief before stating that quirks couldn't be passed on. Even if they could, he questioned why All Might wouldn't pass it to his quirkless son. Izuku's gaze turned cold and intense as he revealed that the reason was because they deemed his son unworthy and too weak to inherit it. Aizawa felt a wave of discomfort wash over him in Izuku's presence, who continued to explain that it was the last straw that broke the boy. Noticing Aizawa's pale complexion, Izuku realized he was exuding too much bloodlust. He calmed himself and noticed his Sharingan was active. Though he could have deactivated it, he felt indifferent at that moment. He then apologized, explaining that the boy had been so broken that he lost most of his emotions that day, and it took months, almost years, to rectify their mistake. Nizu took a deep breath, but before he could speak, Izuku pointed to the door behind him, suggesting they let Tsukachi inside. This revelation surprised both Aizawa and Nizu, as well as the detective, who wondered how Izuku had noticed him. Izuku explained that Tsukachi had arrived at the same time as Aizawa and that he had allowed him to hide, making him feel safe and giving him the illusion of having the upper hand. Tsukachi took a seat as Nizu resumed the interrogation. He inquired about the boy's mental state, to which Izuku responded that he was still missing an arm. He had been offered a replacement but chose to decline it. When asked why, Izuku explained that the boy felt it reminded him of the world's unfairness and served as motivation to become stronger to protect others. Nizu then asked how strong Izuku was. Izuku looked contemplative, recalling the time he had confronted All Might. He declared that Izuku could make his own encounter with All Might seem like child's play. This statement captured everyone's attention. The detective pressed further, questioning if Izuku had truly defeated All Might so easily and whether he deserved it. Izuku's expression turned predatory as he asserted that All Might deserved everything he had received, adding that they should be grateful he hadn't live-streamed it. Kurama reminded Izuku to calm down and alerted him when he was losing control of his emotions. After regaining his composure, Izuku stated that All Might would be fortunate if he faced death, as he and his new family were far from finished with him. They wouldn't resort to killing his tormentors, but they wouldn't stop until they felt justice had been served. Everyone in the room swallowed hard, aware that they could do little to stop them even if they tried. Nizu then shifted the topic, asking if Izuku's name was truly Mitsuki. Izuku confirmed it was one of the names he went by, which explained why Nizu had difficulty locating him in an orphanage. Nizu then inquired about Izuku's future plans, to which Izuku replied that he wanted to be the symbol of justice. When asked about peace, he remarked that peace was a lie and that true peace could only be achieved if people understood that every action has consequences. Nizu, gathering his courage, asked if Izuku would help calm the media down to lessen the punishments. Izuku took a final sip from his cup before dismissively stating that they should be grateful to be alive. As he stood to leave, the door swung open, revealing All Might and Green Tornado in their hero suits. They demanded to know where their son was. Izuku simply nodded and defiantly gestured at them, declaring that he would not return to them. All Might, enraged by the mysterious figure who had kidnapped his son, assumed a battle stance and prepared to attack. As All Might closed the distance, he noticed Izuku's red-patterned eyes, which sent chills down his spine. To All Might, it felt as if Izuku towered over him, like a giant looking down at an insignificant ant. Izuku's expression remained calm yet cold, and with a dangerous tone, he reminded All Might of his place. All Might knelt, breathing heavily and sweating as memories from 2 years ago flooded back. Slowly, he looked up to see a smirk on Izuku's face, who was radiating an overwhelming presence that made All Might feel nauseous. Izuku leaned closer, placing a hand on All Might's shoulder, and All Might felt as though he was inches away from death. With an even wider smirk, Izuku playfully yet menacingly asked if All Might wanted to go for another round. If All Might were to describe the suffocating aura surrounding Izuku, he could only compare it to being in the presence of a furious god. Inko, Nizu, Aizawa, and Tsukachi stood in stunned silence. This mysterious figure had incapacitated the symbol of peace without even launching an attack. It was true that All Might's personality had its flaws, especially in how he treated those without quirks or those deemed evil or weak. However, he always balanced his shortcomings with his immense strength and fighting prowess. Yet, no one had ever witnessed him give up so completely, especially not before a fight had even commenced. Izuku stood, his hand resting on All Might's shoulder, and turned to the others, stating that he was not there to fight, but a few moments earlier, All Might had thought Izuku was distracted while he spoke to the others. Seizing the opportunity, he prepared to attack Izuku with all his might. Izuku, trained in chakra-enhanced strength by Tsunade, knew he could easily shatter the ground or a building with a single punch. All Might attempted to leap from his crouched position, aiming to close the distance and strike Izuku. Instead, he created a massive crater beneath him, and Izuku glanced back at All Might, who paled at the demonstration of true strength. Everyone in the room realized All Might had tried to attack Izuku, and they felt a wave of fear at what might happen if they provoked this individual further. Nizu struggled to find words to calm All Might, but the shock of Izuku's power left him speechless. The room was filled with disbelief as Izuku held All Might down with just his palm. He turned to All Might, using his free hand to gesture as if about to flick something. His hand moved closer to All Might's forehead until it was mere inches away. With a smirk, he stated that he would show All Might what true strength was. In an instant, Izuku flicked All Might's forehead, and before anyone could comprehend the action, All Might was propelled at incredible speed, crashing through multiple walls before finally stopping. Izuku then turned away as if nothing had happened, declaring that he had not come to fight, but if All Might truly desired a battle, he would provide one to remember. His display of power and amused expression suggested that he would gladly take on more heroes if they were summoned. He then addressed Nizu, asking if he had heard of the red-eyed devil. Nizu's expression shifted to one of fear as he stammered that Izuku could not possibly be that person. Izuku confirmed his identity, leaving Tsukachi bewildered, who simply looked at Nizu and affirmed that Izuku was telling the truth. Nizu felt as if he were frozen in place, panic washing over him. Izuku leaned closer, crouching to meet Nizu's gaze, pointing in the direction All Might had been thrown. With a sly smirk, he posed a question about what would happen if he unleashed his full power on All Might right then and there. Nizu felt the presence of someone who thrived in battle, his heart racing as he recalled the last time he had felt such terror. He likened it to the Grim Reaper whispering promises of chaos. Nizu slapped his hand over his face, trying to compose himself before stating that it would be a mess to clean up. He knew that Izuku could easily take out thousands of people with top-tier quirks within an hour. As Izuku stood up, his smirk faded, and he remarked that Nizu was no fun, expressing his disappointment at not being able to fight more. He approached the hole in the wall and called out to All Might, urging him not to die yet, as his family was not finished with him. Before leaving, he added that he would send his regards to All Might's family. With a wave to the group, Izuku vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique, leaving everyone in awe. Nizu fell back, his knees giving way from fear, and with a shaky voice, he asked Aizawa to help him back to his chair. The others shared his concern, wondering who this person truly was. Nizu answered their unspoken question, explaining that Izuku was one of the most dangerous individuals in the world, and they had nearly made an enemy of him. He expressed his fear of what could have happened if Izuku's patience had worn thin. Aizawa instructed Inko to retrieve the unconscious All Might from the rubble and take him to the infirmary. He and Tsukachi sat down, and Aizawa posed the obvious question about what had caused such fear. Nizu's eyes were filled with dread as he looked at Aizawa and explained that a few years prior, Izuku had assisted rebels in dismantling the entire Bratva network in just a few months. He described how, during his last raid, Izuku had infiltrated a compound guarded by thousands of mercenaries and gang members, defeating them all in a matter of hours. As he recounted the story, Nizu's hands trembled, spilling tea as he tried to calm his nerves. Aizawa gently placed his hand over Nizu's to steady him, and after taking a sip of tea, Nizu continued, stating that the day was known as DRD, which had instilled fear in both heroes and villains alike. Curious, Aizawa and Tsukachi asked what DRD stood for, prompting Nizu to take a deep breath before revealing that it stood for Devil's Red Dance. Meaning that if one is fighting with the devil, it might as well feel like a lost cause, as the ground would be stained with their own despair. Tsukachi and Aizawa were both astonished to learn the origin of this myth. Tsukachi then questioned whether it was a bit far-fetched. Nizu regarded him with a serious expression before explaining that many had thought the same until the figure in question ventured east towards America to dismantle Southern America's drag cartel. He and another known as Absolute Zero had single-handedly brought the entire drag empire to its knees within 2 years. After sharing this, he displayed images from various crime scenes, if one could even classify them as such. Each picture revealed a more disturbing reality than the last. Finally, he presented a video of the two engaged in battle against an army hired by the cartel. It appeared less like a fight and more like a nightmarish spectacle, with the two figures overwhelming their opponents with relentless ferocity, as if they relished the chaos. Before the video concluded, Tsukachi rushed to the nearest trash can, overwhelmed by nausea. His face drained of color and his eyes wide with shock, he stammered, questioning whether that monster had been standing right there with them. Nizu nodded in acknowledgement, fully understanding the detective's fear. They were in the same room as Mitsuki, who embodied the very essence of death. After an hour of discussion, they decided to call it a day, but then All Might stumbled into the room, leaning on Inko for support. With a fierce tone, he demanded to know where they could find the monster, insisting they needed to rescue his son from such a threat. The three who were ready to end the night felt a wave of disbelief wash over them. Nizu was about to respond when Inko interrupted, expressing her fear for her son and how terrified he must be. Tears streamed down her face, and Nizu opened his mouth to comfort her, only to be cut off by All Might. With a determined smile, he proposed that they call every hero in Japan for assistance, turning to Tsukachi to ask if he could rally the police force to join their cause. Before the situation could escalate further, Aizawa deactivated All Might's heroic form, revealing his true appearance. All Might was taken aback, attempting to cover up his vulnerability, but Nizu interjected, stating that both Tsukachi and Aizawa were aware of the full truth surrounding One for All. All Might was about to protest when the detective stepped in, revealing that Mitsuki had shared everything, including how All Might had deemed Izuku unworthy of inheriting the power. The realization struck All Might hard, as he understood that someone as formidable as Mitsuki was aware of his secret. He speculated that Mitsuki must be collaborating with All for One, the only one who could have disclosed such information. Aizawa, feeling exasperated by All Might's antics, pointed out that it was not All for One but rather his son who had revealed the truth. He reminded All Might that his actions had deeply affected Izuku, both emotionally and physically. After a weary sigh, Aizawa added that he was beginning to see Mitsuki's perspective, at least in terms of the need for All Might to face some DSPLN. With that, Aizawa and Tsukachi departed from UA. Nizu turned to the couple and informed them that the following morning, they would announce that neither the police nor UA would provide assistance regarding Izuku's confession. Nizu advised them to consider pleading guilty in court, as Mitsuki had been truthful about Izuku's unwillingness to help. He noted that Izuku did not wish for them to suffer a quick end, but rather to endure the consequences of their actions. Before leaving his disheveled office, Nizu cast one last glance at the couple and remarked that if they accepted their punishment, there might still be a chance for them to return to a semblance of normalcy after serving their time. With that, he departed, leaving the couple in stunned silence, forced to confront their situation alone. As Nizu walked down the corridor, he chuckled softly, thinking that perhaps now they would experience a fraction of the helplessness and despair Izuku had felt on that fateful day. To be continued. The morning after Izuku's visit to UA, everyone was engaged in their usual activities, except for him and Toga. They sat together in the living room, watching TV and chatting. However, Toga had been troubled by something for quite some time. Initially, she dismissed it, thinking it was nothing, but every time they were with the others, she noticed the pained and sad expression on Izuku's face. That same expression was evident now, mixed with deep thought. He seemed to be carrying an immense burden while trying to solve a significant mystery. It was difficult for her to see him in pain while concealing it from everyone else, so she decided to confront him now that they were alone. She looked at him and called out, "Aizu?" But he remained lost in his thoughts. Concerned, she raised her voice, "Aiz?" Still, there was no response. This made her worry. What could possibly occupy his mind so completely? Taking a more serious tone, she called out his full name, "Izuku?" He turned around abruptly, as if startled from a trance, which made her chuckle briefly before adopting a serious expression. Izuku, with a concerned look, asked if something was wrong. Toga gazed at him uneasily and inquired about his troubles. Initially, he attempted to downplay it, suggesting she had misinterpreted the situation. But Toga was no fool. She had known him for years and could tell when he was in pain and hiding something. With a serious yet caring tone, she said, "I know you're hiding something painful. I understand you don't want to burden me, but as a couple, your problems are my problems and vice versa." Izuku smiled at her words before slowly leaning in for a gentle kiss. He hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to share his feelings, knowing it might lead her to experience similar pain. However, her words resonated deeply within him, prompting him to open up. He began, "You know how everyone has helped us so much?" Toga nodded in response, encouraging him to continue. "Well, I sometimes feel sad that the others don't have a normal life outside this compound." Toga reflected on this, realizing that everyone except for them and Orochimaru was always at the base, with no relationships, hobbies, or jobs outside of it. Izuku noticed her understanding and pressed on, "I want to find a way to change that. I want them to be as happy as we are. They deserve to live full lives, to find love, and to create memories beyond these walls. I can't help but feel that we are trapping them here with us." He then expressed a thought that struck Toga deeply. "I feel like their bond with us has grown too strong, making it impossible for them to ask Orochimaru to lift the jutsu. This creates a situation where they can't return to their lives in the afterlife. Their immortality makes it even harder to leave this place, as it would cause too much trouble if they were discovered." As Izuku spoke, Toga felt tears welling up in her eyes. She understood now why he had been in pain and why he had kept it hidden for so long. Overwhelmed with emotion, she jumped into his arms, causing them both to tumble back onto the couch. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she whispered, "Aizu, I didn't know. How could I have been so selfish not to notice their pain?" Izuku didn't want Toga to blame herself, so he gently pushed her back and placed a soft kiss on her lips. He reassured her, "I'm trying to find a solution, but I don't want the others to know. They would just brush it off and lie to spare us worry, which would only cause more pain for all of us." Before they could delve deeper into the conversation, a special news report interrupted them. Unbeknownst to them, someone had overheard their entire discussion before the interruption. The live press conference featured Nizu, flanked by the other UA teachers, the police commissioner general of their town, and Tsukachi. They were there to announce their position on the court case involving Japan versus Yagi and others. Nizu tapped his microphone softly to ensure it was on before beginning his statement. "Good morning, everyone. We welcome you to our press conference. Without further ado, we are here today with all the UA staff, the Police Commissioner General of Mizudafu, and Detective Tsukachi." As camera flashes filled the room, Nizu continued, "Today, we will release a statement regarding our stance on this unfortunate case. We at UA have agreed to side with Japan and support whatever punishment is deemed appropriate for the guilty parties. We cannot overlook what has been done to Izuku." Taking a deep breath to steady himself amid the tension, Nizu added, "Everyone involved in the case of harming Izuku will face justice, including All Might. Despite his status as a former student and the symbol of peace, he too must stand trial for his actions." That was all for him as he left the podium. The commissioner approached the microphone and expressed gratitude to All Might and Green Tornado for their assistance. However, he frowned as he continued, noting that despite their good deeds, they could not overshadow the harm done, especially when it involved a child. He concluded by thanking everyone for their attention before stepping away for the detective to take the stand. Tsukachi, wearing a serious expression, agreed with the previous speaker. He declared his intention to be present in court, dedicated to uncovering the full truth. He hoped Izuku was watching, assuring him that justice would be served. After leaving the podium, the detective noticed the journalists becoming increasingly animated. At home, Izuku smiled, touched by the concern everyone showed for him. Toga, noticing his emotions, hugged him tightly and showered him with affectionate kisses on the cheek. The press conference continued for another hour as journalists posed various questions to the speakers. The defense attorney representing Todoroki, Bakugo, and Yagi had been stalling for so long that the audience began to grow impatient. Eventually, the Supreme Court of Japan issued a summons for them to appear in court within 2 days, warning that failure to comply would result in an arrest warrant. In a dimly lit room, AFO sat connected to various tubes, sharing a moment of amusement with Shigaraki. Shigaraki laughed so hard that he had to clutch his stomach, struggling not to disintegrate it. FO, caught up in the laughter, struck the table with his fist, causing it to crack. They paused for a moment, staring at the damaged table before bursting into laughter again. It was early morning when sunlight streamed into Izuku's face, waking him in a room he barely recognized. After a moment of confusion, he realized he was still at Bratva HQ. Just as he attempted to rise, a hand wrapped around his waist, pulling him back into bed. He looked down to see a sleepy Toga, mumbling for 5 more minutes before drifting back to sleep. Izuku leaned down to kiss her forehead, then summoned Kurama to keep an eye on her, not wanting her to get lost or into trouble. After leaving the bed, he dressed and headed to the kitchen. As he walked through the HQ, he noticed several members of the Bratva either passed out or nursing hangovers. He grinned, recalling the wild party from the night before, where everyone had enjoyed themselves. Suddenly, a memory sent a shiver down his spine, the near-drunken brawl between Madara and Hashirama. The thought of 2 immortal beings with limitless power almost clashing was unsettling. Izuku felt grateful that Tobirama and Tsunade managed to prevent Hashirama from escalating the situation, and that he, along with Itachi and Sasuke, had been able to stop Madara. Tsunade had spent the rest of the night out drinking the Russian members and gambling away her money. Vladimir found her entertaining and even suggested Izuku bring her around more often, likely due to the potential financial gain. Sasuke enjoyed the company of the girls, while Itachi became enamored with Anatoly's extensive library collection, spending the night drinking and reading. Orochimaru engaged in his usual activities, and Haku excelled at darts and billiards, winning most of the time. Toga, however, was the most unpredictable, teaching others about body disposal techniques while intoxicated. Initially, it was amusing, but it soon began to unsettle the other members due to her extensive knowledge. Anatoly laughed heartily at the chaos, while Izuku decided to join him in taking shots. Before long, they felt like honorary members of the Bratva thanks to the festivities. Once he recalled the events of the night, Izuku reached the dining room and requested the chef to prepare some small thick pancakes, accompanied by a viscous fruit dish. Just as he settled down to eat, he spotted Anatoly entering the dining room, wearing sunglasses and moving sluggishly. He approached Izuku and requested a Russian omelette. Lifting his sunglasses, Anatoly lamented that he should never drink against Izuku's family again, recalling the hangover he had not experienced since Izuku helped them 2 years prior. He rested his head on the table, regretting the numerous shots he had taken the previous evening. Feeling sympathetic, Izuku offered to help cure Anatoly's hangover. Anatoly looked at him skeptically, unsure of what Izuku could do. Izuku then produced a small leather pouch and retrieved one of his homemade medical food pills, handing it to Anatoly. Although initially hesitant, Anatoly accepted it, and Izuku assured him that it would be easier to show than explain. Within 10 minutes, Anatoly felt revitalized. The pain in his joints and stiffness in his neck vanished, and the hangover was a distant memory. They continued chatting while eating, and soon everyone else joined them in the dining hall. Suddenly, Vladimir burst into the room, clearly searching for someone. When he spotted Anatoly and Izuku, he wasted no time sharing exciting news about something remarkable happening in Japan. This announcement captured everyone's attention, and they turned to the flat screen mounted on the wall. Izuku grabbed the remote and increased the volume. It was a press conference featuring All Might, who was attempting to defend himself against serious allegations. He insisted that he had played no part in harming his son, claiming that Izuku was simply misguided and misunderstood the situation. All Might expressed that they would never harm or neglect him and urged Izuku to come home, assuring him that they missed him and would forgive him for misleading the public with his video. The conference continued, with Endeavor providing a statement on behalf of his daughter and son. After Endeavor, a defense lawyer spoke on behalf of Bakugo. The dining room became so tense that it was hard to breathe. Izuku radiated an intense aura that caused most of the members to faint, while those who remained were either kneeling or lying on the floor, struggling to catch their breath. The only ones who could withstand his presence were Madara, Tobirama, and Orochimaru. Despite their ability to handle the tension, they felt a hint of fear toward Izuku in that moment. Tobirama placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder, intending to calm him down. However, when they turned to look at Izuku's face, they saw a mix of rage and chilling calmness. His eyes were devoid of emotion, dark and cold. Everyone was frozen in place, including his family, who had never witnessed this side of him before. Those from Bratva, however, knew all too well what could happen when he lost control. They all believed that one wrong move could unleash Izuku's wrath, a sight no one wanted to witness, much less experience. Time seemed to slow down. What felt like an hour was barely a minute. With a clear but emotionless tone, Izuku declared that he had intended to save this for another time, but if they truly desired it, he would confront All Might, referring to him with disdain. Izuku then suppressed his overwhelming aura, yet his demeanor remained unchanged. Most of the gang members quietly fled, while others carried their unconscious friends to another room, not daring to speak to Izuku. He looked at them with the same expression and assured them he would return shortly, stating he just needed to retrieve some things before using his ability to warp away. His family realized they had been holding their breath until he left. Orochimaru and Madara then turned to Anatoly, asking if he had ever seen this side of Izuku, as it was their first time witnessing it. Anatoly nodded solemnly and confirmed that he had. He then asked one of his captains, who possessed a memory projection quirk, to share memories of the last raid from 2 years ago, the day Izuku earned his title as the Red-eyed Devil. The memories revealed Izuku's perspective, showing the events that led to his transformation. After an hour of witnessing the horrors of Izuku's actions, including his relentless pursuit of vengeance, they all began to cry. Anatoly understood their pain, having seen how despair could turn a person into a weapon. Just then he heard someone cough behind him, trying to get his attention. Izuku admitted that those moments were not his proudest, but he wouldn't change a thing, believing that his target deserved every bit of what he had done. This revelation made everyone flinch at the darkness within Izuku, especially since his expression remained unchanged. He leaned closer to Anatoly and whispered his request. Anatoly was taken aback by Izuku's demand, expecting something entirely different. As he began to discuss the price, Izuku interrupted, stating that everything needed was already in his office. Before anyone could inquire further, Izuku assured them they would need to wait and see. Despite his cold demeanor, he reassured them that he wouldn't act recklessly. He then asked to be left alone until his return, and everyone agreed, knowing that their presence might only complicate matters. They all shared a goodbye hug with Izuku, except for Toga, who began to cry during her embrace. Izuku comforted her, giving her a gentle kiss on the cheek, and told her to trust him, promising he would return in a few days. Trusting his words, Toga released him from the hug and rejoined the others. Tobirama and Orochimaru then teleported everyone back to the base, leaving Izuku behind. He turned to Anatoly and apologized for any distress he had caused among his comrades, but Anatoly reassured him that it was understandable. They then proceeded to Anatoly's office to plan the events that Izuku intended to set in motion. A few hours after the press conference organized by All Might and his allies, the Supreme Court of Japan released an official statement. They announced that the accused individuals would be tried collectively, as each had played a significant role in the alleged harm inflicted on the accuser in this case. The defendant's press conference was live-streamed and subsequently shared across various social media platforms. Their statements raised questions regarding Izuku's claims against them. While most people continued to support Izuku, some began to consider the situation from All Might's perspective. As the symbol of peace, All Might's involvement brought a hint of doubt to Izuku's narrative. A small number of individuals even suggested that Izuku might have fabricated his story or manipulated the events he described. This shift in public perception offered All Might and his allies a glimmer of hope regarding the outcome of the trial. It was announced that the case would be held 2 days after the press release, allowing the defense time to prepare and the Supreme Court to assemble a jury capable of viewing the case with objectivity. On the day of the trial, the Supreme Court opted for an undisclosed location to avoid attracting unwanted attention and potential disruptions from villains. As the clock struck 7 a.m., people began arriving at the courtroom, with the trial set to commence at 8 a.m. In the courtroom, the families of Yagi, Bakugo, and Todoroki occupied the defendant's side, accompanied by several highly regarded defense attorneys. On the prosecutor's side, UA staff, pro-heroes, Tsukachi, lawyers, and key government officials were present. Nizu sipped his tea while observing the room, his gaze landing on All Might, whose cheerful demeanor suggested he was unaware of the consequences of his earlier statements. As the clock struck 8 a.m., the judge entered and took her seat. The bailiff announced the court session, prompting everyone except the judge to rise. Once seated, the judge addressed the room. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will now hear the case of the people of Japan versus the Bakugo, Todoroki, and Yagi families. Are both sides ready?" she inquired. With nods from everyone present, the defense attorney affirmed their readiness, followed by the prosecutor's confirmation. The judge then instructed the clerk to swear in the jury, and after a brief moment, she signaled the deputy district attorney to begin. The deputy district attorney stood and addressed the jury, stating that the defendants faced multiple charges. He explained that the alleged incidents occurred over a decade, from July of one year to July 16th of another. He took a moment to gather his thoughts before continuing, mentioning a recently released video that had sparked global outrage. This video purportedly showcased evidence of physical and emotional abuse endured by the accuser over the years. Despite the evidence being of questionable admissibility, the deputy district attorney assured the jury that it had been thoroughly verified for authenticity, confirming no tampering had occurred. He insisted that the evidence would demonstrate the defendant's guilt. In response, the defense attorney stood with confidence, asserting that under the law, his clients were presumed innocent until proven guilty. He claimed that no substantial evidence would be presented against them and that the truth would reveal that the families had not committed any heinous acts. He argued that the children had not bullied the accuser but had merely played with him in a manner that was misinterpreted. He further explained that the parents had not neglected their son but had given him the space he needed during his rebellious phase due to his quirkless status. The prosecution began with the Bakugo siblings, detailing how they allegedly used their explosive quirks to harm the accuser daily, both physically and emotionally. The defense countered, stating that their actions were merely playful and that their quirks often made them appear more aggressive than they intended. They explained that the adrenaline associated with their quirks was a necessary response for survival. Next, the focus shifted to the Todoroki twins. The prosecutor outlined how they had allegedly used their fire and ice abilities to inflict frostbite and burns on the accuser. This line of questioning continued until it reached the Yagi family, where the prosecutor highlighted the mother's neglect following her son's diagnosis as quirkless. He described how the son had to fend for himself, scavenging for food and working from a young age to survive. The defense attorney attempted to provide justifications for her actions, but the courtroom remained tense as the trial unfolded. He tried to convince himself that their son was simply distancing himself, going through a rebellious phase and wanting to assert his independence. He thought that if this was the case, it was his fault for not seeking help from the authorities. Inko, on the other hand, was overwhelmed with emotion during the questioning, tears streaming down her face as she absorbed the gravity of her son's situation. She expressed her regret, acknowledging that she should have done more. If her son returned, she vowed to be a better mother, believing wholeheartedly that he would forgive them without hesitation. The case involving the Yagi family dragged on, with images of his room displayed from when he disappeared. They discussed how his sister had bullied him, and she attempted to defend herself, insisting that she would never harm her brother and only wanted him to be safe. There was a break before All Might's turn to testify, and fatigue began to settle in among everyone present. The trial had now lasted 12 hours, and even those watching from home felt the weight of exhaustion. Nizu, along with his staff and several other pro-heroes, sat together, eating food that had been ordered in. They were mentally drained by the case, especially since many of them knew the truth but were powerless until real evidence emerged. They noticed the Yagi family sitting nearby. Inko had puffy eyes from crying, and Izumi looked equally worn out, though her exhaustion seemed more profound. All Might, however, maintained his usual grin, which only added to the frustration of those observing from Nizu's side, who worried that he might evade justice due to a lack of solid evidence. Then, Nizu caught sight of something in his peripheral vision that no one else noticed. Within moments, he began to smile and laugh maniacally, sending shivers down the spines of those around him. Eraserhead emerged from his sleeping bag, yawning and rubbing his eyes before asking Nizu why he was laughing, noting that the Yagi family appeared to be winning. Nizu simply shook his head, assuring them that there was nothing to worry about and that the truth would come to light before the trial concluded. They resumed eating before returning to the courtroom. When it was All Might's turn to face prosecution and defense, the process took longer than expected due to his status as the symbol of peace. They highlighted his efforts to support people from all walks of life, emphasizing his sacrifices for others. They also drew parallels between his actions and those of his wife regarding their son. Before All Might was allowed to speak, he noticed a familiar face in the back of the courtroom, someone who had not been there at the start but had arrived later. Squinting to get a better view, he felt a chill run down his spine as he recognized Mitsuki, sitting and smiling from the last bench. Even as the trial seemed to sway in their favor, her smile and wave toward him filled him with dread. When prompted to state his plea, he confidently declared himself not guilty. His ego flared as he asserted that he was innocent until proven otherwise, claiming that the evidence presented by Izuku was merely a form of revenge for the attention given to his sister. He expressed confusion over why his son harbored such resentment, insisting that they had done nothing wrong. With a self-satisfied smirk, he proclaimed that they would continue to love and forgive Izuku, despite the turmoil he had caused. They would seek the professional help he needed, affirming their commitment to him as a family. Just as the judge was about to bring the gavel down, a loud crashing noise echoed through the courtroom, shaking the very walls. Everyone turned to see the doors flung open with force, revealing a young man in formal attire standing in the doorway, as if he had kicked the doors open. He lowered his foot, and a guard approached him, informing him that this was a private trial and that he needed to leave or face arrest. When the guard attempted to escort him out, he suddenly fell to his knees, gasping for breath. The young man exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation that caused the guard to faint. Panic rippled through the courtroom, but the judge quickly regained control by striking her gavel against the sound block, demanding order. Once calm was restored, the judge pointed her gavel at the intruder, her tone serious yet furious as she asked who he was and what gave him the right to disrupt the trial. The young man flashed a confident smile and replied that the trial was about him, so he had invited himself. He winked at the judge, leaving everyone in the room stunned. The courtroom was brought to a standstill. Eyes widened and mouths fell agape as everyone remained in a state of shock. The person they had been trying to find for years now stood right in front of them. A few hours earlier, Izuku was at Bratva's headquarters. He summoned a shadow clone and transformed it into Mitsuki. He then turned to Anatoly and asked if they had the information. Anatoly handed him a piece of paper with an address they had traced from the website streaming the trial live. Izuku memorized it with his shadow clone before burning the note. He inquired if everything else was ready, to which Anatoly nodded. The shadow clone and Izuku exchanged nods before proceeding with the next phase of the plan. The shadow clone was to reach the court's location and mark it with a Flying Thunder God formula, allowing Izuku to teleport there easily. After marking the location, the clone was to infiltrate the trial unnoticed. However, Nizu spotted him. The shadow clone placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and used sign language to convey that Izuku had planned to present more evidence. Nizu smiled, acknowledging their plan, and made an excuse to the people around him, assuring them they would understand soon. Once the break was over, the shadow clone blended into the crowd, taking a seat on the bench farthest from the judge. He caught All Might's attention, intending to play with him. Meanwhile, Izuku was changing into his chosen attire. The day before, he had arranged for a tailor to create a perfectly fitting formal outfit. He had also altered his hair and eye color from black to green. After waving goodbye to Anatoly, who wished him good luck, Izuku laughed and confidently stated that he didn't need luck. He was ready to make an impact, and what they would see on the live stream would shock everyone. He then teleported away. In an instant, Izuku found himself in a well-hidden location. He scanned the area before locating the door leading to the trial. He reached for the handle but hesitated, thinking better of it. Instead, he backed up slightly and kicked the door open with enough force to slam it against the wall. He would be lying if he said the attention he received didn't feel good. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to face him. One of the guards rushed toward him, intending to remove him from the premises. This action irritated Izuku, as he felt he had every right to be there. When the guard laid a hand on him, Izuku released a wave of intimidation, causing the guard to fall to his knees and faint. Panic spread through the room at his actions, but Izuku remained unfazed, waiting for everyone to calm down. After a few moments, the crowd settled. The judge looked at him sternly, pointing her gavel in his direction. Though her tone was serious, he could sense her underlying frustration as she demanded to know who he was and what gave him the right to disrupt her trial. Izuku smirked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he replied that the trial was about him, so he had invited himself. In a playful mood, he winked at the judge, hoping to sway her opinion in his favor with a friendlier approach. Meanwhile, at Izuku's home, everyone wore expressions of shock. Even Orochimaru was taken aback, unable to predict Izuku's boldness in pulling off such a stunt. His appearance at the trial sent shockwaves through the internet. Viewers of the live stream flooded social media with posts, news outlets rushed to publish articles about his arrival, and new hashtags began trending everywhere. Some of the tags included #DidYouMissMe, #KarmaBitch, and humorous ones like #IzukuForPresident. Back in the courtroom, a significant issue arose. No one could definitively identify him, as they had no idea what he looked or sounded like. The only reference they had was the recording he had released. Standing in the middle of the courtroom, Izuku spoke, but no one heard him due to their shock. He closed his eyes and sighed in annoyance, then opened them again to find that no one had recovered. Seeing everyone staring at him as if he might vanish, he pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration and declared that he was indeed Izuku Yagi. He pointed at the unconscious guard and asked what they should do with him. Nizu was the first to regain his composure. He pointed to an empty spot on a bench and asked if it was really him. Izuku effortlessly lifted the guard and placed him gently on the bench. Turning back to Nizu, he expressed his annoyance at their continued shock, questioning how it could take so little to fracture their minds. Every pro-hero in the room felt insulted, but none dared to correct him. Especially since they had just witnessed him make an ex-pro hero faint from sheer bloodlust. One by one, people began to regain their composure, and the judge finally asked if Izuku could prove himself to be who he claimed. Izuku sighed and rubbed his chin before stating in a monotone voice that he was Izumi Yagi, born 13 years ago on July 16th, with 2 quirks, strength enhancement and telekinesis. He mentioned Inko Yagi, also known as Green Tornado, formerly Inko Midoriya, who had 1 quirk, which was telekinesis. Everyone could see where this was heading and turned to All Might, who yelled for Izuku to stop, his face filled with fear as he begged this stranger not to continue. They all turned back to Izuku, expecting an answer. He looked at All Might with an unamused expression and simply asked why, before smirking and continuing with his statement about Toshinori Yagi, also known as All Might. He noted that All Might had 1 quirk but originally was quirkless. All Might lunged at Izuku, trying to stop him. He placed both hands on Izuku's shoulders and pleaded with him to stop. Izuku first glanced at the hands on him, then looked up at All Might with a look of disdain. He placed his left hand on All Might's arm and smiled in a way that was both unsettling and intimidating. He locked eyes with All Might and asked who had given him permission to touch him. Before anyone could process his words, a sickening cracking noise echoed through the room. All Might fell to his knees, holding his arm in pain. He looked up at Izuku, ready to speak, but Izuku, still wearing a terrifying smirk, lifted a finger to his lips and shushed him, warning that it would be a shame to be defeated by a child on an international live stream. His display of power made it clear that his words were not an empty threat, leaving everyone frozen in place, unwilling to escalate the situation. Izuku then turned his gaze to the camera broadcasting the event, before looking up at the judge with an amused smirk as he continued his statement. He explained that Toshinori Yagi, also known as All Might, had 1 quirk but was originally quirkless. His quirk, 1 for All, was a stockpiling strength enhancement that could be passed down from person to person, making him the 8th holder of this power. He revealed that 1 for All originated from a supervillain who had lived for over 200 years. As Izuku scanned the room, he noticed the shocked, horrified, and agitated expressions on everyone's faces. He looked down at All Might, who was in shock, so stunned that he had forgotten his arm was broken, his face pale. Understanding they needed time to process this information, Izuku chose to sit down and wait for them to regain their composure. Meanwhile, in a dark room, AFO and Shigaraki were laughing at the hero's reaction to Izuku. They found amusement in how he had entered the trial, incapacitated the guard, and shared his family's information. However, their laughter ceased when AFO heard Izuku casually reveal one of Japan's biggest secrets to the world. The shock made AFO spit out his drink, unable to contain his surprise. Shigaraki, equally shocked, looked to AFO for confirmation, and AFO nodded, realizing this could cause a significant uproar. He began to take Izuku seriously, no longer underestimating him. The state of Izuku's adoptive family was no better. While some remained unfazed, knowing Izuku would do something drastic, many believed he was now fully against his biological family, ready to cause as much damage as possible. Bratva HQ was in chaos, everyone stunned. Even though Anatoly had been warned by Izuku earlier, he found himself at a loss for words. The same was true everywhere, heroes, villains, and civilians alike. With just a few words, Izuku had brought the world to a standstill. After a few minutes, Izuku grew tired of waiting. He stood up, approached a wall, and raised his clenched fist before slamming it into the surface, causing it to collapse and jolting everyone back to reality. He then stated nonchalantly that he understood they were having a hard time processing everything. He didn't want to seem rude but suggested that those following the trial and he himself had places to be, so it would be best to wrap things up. Izuku looked toward the judge and asked if she needed more proof of his claim to be Izuku Yagi. The judge shook her head, indicating no. Asuna clasped her hands together and, with a serious tone, urged him to continue, stating that they had both his and the world's attention. With that, Izuku approached the podium next to the judge, sitting down, signaling that he would be the final witness and living evidence in this case. Izuku sat on the witness stand beside the judge, smirking at her with an amused tone as he suggested they begin. Initially, the judge felt a chill run down her spine, intimidated by Izuku's immense power. However, she quickly regained her composure, reading his body language and realizing he meant no harm. She glanced at the others in the courtroom and back at Izuku, smirking as she remarked that he had certainly captured everyone's attention. Pointing her gavel at the door and the hole in the wall, she playfully questioned whether it was necessary to disrupt her courtroom. Izuku shrugged from his podium, casually responding that it was the quickest way to get attention. He assured her he would take full responsibility for the damages. Before she could speak, he raised his hand to pause her, looking directly into the camera as he addressed his mentor. He requested a transfer of 107 million yen from his account to Judge Asuna's, knowing she was watching. Confusion swept through the courtroom as Izuku settled back into his seat. Asuna was about to respond, but he asked her to wait a moment. Silence enveloped the room until Asuna's phone vibrated, signaling a notification. Izuku encouraged her to check it, and though she was puzzled, she understood his reasoning. The message revealed that an offshore account had transferred 107 million yen to her account. She almost inquired how he knew her account number but stopped, realizing he would likely remain an enigma. Asuna smiled at him, expressing her gratitude before returning to the proceedings. She struck her gavel firmly, declaring the trial would continue with Izuku as the main witness and victim of the crimes. Izuku looked at her with a pained expression and requested a favor, that everyone refer to him simply as Izuku from that point forward. He explained that it was due to the charges against those present. Though an unusual request, Asuna recognized its significance to him and granted it. The prosecutor approached the witness stand cautiously, much like a wild animal approaching a hand, unsure of the outcome. Izuku sighed in annoyance, assuring everyone he meant no harm unless provoked. A collective sigh of relief filled the courtroom, confirming their safety. However, Izuku noticed his tormentors appeared relieved as well, which only fueled his annoyance. He glanced at the defense lawyers, his tormentors, and their families, and the atmosphere grew tense as he released a heavy aura of intent. Those he focused on felt as if they were being weighed down by an invisible force, finally understanding why a guard had fainted earlier. A cold, menacing tone emerged as he declared that he didn't mean them, stating they did not deserve his mercy and that most of them deserved prison. Apologizing to the judge for his outburst, he acknowledged that they had truly angered him. The proceedings resumed with the prosecutor asking the clerk to swear Izuku in, prompting him to promise to tell the truth. The prosecutor then asked him to share his story. Izuku closed his eyes, recalling a past memory, and began to speak in a joyful tone about his early childhood. He described the first 4 years of his life as wonderful, filled with loving parents who cared for him and his sister. They took them to the beach, carnivals, and provided everything a child could need. They went out of their way to fulfill his wishes, gifting him a computer, all-might merchandise, and supplies for his hobbies. However, as he opened his eyes and looked down at the crowd, his expression shifted to one of pain and sadness, and he spoke in a calm but sorrowful tone, revealing that his happy childhood did not last long. It turned into a childhood filled with anxiety, loneliness, and suffering. He could go on, but the point was clear. He looked toward the camera that was live streaming and, with a serious tone, warned everyone watching that he did not recommend his story for the faint-hearted or young viewers, as his life felt like a fall from grace. Everything had been wonderful until one day when it all turned ugly, and his life became filled with pain and sorrow. Surviving each day became a challenge, so awful that he often found himself wondering if this was the end, if he would die that day. After he spoke, The courtroom fell into a deadly silence, so quiet that the sound of tiny pebbles falling from the broken wall could be heard. Everyone was extremely focused, feeling the weight of every word he spoke. Izuku took a sip of water that had been given to him earlier before continuing. He hoped the parents had taken the time to move their children or change the channel because he was about to share his painful past before escaping his hell, and he did not want to traumatize innocent children with his story. The day everything changed was when he was diagnosed as quirkless. He held no resentment against the doctor who delivered the news. Izuku smiled at the camera and raised his fist into the air, declaring that if anyone was quirkless, they should not be ashamed. They should strive to become stronger, smarter, and better than others, proving that being quirkless did not mean being useless. Instead, it meant they were strong, as the path they walked was one of the hardest in the world, showcasing their endurance through pain and struggle. What Izuku and everyone else in the courtroom did not realize was how much his words would impact the world, a realization that would come much later. Those simple sentences created a small ripple that would grow into a massive wave, sparking one of the world's biggest movements. He continued his story, explaining that the moment he was diagnosed as quirkless, he felt sadness and shock, having always wished for a cool quirk to become an awesome hero and save everyone with a smile. He looked to his mother for comfort, but she was also taken aback by the news. She quickly recovered after hearing about his sister's quirks, almost forgetting about him entirely. She lifted up Izumi and began celebrating her achievements while neglecting him. He recalled how he sat alone in the doctor's office for 20 minutes before she returned to get him. On the way to the car, she scolded him, blaming him for not getting to the car quickly enough. He was only 4 years old, not tall enough to reach the elevator buttons. He felt a mix of anger and sadness as he recalled her tears, and he thought to himself that her hypocrisy was overwhelming. He smirked, realizing that if a few hours of his life shocked them, they would be even more affected by the 6 years he spent in what felt like hell. Izuku continued, explaining that many might think it was just an accident, that his mother simply forgot him in the moment of excitement over his sister's quirks. However, when they returned home, he hoped for comfort from both parents. His father asked how the appointment went, and when his mother revealed that he was quirkless, his father was shocked but quickly shifted his attention to Izumi's results. That night, he cried himself to sleep, hoping the next day would be different. But when he woke up, he discovered the harsh reality. They had forgotten to make food for him and dismissed him when he said he was hungry. He placed his hand on his face, wanting to hide his pain, but his voice betrayed him as he spoke about the first 2 weeks of being quirkless. He walked around starving, surviving on apples from their garden, plain bread, or scraps he found in the trash. He was too small to open the refrigerator or reach the top cupboards, only able to access the bottom one that held bread and kitchen supplies. It took him 2 weeks to learn how to lift a cooking pan onto the stove, and during that time, he endured many trials and errors, resulting in burns on his body. Izuku recounted how he was late to kindergarten and school every day because his parents forgot to take him with his sister. He had to find his own way to kindergarten at just 4 years old. He described how they often left him at home, especially during vacations, and how his sister and her friends bullied him, encouraging others to do the same. Their actions left him friendless until he turned 10. He shared everything he had gone through from the age of 4 to the day before he ran away. With each revelation, the tension in the room grew, and by the end, many in the audience had turned pale from hearing his harrowing experiences, with some even rushing to the garbage can to be sick. The prosecutor sat speechless, wiping his mouth with a handkerchief, his thoughts in disarray. He looked at the judge, confusion evident on his face, and admitted that he did not know what to say. Throughout the trial, Recovery Girl had approached All Might, healing his broken arm. Before anyone could comment on Izuku's testimony, All Might stood up, pointing at him and asserting that he was trying to deceive them. While they may have made mistakes, they were not villains and would never harm an innocent child. Everyone in the courtroom, along with nearly everyone watching the live stream, felt the urge to facepalm at the situation. Not fully grasping the gravity of the situation, despite his lawyer's counsel, All Might pressed on with a stern inquiry about proof. Izuku's expression shifted into a confident smirk, a few in the crowd sensing his intentions. He stood up and began to unbutton his suit jacket, then his vest, and finally his shirt, all without removing them completely. With a swift motion, he discarded both the jacket and vest, causing his shirt to part at the front, revealing a body marked by scars to the astonishment of the audience. He then removed his shirt and turned slowly, showcasing the scars on his back and the absence of his arm. He directed a smile toward All Might, whose face reflected genuine shock, and posed the question of whether this was sufficient proof. The sight of his body left everyone in stunned silence, as if time itself had momentarily halted. Those unaware of his quirkless origins might have speculated about him possessing a time-stopping ability, as he had created an atmosphere where it felt as though time had indeed frozen, leading some to wonder if the live stream had malfunctioned. Everyone was in a state of shock after Izuku shared his 6 years of torment. His precise recounting of events caused many to feel nauseated. Throughout his harrowing tale, Inko, Izumi, Katsumi, and Shota silently wept, desperately wishing for his forgiveness, which they knew would never come. In the background, Katsuki and Shoto felt anger towards Izuku for dragging them into this painful experience. Their only understanding of conflict was through violence, and they felt an urge to confront him, even as they were secretly terrified of him. This fear intensified after witnessing him easily overpower his father, the #1 hero, and seeing his muscular, scarred body only deepened their apprehension. Izuku, now dressed, sat in the witness stand, casually playing Clash of Heroes on his phone while waiting for the courtroom to regain its composure. Some were astonished by his nonchalant demeanor, as if he were unaffected by the gravity of the situation. After finishing his last battle, he locked his phone and looked around, noticing that many had returned to their seats, regaining some color after nearly an hour of feeling ill from his story. Asuna regarded Izuku with pity and, in a saddened tone, asked if that was all. Izuku merely shrugged, leaving the audience confused and wondering if there could possibly be more to his story. Izumi and Inko turned to All Might, pleading for him to help them earn Izuku's forgiveness, insisting that he deserved to be with his family. Hearing their words, Izuku looked at Asuna with a bored expression and asked what the jury's punishment would be if they found the accused guilty. After a moment of thought, Asuna leaned in to whisper her answer. Izuku's only response was a raised eyebrow, signaling his curiosity. He then turned to All Might and the others, asking if they believed the case was winnable and if they thought he would forgive them without any consequences. To his disappointment, everyone except Bakugo's parents, Todoroki's siblings, and their lawyers nodded in response to one or the other question. This stubbornness frustrated Izuku, who sighed at their refusal to accept reality. He addressed the camera softly, warning the viewers about the explicit nature of the violence they were about to witness. He advised anyone who couldn't handle it to leave the room or close the stream, urging parents to remove their children before continuing. Confusion filled the courtroom, even for Nizu, who typically had heightened intelligence due to his quirk. Izuku then asked Asuna if there was a television or computer screen available. She nodded, unsure of his intentions, and pressed a button on her desk. A large flat screen descended from the ceiling behind her. Izuku looked at the camera and called a number. As the phone rang, the courtroom grew silent. When someone answered, Izuku began speaking in fluent Russian, acknowledging that the person was watching the live stream. He expressed his own confusion about the situation and then gave a thumbs up to the camera, signaling that they had the green light to proceed. Only a few government officials and Nizu understood his words. After ending the call, Izuku smirked at the audience before returning to his game, seemingly unfazed by their bewilderment. Asuna was about to inquire about what was happening when Izuku raised his hand to stop her. Without looking up, he instructed her to turn on a TV and switch to any channel, advising her to wait a few minutes. After following his instructions, they all sat in suspense. The tension in the room escalated as nothing occurred. Whispers began to circulate until the TV screen started to glitch, eventually turning completely black. The courtroom was filled with puzzled expressions as everyone turned to Izuku for answers, but he remained focused on his game. Asuna attempted to change the channel, but Izuku casually informed her that it was futile. Every channel displayed the same black screen. He glanced at his watch and told her to wait a little longer. Suddenly, The black screen began to fade, revealing a bathroom with a bathtub, a wooden stool, and various small objects that were still coming into view. From the corner of his eye, Izuku noticed Nizu's expression shift from confusion to one filled with horror and nausea. Nizu stood up from his seat and, with a trembling voice, asked if Izuku truly believed this was the right course of action. Due to his quirk, Nizu was the only one who knew what was about to unfold. Izuku, with an emotionless face and a calm yet cold tone, confirmed that he had indeed done it for a moment like this. He pointed at the group of people who had caused him so much pain, stating that they needed to accept their mistakes and the consequences that followed, asserting that this was the only way. Nizu then requested to leave the room until the video concluded, expressing his unwillingness to watch it. The judge, albeit confused, granted the request. The rest of the audience shared the same confusion regarding Nizu's reaction, but they would soon regret not following his lead. As the video fully faded in, it revealed Izuku, visibly wounded, sitting in the middle of the bathroom. He waved to the camera with his left hand before addressing the viewers, expressing his frustration over how they had pushed him to this point and hoping they would enjoy the show, given the effort they had put into cornering him. The pro-hero who had gone to search for Izuku that day quickly understood the gravity of the situation and left the courtroom, covering their mouth in shock. The audience watched as Izuku sat on the floor, his wounded arm resting on the wooden stool, surrounded by needles, towels, and a tourniquet. Their expressions turned pale as they realized what was about to happen. Izuku prepared himself, and as he began to cut into his arm, some members of the crowd fled the room, unable to bear the sight of such a serious act. When the video showed Izuku halfway through the process, his mother, sister, and her best friends attempted to leave but found themselves frozen in place by the overwhelming aura Izuku projected. They looked at him, feeling the weight of his bloodlust, and pleaded with him not to make them watch. Izuku, unfazed, insisted that they would sit and witness the consequences of their actions. The more they watched, the paler their faces became, horrified by the realization of what they had done to him. They understood that this video would leave a lasting mark on their minds. Izuku observed their struggle to maintain composure, feeling a sense of satisfaction in witnessing their discomfort, a small taste of the pain he had endured at their hands. They continued to plead, claiming it was unfair and too much for them to handle. Their words only fueled Izuku's anger, especially when they mentioned fairness. With a cold expression, he looked into their eyes and stated that it was only fair for them to witness the consequences of their actions, given what he had to endure. He made it clear that they had no choice but to watch the entire video, threatening them with the same fate if they dared to leave. As the video concluded, Izuku could see the trauma etched in their eyes, the weight of what they had witnessed breaking their spirits. They watched him crawl to the kitchen, bleeding, before using an iron pan to cauterize his wound, ultimately losing consciousness from the pain. It was as if he was mentally torturing them, leaving them unable to cry or react. When the video ended, the screen returned to its previous content. Izuku exited the room, signaling that it was over. The audience could see that his actions had shattered the accused party's resolve, leaving them devoid of hope. The judge, seeing the overwhelming evidence, declared them guilty of harming Izuku without hesitation. She proceeded to announce their punishment. Katsuki Bakugo, Katsumi Bakugo, Shoto Todoroki, Shota Todoroki, and Izumi Yagi were sentenced to 27 years of house arrest under UA supervision, given their young age and the lack of correction from adults. They were also required to wear ankle monitors tracking their movements 24/7 and would be given quirk-canceling bracelets until their house arrest concluded. Their future job prospects would also see a salary cut, with the proceeds going to Izuku for the rest of his life. All 5 of them fainted from shock, prompting an annoyed look from the judge as she turned to Tashinori Yagi and Inko Yagi. They were sentenced to forfeit their lives to UA, living under strict monitoring with quirk-canceling bracelets and ankle monitors for the rest of their lives. They would be denied parole, and everything they owned, except for their clothing, would be transferred to Izuku. With a firm strike of her gavel, the judge declared the court adjourned. All might seethed with rage, questioning how someone could treat him this way, forgetting the sacrifices he had made. His ego and hatred clouded his judgment, prompting him to leap toward her with the intent to strike. However, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him, a feeling he had encountered several times before. When he turned to face the source of this power, he found his son staring at him, exuding an aura more menacing than he had ever felt. Though he often acted foolishly, he understood that any movement on his part could lead to dire consequences. If he were to describe the sensation to anyone, he would say it felt as though the Grim Reaper loomed just behind him, waiting for his demise. It was as if a scythe hovered dangerously close to his neck, and he knew that even the slightest twitch could result in his downfall. Afterward, he was fitted with quirk-canceling bracelets and escorted out by UA staff and Japanese government officials. Before Izuku departed, he handed Asuna a piece of paper with his phone number, assuring her that if they ever faced trouble with All Might or any other issues, he would be there to help. It was a few days after the trial, and the Japanese government expected the public to calm down, especially after the punishment given to the guilty party. However, people around the world were more agitated than ever, causing an even bigger commotion than before the trial. Almost every news channel was broadcasting significant stories, whether about Izuku's challenging childhood, the trial's events, or other major news. Izuku and his friends were gathered in the kitchen, having breakfast while flipping through the TV channels, searching for something important or entertaining to watch. Izuku held the remote, changing channels rapidly. The news reported on various topics, from the discovery of All Might's quirk to the removal of All Might's merchandise from the market. They also mentioned the closure of Shiketsu High School, the unveiling of a commemorative statue of Izuku in a lawless area of Japan, and the tragic death of another person with a mutant-type quirk, which the police suspected was linked to recent events. Finally, the news shifted to a new school with dorms built for Shiketsu students in Shizuoka Prefecture and how Izuku's encouraging words had inspired many, raising questions about whether he was the new hope for the quirkless and the weak. The segment concluded by asking viewers to share their opinions on the sentences given to the guilty parties. Izuku turned off the television and leaned back in his chair, feeling bothered by the constant discussion surrounding him. He expressed his frustration, wondering if it was necessary for them to talk so much about his actions. Itachi snickered at his reaction, while Tobirama approached Izuku and playfully smacked him on the back of the head, commenting that extreme was a mild way to describe what he had done. He sat beside Izuku, explaining that his actions would be talked about for years and might even be recorded in history books, just as his brother's deeds had been documented in scrolls. Hashirama, sitting across the table, sulked with his head resting on his arms, feeling a bit down about the conversation. Madara playfully smacked Hashirama on the head, teasing him for his tendency to sulk over small things since their childhood. Hashirama defended himself, pointing out that Madara often made fun of him and had left the village, which only added to his feelings of frustration. He then shifted to a serious tone, accusing Madara of sneaking into the village to pull pranks on him, revealing that he was aware of Madara's antics. Caught off guard, Madara's expression changed to one of shock as he slowly backed away, nervously asking if Hashirama had really known about it. In response, Hashirama stood up, raising his hand and using a technique that caused branches to sprout from his palm, immobilizing Madara. With a serious expression, Hashirama approached Madara, but then a mischievous smirk appeared on his face as he began to tickle Madara, who erupted into laughter, begging for mercy. Tobirama face-bombed, dragging his hand down his face in disbelief at the antics of his brothers. He remarked how hard it was to believe that these two were dubbed as the gods of shinobi, prompting laughter from everyone else in the room. As Izuku wiped away tears of laughter, he felt grateful for having such an amazing family. A few days later, Izuku and Toga went on vacation to Saitama Prefecture, visiting a small village known for its tourist attractions. After enjoying a hot spring, they set out to find something to eat. Suddenly, they noticed a person sprinting past them. They initially ignored it, unaware of the situation, but moments later, a woman ran toward them, shouting for help. She explained that someone had stolen her wallet and jewelry, pointing in the direction of the fleeing thief. Izuku and Toga exchanged determined glances. Toga dashed after the culprit while Izuku reassured the victim that they would handle the situation. Just as he was about to run off, he felt the woman tugging on his sleeve. She looked worried and cautioned him to be careful, revealing that she had lost control of her body for a moment. Seeing the fear in her eyes, Izuku nodded in understanding before running after Toga. He knew she was strong, but an unsettling feeling lingered in his mind. Within moments, he was outside the village, catching up to them. When Izuku arrived, he found a man passed out on the ground, with Toga standing nearby, her body seemingly frozen in place. As she sensed Izuku's presence approaching, she yelled out in fear, warning him to stay away. This startled Izuku, who wanted to check on her, but he had no time to ask as she suddenly lunged at him with a fierce intent. With a terrified expression, Toga urged him to run, claiming she couldn't control her body. Izuku, using his Sharingan to track her movements, skillfully dodged her attacks. He quickly realized that he needed to understand her quirk better, and the situation was becoming critical. An idea struck him. He could get answers directly from the unconscious man. Toga began to form hand signs, warning Izuku to dodge. Once she completed the signs, she unleashed a powerful blast of air. Thanks to her warning, he evaded the attack but recognized that he couldn't interrogate the man while trying to fend off Toga. He performed a hand sign and activated the multiple shadow clone technique, creating as many clones as possible in hopes that one could subdue her. Moments later, he faced an unexpected challenge. Toga had executed the same hand sign and summoned a considerable number of clones as well. Although not as many as Izuku's due to his connection with Kurama, her army was still formidable. The two groups clashed, while Izuku's main body stealthily approached the quirk user. He crouched beside the unconscious man and opened his eyes, casting his genjutsu upon him. Izuku quickly interrogated him, asking about his quirk and how it functioned. The man, seemingly under a spell, responded calmly, explaining that his quirk, body takeover, allowed him to impose his will on others through eye contact, making them act against their own desires. Frustration welled up in Izuku as he considered how someone with such a powerful quirk could choose a path of villainy instead of becoming a hero. He pressed on with more questions, inquiring if his quirk could fade over time. The man replied that his control would persist until his objective was complete, even if he were killed. Suddenly, Izuku sensed an attack approaching from behind and instinctively jumped away, not realizing who was in front of him. Before the quirk user could finish his sentence, a water droplet shot through his head, narrowly missing Izuku. He glanced at Toga or one of her clones, noticing her hand mimicking a finger gun. Annoyed, he recognized the water gun technique as a surprisingly effective move. After several minutes of battle, all the shadow clones on both sides were eliminated. Izuku and Toga stood facing each other, tears in her eyes as she pleaded for him to stop her, claiming she could no longer control her body. As she cried, she attacked him again, expressing her fear of hurting him and begging him to run away. Izuku attempted to use his Sharingan genjutsu on her, but his suspicions were confirmed when she broke free almost instantly. Matatabi, who had been influencing Toga, was also caught in the chaos, inadvertently preventing her from being fully controlled. Toga jumped back, lifting a finger to her lips as if to shush someone, then raised her other hand. A thin mist began to form, quickly thickening to the point where visibility was nearly impossible. Recognizing the hidden mist jutsu, Izuku braced himself as he sensed something flying toward him from the left. He barely managed to block the attack with his Susanu's skeletal ribs. They continued to fight for about 5 minutes until Izuku swung his Susanoo arm with all his strength, creating a powerful air blast that cleared the mist. His heart ached at the sight of Toga in distress, crying and begging him to leave her. He then saw her rapidly forming hand signs before declaring her next move, ice style, Queen's Icy Judgment. As she extended her arm, a thin ice katana emerged from her palm. In that moment, Izuku realized he had to take a risk to free her. He knew it was a dangerous idea, but it was the only one he could think of. He understood that she didn't want to harm innocent people, and if he ran away, she might lose control. As she charged at him with the katana aimed directly at him, he took a defensive stance, preparing to block. But he dropped his guard when she was just inches away, and her eyes widened as the blade pierced through his chest. The katana expanded upon impact, creating a significant wound and causing him to cough up blood, some of which splattered on her face. Still holding the katana, Toga looked at him, sobbing as she questioned why he hadn't run away or fought back. Her voice trembled with emotion, expressing her despair. With great effort, Izuku lifted his hand to her face, wiping away the blood and tears from her cheek. In a weak voice, he told her that he could never hurt her or abandon her in such a state, expressing his deep love for her. As he spoke, he managed to give her a reassuring smile, hoping to reach her heart. She began to smile, momentarily forgetting the chaos around her, but her expression quickly faded as she saw him slowly falling backward. Shock gripped her, leaving her unsure of what to do. A single memory flashed through her mind from 2 years ago, just before their mission in America. Izuku had told her that if anything were to happen to them, she needed to contact Tobirama or Orochimaru immediately. With that memory in mind, she quickly pulled out her phone and called Tobirama. He answered right away, casually asking what was going on. Through her tears, she informed him that Izuku was in critical condition. Tobirama's eyes widened in alarm, and he lost a bit of control over his chakra, causing the floor beneath him to crack. The people around him were startled and began to inquire about the situation. He took a moment to steady himself and, with a serious tone, instructed them to summon Orochimaru and Tsunade, explaining that Izuku was gravely injured. Without hesitation, he teleported to Izuku's side, who bore the teleportation marks of both Orochimaru and Tobirama on his body. Orochimaru was on a job when his phone vibrated. In all his years as a problem solver, he had never abandoned a mission unfinished, but this time he had no choice. The message from Itachi read, "Code White," indicating that either Izuku or Toga was in critical condition. Understanding the urgency, he dropped everything he was working on and instantly teleported to their home. Upon arrival, he met Tobirama, who had just dropped off Izuku with Tsunade, who was administering emergency first aid. Orochimaru inquired about the situation, and Tobirama provided a brief but precise report on Izuku's condition. As Orochimaru changed into his sterile scrubs for the operation, Tobirama relayed what he had heard from Toga. Once ready, Orochimaru entered the medical bay, where Tsunade was connecting life support equipment to Izuku. She lifted her clipboard to show Orochimaru the extent of Izuku's injuries, and he nodded in understanding. They discussed their next steps, and Tobirama took that as his cue to leave. The sign above the doors lit up red, indicating that the operation had begun and that they should not be disturbed. Meanwhile, Toga was being comforted by Hashirama, crying into his chest. Madara stood beside them with a bucket of clean water and a wet towel, gently cleaning the remnants of Izuku's blood from her hands and face, aware that the longer it remained, the more traumatized she might become, especially if Izuku did not survive. Once Madara finished, he turned to Toga with a reassuring smile, encouraging her to look at him. As she met his gaze, she fell under his Sharingan Genjutsu, the last image she saw being his comforting smile. He crafted a genjutsu where she was joyfully spending time with Izuku, making it incredibly realistic, knowing she could break free if she realized she was under a spell. While she was entranced, Madara gently opened her eyelids and used his Sharingan again to delve into her memories of the event. Afterward, Hashirama lifted her and placed her on the couch in the living room, covering her with blankets before rejoining the others. Upon returning, he asked Madara what he had seen, but instead of answering, Madara shared Toga's memories through the genjutsu. It took a few moments for everyone to return to reality. They expressed that he could have simply told them, but he shrugged, stating that showing was easier. The room was thick with tension as they awaited Orochimaru and Tsunade's return, anxiously contemplating the worst-case scenario. Finally, both Orochimaru and Tsunade entered, removing their gloves. The room fell silent as everyone looked at them with anxious eyes, waiting for news. They exchanged nods before Orochimaru spoke. He explained that it had been a close call for Izuku. They had used a significant amount of Hashirama's cells and nature energy to close the wound and stabilize him. A collective sigh of relief filled the room, but Madara sensed a caveat. He inquired if there was more to the story, and Tsunade nodded, continuing where Orochimaru left off. She explained that Izuku was now in a coma due to the blood he had lost and the severity of his injuries. They had been fortunate to reach him in time. Any later, and he might not have survived. Kurama's regenerative abilities had also played a crucial role in keeping him alive before he lost consciousness. Itachi asked how long Izuku would remain in a coma, to which Orochimaru replied that only time would tell. Everyone except Madara felt mentally exhausted and retreated to their rooms to rest. Madara chose to stay with Toga, watching over her. The following morning, Toga awoke to find Madara sitting in front of her, engrossed in a book. Before she could ask any questions, he raised a hand to signal her to wait. He set the book aside and recounted the previous day's events. Toga felt a wave of relief knowing Izuku was stable but was saddened by his comatose state. After listening to Madara, she stood up quietly and headed to the medical bay to check on Izuku. Upon entering the room, she saw him lying in a comatose state, connected to numerous machines that were keeping him alive. As she approached, the reality of his condition hit her hard, and tears began to flow. She broke down beside his bed, holding his unresponsive hand and sobbing apologies, expressing her feelings of guilt and wishing she were stronger. She kissed his hand and then his forehead before wiping her tears and leaving the room. Determined to take action, Toga headed straight to Orochimaru's office, seeking a favor. She knocked on the door and heard Orochimaru invite her in. As she entered, he looked at her with curiosity, unsure of her intentions. Before he could ask, she stated with resolve that she needed a mission. Her expression conveyed her determination, prompting Orochimaru to inquire about her reasoning. Her only response was a firm declaration that she needed it. Displeased with her vague answer, he turned off his computer and gave her his full attention. He crossed his arms and spoke in a calm yet serious tone, questioning why he should send her out on a mission in her current condition. She looked down, realizing she needed to convince him to allow her to go. If she failed, she would face house arrest until further notice. Feeling tense and uneasy, she began to fidget with her fingers. Her gaze shifted from her hands to Orochimaru's face, where she looked at him with pleading eyes. She expressed her desperation, stating that she couldn't remain there knowing it was her fault that he was hurt. Placing her hand over her heart, she clenched it tightly, admitting that it pained her to know she had been unable to prevent the situation due to her lack of strength, speed, or experience. Tears streamed down her face as she continued, revealing that the thought of it happening again was unbearable. She felt she needed to grow stronger for Izuku. Orochimaru understood her feelings, not from personal experience but from the stories of others he had known. However, he felt a twinge of fear regarding how her emotions might affect her abilities. Outside the office door, Hashirama eavesdropped on their conversation, aware that he needed to intervene. He recognized that her emotional state could jeopardize the mission and potentially lead her to danger. Just as he was about to open the door, he felt a hand grab his and pull it away. He looked up to see Madara, who shook his head and insisted they needed to let her go. He explained that the pain, guilt, and hatred she felt were consuming her, and she required an outlet for those emotions. Madara shared a painful gaze with Hashirama, emphasizing that the Uchiha understood how easily one could be overwhelmed by such feelings, especially when something bad happened to someone they cared about. He recalled memories of individuals who had lost their sanity due to unexpressed negative emotions, reinforcing the need to allow her to pursue her mission. Hashirama recognized Madara's wisdom, knowing the Uchiha had deep experience with love and loss. With a sigh of defeat, he turned to leave. By the time they departed, Toga had received her mission from Orochimaru and was on her way to the supply room to prepare. While packing, she heard soft coughs meant to catch her attention. Turning around, she saw Tobirama leaning against the door frame, looking serious. He informed her that they wouldn't stop her from going on the mission, but he insisted on joining her, a condition that was non-negotiable. Toga nodded in acknowledgement, aware that they could easily prevent her from leaving if they chose to. Accepting his condition, Tobirama pulled out his own backpack and began to pack. Soon, they were both ready and standing beside Izuku's bed in the medical bay. Toga held Izuku's limp hand against her forehead, whispering promises that she would return soon, that she would never let this happen again, and that she loved him dearly. She pressed a gentle kiss to his forehead before leaving the room to say her goodbyes to the others. Tobirama stayed behind, moving closer to the bed once she had exited. In a sad but proud tone, he assured Izuku that he would protect her. He ruffled the top of Izuku's head and expressed their collective worry, urging him to wake up soon because they missed him. With that, Tobirama left to join the others. They exchanged their last goodbyes, and just before they could depart, Orochimaru approached Tobirama, handing him a mask. Tobirama accepted it and immediately put it on, pulling the hood forward. He glanced at Toga, who wore her own mask, and they exchanged nods. Together, they turned to Orochimaru, who placed his hands on them before teleporting them to their destination. Toga and Tobirama sat around the campfire, waiting for their dinner to cook. Their cave, which served as their home base, was perched on a cliff. One misstep outside the entrance could send an unsuspecting person plummeting 200 feet to the rocks below, resulting in a fatal outcome. They shared this base with Izuku, who was in his chibi form. They had encountered him earlier during their mission at Namso Lake in China, drawn there by rumors of extraordinary natural phenomena. Scientists had reported that every time they attempted to study these events, a thick mist would envelop the area, disorienting them before they lost consciousness. When they awoke, they found themselves in a forest not far from the lake. Izuku had initially attacked them, believing they were unaffected by his genjutsu mist. However, he quickly halted his assault upon sensing Matatabi's chakra within Toga. After confirming the presence of his sibling, Toga summoned Matatabi in her chibi form. Matatabi explained how she had been living with their other 4 siblings, sharing stories of how Kurama and Shikaku had become kinder and how they all got along well. After some persuasion, Izuku accepted their invitation to join them. 2 months had passed since they left their assignment, and still, there was no good news about Izuku's condition. This uncertainty weighed heavily on both of them, especially Toga, who continued to blame herself for his current state. Tobirama had been trying to avoid discussing this painful topic, having witnessed its impact on her fighting. Whenever she faltered, he easily compensated for her. Toga's appetite had diminished, and he had resorted to forcing her to consume food pills prepared by Tsunade. Now, she was even skipping sleep, unable to bear the sight of Izuku's happiness in her dreams. She confided in Tobirama that seeing him like that, while knowing he was not okay, only intensified her guilt and sorrow. Tobirama had promised Izuku and the others that he would look after her, but he feared that if she continued down this path, he might not be able to protect her much longer. He glanced at Toga, who was lost in thought, staring into the campfire with a face etched in guilt and pain, emotions that only deepened with each passing day of Izuku's coma. Taking a deep breath, he looked into the flames and spoke gently, reminding her that Izuku was still alive and urging her to stop punishing herself. Toga's eyes widened in surprise. This was the first time in 2 months he had broached the subject. She noticed his gaze fixed on the fire, the flames reflecting in his dark eyes, a reminder of his own past. As she prepared to respond, Tobirama continued, his expression filled with sorrow. He revealed that before meeting Izuku, he had harbored a deep hatred for the Uchiha clan. He recounted the long-standing enmity between the Senju and Uchiha clans, which had persisted through countless battles over generations. He shared the pain of losing his younger brother Kawurama at the tender age of 7, killed by the Uchiha, and how their other brother Itama met a similar fate in an ambush. Tobirama's voice softened as he recounted the relentless cycle of violence that had consumed both clans. He acknowledged that they, too, were not innocent, having taken many Uchiha lives, including Madara's last sibling, which had contributed to Madara's long journey. Even after their clans united, his hatred did not fade. It only grew, hidden beneath the surface. With a chuckle, he reflected on the irony of being reanimated against his will, especially for the purpose of training a young Uchiha adopted by Orochimaru and Madara. Toga listened intently, her eyes wide with the weight of his story. Though it had been a long time since that moment, she could still see the pain etched on his face, despite his efforts to conceal it. Understanding that it was her turn to comfort him, she stood up and approached Tobirama, wrapping her arms around him in a warm embrace. Toga's small stature made the hug seem delicate, but he could feel her genuine effort to make it heartfelt. As Toga held him tightly, she spoke softly, expressing her regret for being self-centered. She reflected on how she had been sulking about Izuku being alive yet unresponsive, while Tobirama had actually experienced the loss of loved ones and was still there for her. She continued, sharing her struggles with understanding family ties ever since her quirk had developed, admitting that she had forgotten what it felt like to be held by someone. Tears streamed down her face as she poured her emotions out to him, recalling how Izuku and Orochimaru had shown her the meaning of family. She felt grateful for the amazing, loving family she had found with them, despite the challenges they faced. With a weak smile, she reminded Tobirama that no one could replace his brothers, but he should remember that he had them. She acknowledged Izuku's Uchiha heritage but pleaded with him not to harbor any hatred towards him because of it. Tobirama gently patted her head, reassuring her that he would never forget or resent them. He recognized Izuku's efforts to help him overcome his negative feelings and acknowledged the bond they all shared. He explained that they understood the limitations of their situation, knowing they couldn't lead normal lives while keeping the existence of their jutsu a secret. Yet he appreciated how Izuku and Toga made their lives feel more normal, despite the circumstances. Toga's expression shifted to one of surprise as she sought confirmation of her suspicions. Tobirama nodded, recounting how he had overheard Izuku discussing his burdens while passing by the living room. He expressed disbelief at how long Izuku had carried that weight. He shared that everyone at home was aware of Izuku's concerns and felt moved by them. With a playful smirk, he mentioned how it had amused him to see Madara become emotional and proud of Izuku. After releasing some of their emotions, both Toga and Tobirama felt lighter than at the beginning of the day. They enjoyed dinner together, continuing their storytelling, which helped maintain their positive mental state. Toga recounted an amusing incident where Izuku had failed spectacularly during a mission in Peru, causing Tobirama to laugh. They exchanged stories until bedtime, and Tobirama felt joy watching her peacefully drift off to sleep. The next morning, when they awoke, Tobirama glanced at Toga and noticed her smiling. He saw that her demeanor had transformed into one of peace and composure overnight. This change brought him happiness, especially since she appeared more rejuvenated, even though he wished she could rest a bit longer to be in peak condition for their upcoming mission. He reminded himself that one cannot always get what they want as he prepared for the day ahead. Once they were ready, Tobirama teleported them to the location of their next assignment. Meanwhile, far away from their location, a massive storm raged outside their home, with rain pouring down relentlessly and lightning striking continuously. Izuku remained in the medical ward, lying unresponsive on the bed. The storm's fury caused their home to tremble slightly, with the lights flickering on and off intermittently. Following his operation, he had been connected to a heartbeat monitor that displayed his stable yet weak heartbeat for 2 months, with no significant changes during that time. However, unbeknownst to anyone due to the storm, the monitor briefly indicated a stronger heartbeat, suggesting that his body was beginning to awaken. Yet, before anyone could notice, it returned to its previous rate, making it seem as if nothing had changed at all. The smallest favor may result in the best outcomes. Orochimaru had tasked Toga and Tobirama with dismantling a villainous organization operating primarily in the southern part of Asia. This organization specialized in hero assassination, government destabilization, and human trafficking. A few days before Izuku was seriously injured, various Asian countries had covertly decided to hold a secret meeting. During this meeting, their top officials discussed how to address the growing threat posed by the organization. Given the scale and severity of the crimes committed, they agreed to hire the legendary fixer group known as Akatsuki. Orochimaru took it upon himself to address their problems, and within days he began to see positive results. However, he received a message from Itachi indicating Code White, which prompted him to pause an active mission for the first time as a fixer. Following the incident with Izuku, he planned to contact the countries that had hired him to cancel his services and apologize, prioritizing Izuku's health over his job. He wanted to monitor Izuku's condition closely, in case it took a turn for the worse. At that moment, Toga entered his office, seeking a job. Orochimaru decided to assign his halted mission to her and Tobirama. This led them to sit atop a hill, gazing down at a secret base that had previously been occupied by villains, hidden deep within a forest on a deserted island. The base had been abandoned after a lengthy battle, leaving the villains defeated. Toga and Tobirama used their shadow clones to gather the remains and cremated them, ensuring the island was left uninhabited before moving on to their next destination. As they traveled, Tobirama wore a puzzled expression, contemplating the unease he had felt over the past week. Initially, he attributed it to Toga's mental state, but after sharing their emotional burdens, the feeling persisted. He then considered that it might stem from her physical condition, as she had barely eaten, slept, or spoken in the past 2 months, which significantly impacted her performance. Fortunately, Toga's condition began to improve thanks to nutritious meals, restful nights, and uplifting stories. Her mistakes during missions decreased, yet she was still far from her peak. Despite her progress, Tobirama's sense of unease lingered. He briefly wondered if something had happened at home but dismissed the thought, reasoning that they would have been contacted if there was an emergency. Shaking his head, he decided to set aside his concerns until they returned home, as they still had several locations to address before completing their mission. The island they had just left was near the eastern border of the Philippines, and it took them nearly half a day to reach the outskirts of Manila, where their next target was located. Upon arriving near Manila, they found it still bright outside. Since dealing with heroes, civilians, and police during a mission could complicate matters, they agreed to wait until midnight to attack. To avoid drawing attention in the city, they opted to make a brief stop in the forest near the capital. In the forest, they retrieved empty storage scrolls from their backpacks and sealed their weapons, masks, and bags within them. After closing the scrolls, they tucked them away. They then used transformation jutsu to alter their appearances. Toga donned cute civilian clothes she had at home, while Tobirama transformed his eyes and skin to resemble his living self and changed into modern attire. Once they finished changing, they exited the forest and employed the body flicker technique to reach the city at incredible speed. In mere moments, they arrived on a rooftop in the heart of Manila. Toga's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked down from the rooftop. Manila was hosting its renowned family-friendly festival, with streets filled with various booths, from food to activities, and even carnival rides. The vibrant atmosphere, complete with colorful paper lanterns and lively music, captivated her, making her feel like an energetic young girl stepping outside an amusement park for the first time. Seeing her reaction, Tobirama couldn't help but smile genuinely. It was as if all the pain, guilt, and hatred Toga had felt over the past 2 months had vanished. Seeing this brought a sniffle to Tobirama's throat, and he felt tears of happiness welling up. Understanding her unspoken wish, he lifted his hand to his mouth and cleared his throat, catching Toga's attention. She turned to him abruptly, her movements sharp and quick. Tobirama, keeping his gaze fixed on her, pointed down to the festival and suggested they spend the time they had before continuing their mission enjoying the festivities. Toga raised her arms in front of her like an amateur boxer, her joyful smile radiating excitement like a child. Her enthusiasm made him chuckle softly, and he invited her to jump down the alley with him. In just 30 minutes, they explored numerous booths, sampling snacks, candy, and engaging in various activities. Both were smiling and laughing, carefree in the moment. However, Toga suddenly halted, her attention caught by something in her peripheral vision. Noticing her pause, Tobirama turned to see Toga on the verge of tears as she gazed at a nearby game booth. He quickly understood her distress when he saw the scene before her. The booth featured a water gun game where participants aimed to knock down targets. Yet, it wasn't the game that saddened Toga. What affected her was the sight of a family enjoying the game together. The parents stood behind their children, embracing them as they taught them how to aim and hit the targets, their laughter filling the air. As Toga looked down, her heart heavy, the last image she saw was the parents hugging their children and kissing them on the cheek. Wiping away her tears with her left hand, she felt a gentle grip on her other hand, reminiscent of a parent's comforting hold. Looking down, she traced the hand up to meet Tobirama's warm red eyes. He offered her a soft, bright smile and crouched down to wipe away her remaining tears. With a gentle voice, he encouraged her not to cry and suggested they play the game together. He released her hand and pulled her into a tight embrace, his eyes closed and a smile on his face. Taking a chance, he offered to act like a father for her, his voice kind and soft. Toga was taken aback by his offer. After processing his words, she began to cry again. Unconsciously, she moved her hand behind his back, signaling her desire to hug him. Before long, she was clinging to him tightly, tears soaking into his shoulder. This small gesture meant the world to her, especially since her real father had grown distant after discovering her quirk. After a moment, Tobirama gently pulled her back, smiling as he asked if she wanted to get some prizes. She nodded eagerly and let him go. He stood up, extending his hand toward her, which she took without hesitation. They headed to the game booth Toga had been watching earlier. With a bit of water manipulation jutsu, they won the game and spent the rest of the day enjoying various fun activities. Toga felt like an ordinary 13-year-old girl, creating joyful memories with him as her father. After her own father had turned cold towards her, this was the first time in a long while she felt fatherly love, and she wished the day would never end. As evening approached, they took one last stroll around the booths. Toga tugged at the bottom of Tobirama's hoodie, looking down at her feet with a hint of shyness. Concerned, he asked what was wrong, and she softly pleaded for a quick trip to a photo booth. He could sense her desperation and immediately agreed. On their way, she expressed her desire to capture the day's memories, explaining that she couldn't recall any good moments with her parents. She wanted to preserve this day in a photograph, her smile brightening her face. Tobirama felt a pang in his heart at her words. Once inside the photo booth, he lifted her onto his lap, wrapping her in a warm hug. He aimed to provide her with heartwarming photos that would always lift her spirits. They took several loving family photos before switching to goofy and silly poses, which Toga would cherish forever. The chilling atmosphere of absolute zero enveloped the scene. Toga and Tobirama were perched on the edge of a tall building, their legs dangling off the side. Toga enjoyed her sweets while Tobirama scanned the area with binoculars, focused on their target's movements. They had discovered that the individual they were tracking was funneling illicit funds into his corporation, money obtained from the organization they had been working to dismantle for months. Tobirama signaled to Toga that the target was on the move, having seen him enter a car that drove off. They swiftly pursued the vehicle on foot, leaping from rooftop to remain undetected. After 10 minutes, the car halted near the city harbor, and its occupants began to exit, heading toward a warehouse heavily guarded by mercenaries. To avoid detection, they utilized the body flicker technique, instantly transporting themselves to the roof of the warehouse across the street. They approached the large skylight window, and Toga used her ice chakra to connect her right hand to the glass. With her left hand, she carefully sliced a small circle from the window, ensuring the cut piece wouldn't fall and alert anyone below. Now able to hear the conversation inside, they observed a large meeting table surrounded by 8 executives, each flanked by 2 personal bodyguards. As the meeting commenced, one executive stood and announced the dire state of their organization, revealing that over 98% had been dismantled. The loss of personnel had severely impacted their operations and finances. An uproar ensued, but another executive silenced the room with a forceful slam of his fist on the table, creating a noticeable dent. He questioned their knowledge of the attackers, prompting a nod from the first executive, who admitted they had no idea who was behind the assaults but assured that their boss would handle it. The confidence in their leader seemed to restore some calm, but it also piqued Tobirama and Toga's curiosity about the identity of this boss, as they had assumed they were dealing with the remaining leaders of the group. After eavesdropping for a while, they decided to eliminate everyone except a few for interrogation. Tobirama initiated the attack with the hidden mist jutsu, enveloping the area in a thick mist. Toga closed her eyes to focus, entering her killer mindset before abruptly opening them and leaping through the window. Inside, confusion reigned as the executives reacted to the sudden mist. One executive warned the others, but before he could finish, Toga landed silently behind him. With a swift motion, she incapacitated him, and he collapsed onto the table, unable to complete his warning. The shock quickly turned to chaos as the remaining executives realized what was happening. Panic erupted, and in their frantic state, they clumsily unleashed their quirks, making it easy for Toga and Tobirama to dispatch them. They left only a few top officers alive, whom they knocked out and bound to their chairs. Once the dust settled, Toga and Tobirama, now splattered with remnants of the confrontation, splashed cold water on the officers' faces to wake them. As the officers regained consciousness, they found themselves restrained and seated in a row, staring at their masked captors. Toga, squatting beside Tobirama, felt a rush of excitement. The sooner they extracted the information they needed, the sooner she could return home to Izuku. One of the officers attempted to speak, but Toga quickly covered his mouth with her hand, eager to begin their interrogation. She looked deep into his eyes and spoke in a chilling tone, instructing him to listen and answer. With that, she removed her hand from his mouth and turned to face them all. Instead of a simple turn, she spun completely around, her gaze sweeping over each of them as she added with a sinister amusement that if she didn't receive satisfactory answers, she would have her fun until she did. Before they could grasp the weight of her words, she swiftly dispatched the man seated in the middle, his lifeless body slumping forward in the chair. Blood splattered onto her and the two closest to him, leaving the floor stained and the others in shock. The two nearest to her paled at the sight, while she approached the table, retrieving a leather pouch. She adjusted her grip, revealing its contents, which sent waves of terror through the group. They trembled in their seats, desperately trying to break free from their restraints. With a chilling amusement, she declared that escape was futile. Toga then looked upward, placing a hand on her mask as if contemplating. She mused aloud about how long it typically took for someone to beg for mercy, recalling a time when it lasted around 14 or 15 minutes. Her gaze locked onto them, and with a cheerful tone, she wondered how long they would endure. The intensity in her eyes radiated a menacing intent that sent shivers down their spines. One of the newly promoted officers, overwhelmed by fear, lost control. Toga turned to him, her voice softening as she reassured him that it was common for some to react this way during her sessions. She then shifted to a brighter tone, telling him he was the first, but that it also meant he would suffer less than the others. With that, she pulled out a knife from the pouch and inflicted a wound on his thigh, causing him to cry out in pain, tears streaming down his face. She inquired about the location of their leader, but he glanced at the other officers, who shook their heads in a silent plea for him to remain quiet. Turning back to Toga, he admitted he didn't know. With a hint of amusement, she remarked that they would see if they could break the previous record. She then retrieved a few needles from the pouch, slowly pushing them into his fingertips, eliciting agonizing cries from him. Moments later, he succumbed to a heart attack, unable to withstand the pain and fear. The others watched in horror as his eyes remained open, his expression frozen in terror. With a hint of disappointment, Toga turned to the remaining officers, expressing her frustration that he had only lasted 3 minutes. She asked if they were ready to talk now, but they were too stunned by her methods to respond. Noticing one officer squirming in fear, she approached him, stating that he was next and encouraging him to last a bit longer this time, her voice monotone. As the sun rose beautifully over Devo City, Toga and Tobirama arrived, having extracted the location of the organization's main base in the forest north of the city after nearly an hour of interrogation. They settled on branches high in a tall tree, seeking a few hours of rest before their final mission. Tobirama and Toga perched atop a tree, consuming food pills while meticulously checking their equipment and reviewing their plan one last time. It was late afternoon when they decided to set out for the organization's location, which they had learned about the previous day. From their vantage point deep within the Malabog forest, they surveyed a vast estate surrounded by a tall wall. They estimated the property to be around 40,000 square yards, or 33,400 square meters. Guards patrolled the top of the wall, and watchtowers stood at each corner, with several more along the perimeter. The guards were vigilant, likely due to the organization having lost over 95% of its members. Beyond the wall, they could see barracks, training fields, and military vehicles. Based on their earlier intelligence, only about 500 members remained, but the sight before them suggested that the organization had bolstered its ranks, possibly doubling or even tripling their numbers. Despite this, Tobirama and Toga trusted in their abilities, knowing that the group's leader, whom they needed to eliminate, was likely inside the imposing mansion at the center of the estate. As they approached the end of their assignment, Tobirama felt an unsettling intuition, but he pushed it aside, focusing on the task at hand. He summoned 4 shadow clones and sent them toward their target. With a swift motion, he formed finger guns and aimed at the nearest watchtower. In an instant, the guards within were taken out by powerful, silent water droplets, making them perfect for an assassination mission. They leaped onto the watchtower and signaled to the shadow clones. The clones executed the 4 flames formation, creating a massive barrier of purple flames that would engulf anyone who came into contact with it. This barrier enveloped the entire estate, trapping everyone inside. The sudden commotion drew attention, providing Tobirama with the opportunity to cast hidden mist jutsu before anyone could spot them. In mere moments, thick mist filled the barrier, obscuring visibility. Toga performed a series of hand signs, summoning an ice katana, while Tobirama drew his own long, slender katana. They jumped down into the courtyard and employed the soundless murder technique, swiftly eliminating targets with precision. The only sounds were the panicked cries of those around them, which only aided in their hunt. After a few minutes, one of the villains regained his composure and used his water quirk to absorb the mist, causing it to dissipate quickly. The chaos and confusion ceased abruptly as the mist cleared, revealing a courtyard littered with fallen mercenaries and villains. Shocked by the scene, they beheld 2 figures standing amidst the carnage, each wielding katanas and wearing distinctive masks. No one dared to move, their eyes fixed on the intruders. Suddenly, one villain attempted to flee, leaping over the wall. However, upon contact with the barrier, he was engulfed in flames, his cries echoing through the courtyard. This distraction provided Tobirama with an opening. He clasped his hands and invoked water-style, water shockwave, creating a massive vortex of water that surged from their position, crashing down on the battlefield. The powerful waves slammed into the villains, knocking many against the wall. Those who managed to evade were not so fortunate. Toga had already begun her hand signs, unleashing secret jutsu, 8,000 needles of death. From the water created by Tobirama's technique, she summoned a barrage of long water needles, targeting those who had jumped to safety and striking them with rapid precision. Once the water from the water shockwave receded, they moved through the courtyard, confirming that all their adversaries had been neutralized. They then went and dealt with the stragglers hiding in the various houses before turning their attention to the mansion. Tobirama deactivated his barrier and summoned shadow clones, sending them inside first to trigger any potential traps. After 10 minutes, the shadow clones returned, leaving Tobirama and Toga puzzled. The clones reported that they had searched all 7 floors and found the entire place empty. This prompted both of them to rush inside and thoroughly investigate. They turned the place upside down but uncovered no clues as to why it was deserted. Growing frustrated, Tobirama considered the possibility of a hidden entrance and used his sensing technique, confirming that there were indeed life forces beneath them. They descended to the first floor, where Toga used her summoning jutsu to call forth her slugs. She instructed them to split into microscopic sizes and search for a hidden entrance, which they promptly did. After a few minutes, one of the slugs on Toga's shoulder reported the discovery of a hidden stairway leading downwards. Toga guided Tobirama to the entrance and instructed him to break the floor in front of them. Toga summoned her ice katana, infusing it with chakra, and sliced through the floor, revealing a downward spiral of stairs. She unsummoned her slugs and exchanged a determined glance with Tobirama before they continued their descent. After what felt like 7 minutes and the equivalent of 20 floors, they reached the bottom and found themselves in a long corridor, which they cautiously followed. At the end of the corridor, they entered an expansive square room. If they had to estimate, the room was about 200 yards wide and 200 yards long, with a ceiling approximately 60 yards high. The walls appeared to be made of white marble panels, each standing 5 yards tall and 20 yards wide, arranged like a distorted chessboard. Both of them were awestruck by the vast emptiness of the room. However, as soon as they stepped inside, a marble panel dropped behind them, sealing their exit and trapping them within. Half of the panels around the room began to lift, revealing hidden chambers behind each one, protected by a glass-like material. Inside those chambers were what appeared to be hired mercenaries, corrupt heroes, and villains. In the center of the room, at their eye level, another marble panel rose, revealing a figure seated on a throne who began to applaud slowly. With an impressed yet annoyed tone, he introduced himself as Sharon and congratulated them on reaching this point. He expressed amazement at their ability to locate this place and eliminate the remnants of his life's work. Sharon glanced around at the individuals in the hidden rooms, noting that they had all been waiting for this moment, particularly those who had suffered losses at their hands. His voice dripped with anger as he spoke the last part. Tobirama quickly attempted to use water gun jutsu against Sharon, but the attack merely splashed against the glass barrier in front of him. Sharon rose from his throne, approached the glass, and knocked on it, laughing as he spoke. He explained that the glass had been specially made for them, a result of extensive research and sacrifices made to gather information on their abilities. Finally, he declared, they could exact their revenge. He returned to his throne and snapped his fingers, signaling the others to begin. This caused a chorus of war cries to erupt from every hidden chamber. In an instant, 2 of the rooms emptied, and the individuals inside appeared before Toga and Tobirama as if teleported. Tobirama cursed himself for not trusting his instincts. For nearly 2 weeks, something had felt off, and now he understood why. The recent missions had gone too smoothly, and while success was welcome, it often hinted at underlying issues. He glanced at Toga, who was engaged in combat with several villains using her martial skills. Determined to assist her, he rushed forward, dispatching enemies in his path. When he reached her, he attempted to use flying Raijin Jutsu to teleport them away, but to his dismay, nothing happened. The sound of laughter caught his attention, and he turned to find Sharon, who was clearly enjoying the situation. Sharon gestured to a figure emerging from the shadows behind his throne. With a smirk, he explained that while they were unsure how Tobirama had acquired so many quirks, they had discovered that he could teleport. The person Sharon indicated possessed a quirk that disrupted any space-time abilities in the area. Tobirama, filled with anger, demanded to know how they had managed to teleport things into the room if he couldn't escape. Sharon laughed, explaining that the individual could either prevent people from using their quirks or block their abilities to bring things into the area. They were simply using this power to keep Tobirama and Toga trapped while their allies were brought in. As Tobirama and Toga fought off wave after wave of criminals, Sharon grew increasingly frustrated. Finally, he snapped his fingers and announced Phase 2. Suddenly, the influx of enemies ceased, and panels in the ceiling opened, releasing a barrage of tiny needles. They dodged as best they could, but some struck both Tobirama and Toga. Sharon laughed, claiming he was sorry to cut their fun short with poison, but he couldn't allow them to defeat his remaining companions. Toga quickly removed the needles from her body and healed herself using medical ninjutsu. To Karen's shock, neither of them fell to the ground. Confused, he exclaimed that the needles contained enough poison to incapacitate 5 elephants. Toga, wanting to protect Tobirama's secret, claimed that they were both immune to various poisons due to her sensei's experiments. This revelation shifted Karen's expression from shock to anger, realizing they now had to rely on brute force and quirks to defeat them. As the battle continued, Tobirama recognized that Sharon was sending weaker opponents first to gauge their abilities before unleashing stronger foes. He noticed Toga's fatigue. Despite her recent recovery, she was not at her peak, and the ongoing battle was taking a toll on her stamina. Tobirama attempted to use hidden mist jutsu to create a tactical advantage and conserve Toga's energy, but to his dismay, it failed. He tried various water jutsus, but each met the same fate, accompanied by Karen's mocking laughter. Amidst the chaos, Sharon taunted Tobirama, revealing that they had also brought in a girl with a quirk capable of evaporating all nearby water. This realization struck Tobirama hard. He understood now why his instincts had been warning him as they approached the leader. They had clearly studied them to counter their abilities. Determined not to hold back any longer, Tobirama removed his mask and declared that they would all perish today, revealing his true identity. As he unleashed his full chakra, the mask shattered in his grip, and a cyan aura enveloped him. With a fierce glare directed at everyone in the room except Toga, He crouched low and then propelled himself forward at incredible speed, ready to confront the enemies before him. Cheryl was dumbstruck. In the brief moment it took for Tobirama to disappear from his sight and reappear, over 200 of his men fell lifelessly to the ground. Cheryl yelled at Tobirama, demanding to know what he had done. Tobirama merely glanced at him, wiping his katana clean with a swift motion. With a smirk and an arched eyebrow, he casually remarked that Cheryl should not underestimate his abilities. Tobirama then pointed around the room at the remaining survivors, glaring at them as he proclaimed that as long as he had a body and physical strength, he would eliminate every last one of them. Many flinched at his words, stepping back in fear of his challenge. Cheryl's anger boiled over as he noticed the wavering confidence among his men. They were beginning to fear Tobirama more than him. He took a moment to compose himself before snapping his fingers and declaring, "Phase Omega." Instantly, Tobirama felt an immense weight pressing down on him, as if his body had become hundreds, if not thousands, of times heavier. Though the weight hindered his movement, it could not stop his immortal body, especially with his infinite chakra keeping him free from exhaustion or pain. Cheryl had to admit he was impressed. This intruder was not only powerful but faced challenges head-on. The girl with him was no less formidable. During the battle, Toga's mask had been chipped and broken, and her hood had been pulled back, prompting her to cut it off to avoid being caught off guard again. Toga was panting heavily, her stamina quickly depleting, and Tobirama sensed her struggle. As he attempted to stand, Cheryl shouted for someone to restrain him. A random villain responded with a command, and long purple chains appeared around Tobirama, tightening before vanishing unexpectedly. Confused, Tobirama thought the quirk had misfired, but soon realized something was amiss. He was instantly teleported back to his original position as soon as he moved 10 yards away from where he had been restrained. With a fierce glare at Cheryl, Tobirama demanded to know what had happened, but all he received in response was laughter, along with the assurance that he was stuck there until he either died or the quirk user was incapacitated or chose to release him. Villains began to surround him, turning their attention to Toga. Tobirama attempted to use long-range jutsu to protect her, but massive metal walls suddenly appeared, sealing him away from the others. He knew he could easily destroy the walls with his powerful techniques, but he could not risk harming Toga, especially since she was unable to use her protective ice technique. Toga fought valiantly, but she was not truly alone. She merged her spirit with Matatabi, gaining 2 tails and transforming into a fully grown tailed beast. She hoped to use her size to break through the walls, knowing that using a tailed beast bomb in such a confined space could lead to severe injuries from the explosion. To her dismay, the room seemed infused with a quirk that made it nearly indestructible. Matatabi then reverted to her chakra cloak form, making it harder for the villains to land hits. Toga and Matatabi exchanged control as they battled for what felt like hours, though it was only 30 minutes of relentless fighting, with enemies continuously attacking her without respite. To further torment Tobirama, the gravity villain was given a boost to his quirk, which allowed him to pin Tobirama down, forcing him into a prone position. They removed the walls surrounding him, forcing him to watch as Toga was struck repeatedly by various attacks. He stared in horror, witnessing her struggle and bleed as she dodged the onslaught. Eventually, Toga could no longer maintain her Matatabi chakra cloak due to her dwindling stamina. As she dodged a punch from a stone-based quirk user, she was struck hard on the head. This blow caused her to stumble and fall to her knees, catching herself by driving her sword into the ground. The attackers paused, sensing her vulnerability, and stepped back. A figure approached her with a katana, signaling her impending execution. Knowing her time was short, Toga turned her head toward Tobirama, who was gritting his teeth and shedding tears. She saw a hint of sadness in his eyes before she offered him a genuine smile. With a soft tone, she expressed her wish that they could have spent more time together as father and daughter. Tobirama returned her smile, sharing her sentiment. As the executioner drew closer, Toga closed her eyes and, with a smile, confessed her love for him. Tobirama's heart ached as he echoed her feelings. She then turned to face her executioner, closing her eyes once more and apologizing for her perceived weakness. Not wanting to witness another loved one perish, Tobirama also closed his eyes. The executor raised his katana, glancing at Cheryl for confirmation. With a nod from Cheryl, the executor turned back to Toga and swung his weapon down. A loud metallic clang echoed through the room, followed by a bone-crushing sound. Both Toga and Tobirama opened their eyes in shock at the unexpected turn of events. Izuku lay on the ground, waking abruptly and quickly sitting up. He rubbed his head, complaining about the pain, and opened his eyes, bewildered by his surroundings. He found himself in an open area, with nothing visible in any direction. The ground beneath him rippled like water with each step, revealing that he stood on an ocean glowing faintly green. This glow illuminated the dark space around him. After standing, Izuku looked around and expressed his disappointment, wondering if he was dead and if this was the afterlife. Realizing there was no one to answer, he began to wander aimlessly into the emptiness. Days turned into weeks, and time passed slowly as echoes filled the void, taunting him with phrases like, "You're weak," "You're useless," and "You're nothing." Although he tried to ignore them, they gradually eroded his emotional state. As the weeks passed, Izuku's emotional turmoil deepened. The echoes reminded him of the pain, sadness, and loneliness he had experienced during his life with his biological family. He felt a profound sense of isolation, realizing that this loneliness was worse than before, as he longed for the love and affection of his adoptive family, who had healed his past wounds. The thought of his adoptive family brought an intense pain to his heart. He tried to shake it off and keep moving, but the ache only intensified. After a month of wandering, the weight of his negative emotions overwhelmed him. He fell to his knees, sobbing and yelling into the void, but nothing responded. Unable to bear the pain any longer, Izuku extended his left arm toward his chest. Gathering the last of his strength, he made a swift motion, feeling a rush of anguish as he pressed his hand against his heart. He felt the warmth of his heart in his palm, realizing the irony of his situation. He couldn't even give up when he wanted to. In a moment of anger, he stood up, clutching his heart. Just as he was about to discard it, a calming warmth enveloped his left hand. Surprised, he recognized it as Toga's presence, as if she were holding him and sharing her love. This warmth brought him to his knees again, tears streaming down his face as he held his still-beating heart. Suddenly, almost translucent hands appeared before him, glowing faintly yellow. He knew these hands belonged to Toga. They grasped his left hand tightly, prompting more tears to flow as he heard her whispers, filled with love and reassurance, promising to return and never let him suffer again. As she guided his hand back to his chest, he felt her soft lips brush against him before her presence faded, leaving him with the lingering sensation of her touch. Then he sensed Tobirama's presence, who spoke with a mix of sadness and pride, assuring Izuku that he would protect Toga. This brought Izuku comfort, knowing someone was looking out for her in his absence. Tobirama ruffled his hair, expressing concern for him and urging him to wake up soon, reminding him that they all missed him. With that, Tobirama's presence also vanished. Tobirama's words struck a chord within Izuku. He realized how selfish he had been, allowing despair to consume him. Standing tall, he noticed his chest had healed, and he resolved not to keep his loved ones waiting any longer. With determination, he took a step forward and continued his journey. What began as a painful month stretched into months of relentless struggle. Izuku wandered aimlessly, unsure of his destination but driven by an inner need to reach somewhere. The echoes continued to taunt him, urging him to give up and accept his fate. Yet, he often felt the warmth and encouragement of his family, reminding him to keep moving forward. Despite the countless times he wanted to surrender, their voices and warmth pushed him onward, motivating him to persevere. Occasionally, he would take breaks or lay down, unable to sleep but finding solace in memories of his loving family. These memories helped him maintain his sanity and resist the encroaching darkness. Early on, he discovered that his jutsu and chakra abilities were ineffective in this strange realm. While lying on the ground, Izuku reflected on how long he had been there. He vaguely remembered losing count after about 6 months, but if he had to guess, it had been around 9 or even 10 months by now. It was just another day of wandering for him when he suddenly heard a clear and unfamiliar voice coming from behind. The voice asked why he had come seeking it. Izuku turned around, shocked to see the figure who had spoken. The older man before him had pale skin and spiky, shoulder-length hair that was a light brown color. A braided lock hung in front of his left ear, and he sported a goatee that reached down to his waist. Both of the older man's eyes bore the Rinnegan dojutsu, and on his forehead was a red eye resembling a Sharingan. He wore a white, full-length kimono adorned with a pattern of 6 black magatama around a high collar. The Sage of 6 Paths. For the first time in years, Izuku expressed his shock at seeing Hagoromo Otsutsuki, which prompted Hagoromo to raise an eyebrow in curiosity, pleased to be recognized after so long. He observed Izuku's surprised expression and began to recognize elements of Izuku's chakra. Hagoromo then remarked that Izuku must be a descendant of Indra, which brought Izuku back to reality. He admitted that he did not know who Indra was. Hagoromo chuckled lightly at Izuku's innocence and suggested that perhaps he had heard of Sasuke Uchiha or Madara Uchiha. The mention of those names brought a sad expression to Izuku's face, prompting Hagoromo to inquire about what was troubling him. Izuku sat down, wiping away a few tears that had begun to form, and shared that he knew Sasuke, who felt like a big brother to him, and that Madara was his father. He lamented that he had not been able to see them, having been trapped in this place for what he assumed was nearly a year. Understanding Izuku's struggle, Hagoromo empathized with him, recalling his own long and lonely journey. While he had the world to explore and people to converse with, Izuku had wandered through emptiness until their meeting. Hagoromo gently placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder and assured him that he was not alone anymore, which brought Izuku some comfort. Once Izuku had calmed down, Hagoromo offered to share a story about his 2 sons, who would later establish the Uchiha and Senju clans. Eager for a distraction and the company, Izuku nodded enthusiastically. After the lengthy tale, he felt a sense of calm wash over him for the first time in a long while, and he lay down, resting his head before drifting off to sleep with a genuine smile. When Izuku awoke, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him as he found himself still in the same place. For a moment, he wondered if his encounter with Hagoromo had been a mere figment of his imagination. However, that thought quickly faded when he heard Hagoromo greet him with a good morning. Hagoromo apologized for making him feel tired during the story, and Izuku waved off the concern, expressing his gratitude instead. Suddenly, Hagoromo posed a question to Izuku. Why did he seek power? This inquiry caused Izuku to flinch, and Hagoromo continued, explaining that Azura gained the power to protect through trust, help, and love, while his brother Indra believed in achieving peace through strength alone. Hagoromo wanted to know what Izuku sought through power and what he hoped to accomplish. Izuku pondered the question deeply before responding that he sought power to protect those he cared about, the innocent, and the weak who needed help from the strong. He added that he desired justice for everyone who needed it and hoped to create a world where people were more understanding and accepting of each other's pain. He admitted that his thoughts were still jumbled from his time in this place. Hagoromo smiled, assuring Izuku that he did not need to rush his answer, as he already understood. He revealed that he had seen many of Izuku's memories, which made Izuku awkwardly look down, prompting a chuckle from Hagoromo. He explained that they were in Izuku's mindscape, where all of his memories could be easily accessed. To illustrate this, Hagoromo spread his arms, causing multiple screens of memories to appear, showcasing both the good and the bad. Hagoromo then floated closer to Izuku and asked him to extend his left arm. After Izuku complied, Hagoromo grasped his hand and promised to grant him the power he sought. The only condition was that Izuku would share his story when it was complete and they met again on the other side. Izuku felt a surge of chakra flow through him, and as Hagoromo pointed down to the water beneath them, Izuku looked into his own reflection and gasped. His left eye had transformed into a Rinnegan, resembling the one Sasuke possessed. The new chakra also unlocked his own, and suddenly, a full-sized Kurama emerged from the ocean behind him. Overwhelmed with joy at seeing Kurama again after so long, Izuku rushed toward him, tears in his eyes, and embraced him tightly. Kurama, delighted to reunite with Izuku, became flustered upon noticing Hagoromo and tried to gently push Izuku away, but Izuku held on firmly. This sight brought a soft smile to Hagoromo's face as he noted how much Kurama had changed, expressing a desire for them to be a family once more, just as they had been in their younger days. This caused Kurama to blush, which surprised Izuku since his fur was orange. Suddenly, Izuku remembered something he wanted to ask Hagoromo, so he jumped down from Kurama and quickly approached Hagoromo. Before Izuku could ask his question, Hagoromo stopped him, stating that he already knew what Izuku was going to ask, and the answer was yes. Hagoromo placed his palm on Izuku's forehead and shared a memory with him. After seeing the memory, Izuku felt relieved and beamed with a bright smile, expressing his gratitude. Unexpectedly, both Kurama and Izuku felt a cold shiver down their spines, sensing someone close to them was in danger. Kurama looked up and explained that their connection with Matatabi indicated they were in trouble, urging Izuku to leave immediately. Understanding the urgency, Izuku glanced at Hagoromo, who nodded, encouraging him to go and save them. Izuku smiled and said goodbye, while Kurama grinned widely, expressing his intention to send regards to the others and how good it was to see Hagoromo again. With that, both of them began to fade away. In the medical bay, Itachi sat beside Izuku's bed, engrossed in a book. They had been taking turns watching over Izuku's condition for the past 2 months. While Itachi read, he noticed Izuku's finger twitch from the corner of his eye. Not believing what he saw, he turned fully towards Izuku and realized his hand was moving. This prompted Itachi to rush and find Tsunade, needing to check Izuku's condition after he had awakened. The sound of the slamming doors startled Izuku awake, causing him to sit up in bed and look around, recognizing the medical bay. With no time to waste, he spotted Itachi's Akatsuki robe on a chair. As he put it on, he waved to the camera in the medical bay, silently apologizing. Using the link between Kurama and Matatabi, he located them and activated Flying Raijin Jutsu to teleport to their location. The others in the house rushed into the room, only to find the bed and room empty. Upon arrival, Izuku activated his Sharingan and Rinnegan. Everything around him seemed to move slowly, but his eyes were processing information at an incredible speed. The first thing he noticed was Toga's condition. She was on her knees, her back turned to him, while a person wielding a katana was swinging it toward her head. In an instant, Izuku shifted into his intense combat mode. Those who had witnessed him reach this level of focus knew that the outcome for his opponents would be dire. He positioned himself in front of Toga, catching the katana with his right Susanoo arm. Applying pressure with his thumb, he snapped the blade as if it were a dry twig. Before anyone could comprehend what had just happened, Izuku concentrated all his strength and chakra into his left arm and delivered a powerful punch to the sword wielder. The force of the blow sent the attacker crashing into the wall, resulting in a loud impact that echoed throughout the room. The sound of the collision caused everyone to turn their attention toward the source, and the sight filled some with fear. As they looked at the assailant, many felt a growing apprehension due to Izuku's display of power. However, 2 individuals in the room experienced overwhelming relief and happiness. Standing beside Toga was Izuku, who, from their perspectives, had become significantly stronger. The whole room was filled with a tense atmosphere after witnessing a swift but shocking display of power. A newcomer had arrived out of nowhere, and with a single punch, he had completely incapacitated a person in the blink of an eye. The force of the body colliding with the wall created a horrific sound, and due to the reinforced wall, the body ended up pressed against it, causing a chaotic splatter of fluids around the area. Izuku turned towards Toga and crouched down in front of her. He brushed the hair covering her tear-streaked face aside and placed his palm against her cheek, gently wiping away some of her tears with his thumb. Toga could hardly believe it was Izuku at first, but as she felt the warmth of his hand, she recognized him and leaned into his touch, closing her eyes as she smiled. She expressed how much she had missed him and began to apologize, but Izuku interrupted her, reassuring her that he was okay and that there was no need for apologies. Meanwhile, some of the villains had regained their composure and saw this as an opportunity to attack. They stealthily approached Izuku from behind. Sensing their presence, Izuku activated his Susanoo ribcage, stopping their attacks in their tracks. He then asked Toga to wait for a moment, to which she nodded with a smile. Standing up, he turned to face the three villains with an intense glare and a cold, annoyed tone, stating that it was rude to interrupt someone while they were talking. The overwhelming aura of deadly intent he emanated caused all three villains to faint immediately. This only heightened the tension in the room, especially when they saw him pick up a broken katana and make a swift motion towards the unconscious villains, leaving the others around them in shock. Suddenly, they heard someone clapping, drawing their attention to an arrogant figure. It was Sharon, smirking as he applauded. He spoke to Izuku with amusement, noting that people seemed to underestimate him by sending more inexperienced fighters to confront him. Izuku, unfazed, asked who Sharon was, which only fueled Karen's anger. He introduced himself as the underground leader of a Southern Asian organization that Izuku and his friends had been taking down for the past 2 months. Izuku raised an eyebrow, admitting he had never heard of him, suggesting that Sharon had never been on his radar. Distracted by their conversation, another group of villains attempted to sneak up on Toga from behind. Without turning around, Izuku swung his Susanoo skeleton hand, sending them crashing against the wall with tremendous force, incapacitating them. Sharon, now even more furious, pointed at Izuku and accused him of trying to act tough, questioning who he thought he was. Izuku casually mentioned that he had been given the nickname the Red-eyed Devil. The mention of this name sent a wave of panic through the crowd, causing many to tremble in fear, including Sharon. One of the villains, recognizing Izuku from a wanted poster, stuttered in terror, confirming his identity as the infamous Red. This revelation sent everyone fleeing in a panic. However, the chaos was short-lived as they froze in place when Izuku's gaze fell upon them. With a cold and venomous tone, he demanded to know who had given them permission to move. The most seasoned killers felt a chilling shiver down their spines, standing still like deer caught in headlights, all sharing the same thought. They did not want to die today. Knowing the reputation of Red, Sharon sought to secure his escape. He pointed at Toga, claiming that she was in dire need of medical attention after being beaten badly. Izuku turned to Toga, which made Sharon smirk, thinking he had gained the upper hand. However, his smirk vanished when he witnessed Toga rapidly healing after Izuku shared some of Kurama's chakra with her, significantly boosting her healing abilities. As Izuku sensed the extent of her injuries, he realized the full scope of her physical and emotional wounds. Toga had cuts and bruises all over her body, a broken arm, fractured ribs, and a concussion, with tear marks on her face and missing teeth. Seeing her in such a wounded and vulnerable state ignited an unfathomable rage within him. Kurama sensed the intensity of Izuku's emotions but noticed that he was maintaining control over his anger. In fact, Izuku's focus and control were at a terrifying level. The potential for destruction he possessed when angry was well known, but what frightened everyone even more was his ability to channel that rage while remaining completely composed. As the tension in the room escalated, people began to fall unconscious around them, overwhelmed by the atmosphere of dread that Izuku had created. The fear surrounding Izuku was palpable, causing the heart rates of those nearby to spike, leading some to faint from sheer shock. Ironically, this created a placebo effect, amplifying their fear of him even further. Like a chain reaction, people began to drop to the ground one after another. By the time Toga had fully healed, which took no more than 5 minutes, everyone else in the room had already lost consciousness. The only individuals still awake were those inside the reinforced rooms, clinging to the false hope that these barriers could protect them from Izuku's power. However, being conscious did not equate to feeling safe. In fact, some envied those who had passed out. The atmosphere in Izuku's presence was chillingly terrifying. Unbeknownst to everyone, Izuku had activated the first stage of his Susanoo form, manifesting a massive skeletal figure around him that made those present associate him with the Grim Reaper. This sight led many to question their sanity, wondering if they were experiencing a hallucination or reality. If what they were witnessing was indeed real, then Izuku was truly living up to his name. The intense doubt about their own sanity caused a few of the conscious villains to succumb to despair, believing they were trapped in a nightmare. Sharon felt increasingly pale with each passing moment, The overwhelming aura emanating from Izuku made him feel like an insignificant insect beneath a giant's foot. He glanced down, reassured by the reinforced glass that separated him from Izuku, which offered a false sense of security. With newfound arrogance, he smirked at Izuku, dismissing his fear and asserting that he was safe behind the glass. Izuku had little patience for arrogance, especially from those who believed themselves untouchable. He relished the moment when the hope in his target's eyes began to fade as they realized their dire situation. Approaching Sharon, Izuku stopped right in front of the glass, causing Sharon to instinctively back away before regaining his composure. Focusing his chakra into his Susanu's bony right index finger, Izuku pressed it against the glass, applying pressure. A small spider crack appeared, growing larger with each push of his finger, accompanied by ominous cracking sounds. With a chilling smirk, Izuku questioned Karen's perception of his strength, taunting him about the glass's ability to withstand his power. Each crack sent a jolt of fear through Sharon, who paled further with every sound, taking slow steps back as the cracks widened. With a triumphant grin, Izuku climbed through the shattered glass, his voice dripping with playful menace as he announced his presence. The coldness of his tone sent shivers down Karen's spine, causing him to drop to his knees, trembling and unable to look away from Izuku. Izuku approached Sharon slowly, wanting him to truly understand the essence of terror. After what felt like an eternity, though it was merely a minute, he stood before Sharon, who was paralyzed by despair and fear. Bending down, Izuku gripped Sharon by the collar of his shirt, lifting him to eye level with an unamused expression. Extending his hand, a dark rod emerged from his palm, which he then drove into Karen's shoulder, pinning him against the wall. Sharon squirmed helplessly, and with a commanding tone, Izuku instructed him to remain still, his voice laced with a menacing undertone that silenced Karen's movements. Turning away from Sharon, Izuku stretched and cracked his knuckles, regaining his smirk as he declared with amusement that it was time to dance. "Let's dance," were the last words heard by the people in the same room as Sharon and Izuku, and in an instant, they all collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Sharon wished he could unsee the scene, as it confirmed Red's fearsome reputation, deepening his regret for inviting the devil to dance. In a flash, Izuku leaped toward Grey Road, delivering a swift strike to his throat. Grey Road clutched his neck in pain and fell to his knees. As he did, Izuku seized the back of his head and yanked it downwards. Izuku's knee connected with Grey Road's face, causing a sickening crunch that echoed in the room. The impact jolted Grey Road's head back, and he dropped to the ground with a thud. Before anyone could react, Izuku turned to his next target, the gravity manipulator. He appeared before him in an instant, summoning a black rod from his palm and stabbing it through the side of the man's thigh. The gravity manipulator winced in pain, clutching his leg. Izuku capitalized on the moment, delivering a powerful punch to the right side of his jaw, causing him to collapse to Izuku's left. As the villain fell, Izuku executed a backflip beside him, using their combined momentum to deliver a devastating kick to the underside of the villain's chin, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. After landing, Izuku focused on the man who could disrupt spatial quirks. He charged forward, swinging his left arm with all his might at the man's chest. The force of the blow sent the man reeling, causing him to cough, some blood splattering onto Izuku's face, a sight he had grown accustomed to. With his hands still in the man's chest, Izuku grasped two rib bones and yanked them out forcefully, creating a gaping hole. As the man began to fall, Izuku spun around and stabbed him in the neck with the rib bones, puncturing arteries and causing blood to spray across Izuku's side. Before the body could hit the floor, Izuku was already in front of two petrified bodyguards assigned to Sharon. With a rib bone in each hand, he jumped between them, stabbing the man on the right in the eye and the man on the left in his. Using his momentum, he forced both hulking figures to fall backward in agony. In a swift motion, Izuku pulled the ribs from their eyes and stabbed them beneath the jaw, causing them to squirm in pain. He yanked back the ribs before plunging them into their hearts, resulting in more blood spraying over him. Crouched low, Izuku used his leg strength to perform a backflip, releasing the ribs midair before landing behind the warp quirk user. He quickly wrapped his hand around the man's head and snapped his neck in one swift motion, catching the falling rib bones without hesitation. Without a moment's pause, he hurled the bones as a distraction toward a corrupt 18-year-old female hero. She turned just in time to see the bones miss her, but before she could react further, Izuku was already in front of her. As she turned, Izuku spun on one leg, delivering a solid kick to her stomach. She doubled over, clutching her midsection as she fell to one knee. Without stopping, Izuku intertwined his hands and slammed them down onto her knee with overwhelming force, shattering it and eliciting a cry of pain from her as she fell to the side. Izuku summoned a black rod from his palm as she looked up at him, pleading. He paused for a moment, giving her a glimmer of hope, but it vanished as he spoke in a cold tone, reminding her of the consequences of her actions. With venom in his voice, he pierced her heart with the rod. In just a minute, everyone in the room with Sharon lay dead in a pool of their own blood. Covered in blood, Izuku approached the impaled Sharon, who was now pale and horrified by Izuku's brutality. He stared into Karen's trembling eyes and remarked in an unamused tone that it had been boring, not even a sufficient challenge to force him to use his abilities. Izuku turned around and walked toward the main room. This action triggered a flashback for Sharon, recalling a warning from one of his associates in Russia about Izuku. Over 2 years ago, Sharon had traveled to Russia to meet Anatoly, as he had been unable to contact Constantine Kovar or his men for several months. Unbeknownst to him, Constantine and his men were already dead, and Anatoly had taken over as the new leader. Upon arriving at the Bratva headquarters, Sharon was led to Anatoly's office. When he entered and saw Anatoly seated at the main desk, confusion washed over him. Before he could ask any questions, Anatoly informed him that the Bratva had undergone a revolution. Sharon was aware of the upheaval but was unaware that Constantine had been overthrown. Sharon inquired about Constantine's whereabouts, prompting Anatoly to flinch, as a disturbing image of Constantine's fate flashed in his mind. Anatoly revealed that Constantine and his faction had been dead for months, shocking Sharon and causing him to lean back in his chair in frustration over losing a valuable business partner. An idea sparked in Karen's mind. He looked at Anatoly with a smirk and a cheerful tone, suggesting that since Anatoly was the new leader, they could establish a new arrangement. Knowing the Bratva's affinity for money, he directly asked if Anatoly would be interested in rejoining the human trafficking ring. Anatoly's face paled slightly, a reaction Sharon noticed. He received a simple, firm response, no. This puzzled Sharon, as he knew the Bratva typically wouldn't turn down an easy money-making opportunity. He pressed Anatoly for more information, only to hear a story that seemed too far-fetched to believe. Anatoly recounted how an unknown individual had contacted him and made an outrageous one-sided deal for information. This individual had nearly single-handedly helped Anatoly rise to power and had been promised that no innocent people would be involved in the Bratva's dealings. While Anatoly did not mention Izuku's name or background, he detailed everything Izuku had done for them and the consequences if they broke their promise to him. Anatoly then warned Sharon, the last day of our campaign was dubbed DRD. Do you know why? When Sharon shook his head, Anatoly pinched the bridge of his nose and explained, E stands for Devil's Red Dance. It means that if you're fighting with the devil, you might as well end it yourself because the floor will be stained with your blood anyway. Sharon did not fully grasp the meaning at the time, but it would soon become clear to him, though it would be too late. Before Sharon left Russia, Anatoly offered one last piece of advice. You should really stop involving the innocent for your own good. If you continue, you might end up on his radar, which is not a good thing. Sharon scoffed at the warning, dismissing the idea that the Bratva could be afraid of a single person. As he approached the door, Anatoly delivered his final warning. If you ever meet him, may God have mercy on you. You will quickly find any hope turning to despair as you beg for mercy while witnessing everyone around you meet a terrible fate, yours included. So, I recommend you consider my advice regarding the innocent. With that, Sharon departed for home. His flashback ended as he heard horrifying screams outside the reinforced room where he was trapped. He listened to cries, pleas for help, and the sounds of chaos, witnessing bodies being thrown past his entrance, some so mangled they were unrecognizable. This only deepened Karen's despair, slowly eroding his will to live, just as he had been warned. After a few minutes, the sounds outside quieted. Sharon looked up with weary eyes, only to meet the gaze of a blood-drenched Izuku. The only part of Izuku not covered in blood were his eyes, which seemed to pierce through to Karen's very soul. Izuku approached Sharon with a menacing glare. When he stood directly in front of him, he gently patted Karen's cheek with his palm, offering a chilling smile. With an amused tone, Izuku remarked that Sharon had waited long enough and asked if they could begin. Toga was in Tobirama's warm embrace, tears streaming down her face. Just moments ago, they both believed they would lose each other forever. As she looked up at him, she saw a genuine smile on his face. He scratched the back of his head and awkwardly remarked that it seemed they would have more time to play father and daughter. This made her smile brightly as she leaned her head against his chest, joyfully affirming that she wouldn't have it any other way. Tobirama's smile widened as he gently caressed the top of her head. Their moment was interrupted by a cough, prompting them to turn and see a blood-soaked Izuku standing nearby, a wide smirk on his face. He teasingly remarked that he didn't want to interrupt their newfound father-daughter moment but asked if they could help him demolish the place so they could finally go home. In less than 10 minutes, they managed to demolish the entire base. Using their earth, water, and wood-style jutsu, they concealed the area, making it appear as if the base had never existed. As Izuku prepared to teleport, Tobirama interrupted him, stating that they needed to make a quick stop before heading home. Toga jumped up and down in excitement, leaving Izuku puzzled, but he shrugged and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, chaos reigned at the house. Izuku, who had been in a coma for over 2 months, had vanished an hour ago, and no one knew where he had gone. They reviewed the security footage and saw Izuku stand up as soon as Itachi left the room. He borrowed Itachi's robe, mouthing an apology to the camera before teleporting away. As everyone frantically searched the house, they heard someone enter through the side entrance. In the living room, they spotted an exhausted but happy Toga being carried piggyback by a smiling Tobirama. After he set her down, she thanked him, and he ruffled her hair, playfully stating that he had to take care of his precious daughter. This brought smiles to everyone, and Orochimaru snapped a few pictures with his phone. Not wanting to interrupt the sweet moment, everyone observed from the next room, pondering how all of this had come to be. Suddenly, they saw a blood-soaked Izuku enter behind the two. His appearance, along with the Rinnegan now in his left eye, easily overshadowed the heartwarming scene. Madara pinched the bridge of his nose as he approached them, his expression unamused. He asked Izuku how he was already covered in blood, noting that it hadn't even been an hour since he woke up from his coma. Izuku shrugged, stating it wasn't his fault, which only made Madara groan in annoyance. Izuku explained that he sensed Toga was in pain through the link shared with Kurama and Matatabi, prompting him to teleport to her without waiting. Madara crouched down in front of Izuku and hugged him tightly, disregarding the blood. With a genuinely happy tone, he expressed how he had lost everyone he cared about when he was alive, which filled him with anger towards reality. However, meeting Izuku had changed that. He had rediscovered the feeling of being a father. He declared his love for Izuku, calling him son. Izuku teared up and hugged Madara back, clutching tightly to his father's back as he sniffled and expressed his love in return. After a moment, he calmed down, his voice filled with pain as he shared how much he had missed them all. He explained that they were the only ones who helped him maintain his sanity during his months of isolation. His words confused everyone, prompting Izuku to elaborate on his experience of wandering aimlessly in his mindscape, battling the darkness that tried to pull him in. He described how he had felt utterly alone, without the ability to interact with anyone or enjoy the outside world. To lift their spirits, he reassured them that he could feel and hear them whenever they were near, and he smiled brightly, declaring that he was alive because of them. Afterward, he asked if he could take a shower, and everyone laughed, agreeing since he had been sitting there covered in dried blood the entire time. After showering, Izuku came downstairs to find Toga waiting for him with open arms. She hugged him tightly, not wanting to let go, so he gently picked her up and carried her to the library, following the others. Orochimaru then inquired about Izuku's knowledge of the Rinnegan, prompting Izuku to recall his encounter with Hagoromo. He shared how they had discussed the previous reincarnations of Indra and Asura, which made Sasuke sigh in resignation as he revealed that he too had met Hagoromo. Their discussion about the Rinnegan and its possibilities continued for some time, and before they knew it, midnight had arrived. They decided to call it a night, planning to resume Izuku's Rinnegan training in the morning. When Izuku woke up, he felt a weight on his chest. Pulling back the covers, he discovered Toga peacefully sleeping with her head resting on him. Not wanting to disturb her, he carefully shifted her to the side and got out of bed, dressing quietly. As he made his way downstairs, he overheard Orochimaru speaking to someone whose voice he did not recognize. This struck him as odd, as during his time there, he had only encountered the tailed beasts, the creatures from the summoning jutsu, and the individuals Orochimaru had reanimated. Realizing that the voice belonged to a human, he deduced that Orochimaru must have summoned someone else from the dead. Izuku speculated that this could be a new instructor for his Rinnegan training. With that thought in mind, he hurried to the kitchen and swung the door open wide. He turned toward the voice and saw the newly reanimated individual. Not wanting to appear rude, he flashed his brightest smile and extended his hand, introducing himself as Izuku Uchiha, expressing his pleasure at meeting them. Orochimaru remained awake long after everyone else had gone to sleep, contemplating who could best teach Izuku about his Rinnegan abilities. Sitting in front of his computer, he reviewed the updated information he had gathered on Rinnegan users. Izuku Uchiha, known as the Red-eyed Devil, was alive but had minimal skill with the Rinnegan. His unique ability remained unknown. Due to a near-death experience and the merging of his Uchiha chakra with the Senju chakra from Hashirama's cells, he had met Hagoromo, who granted him a Rinnegan in his left eye, which he received in the same manner as Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha, the Shadow Hokage, was deceased but had above-average skill with the Rinnegan. His unique ability was attained through his own experiences, quickly learning to use his special powers while fighting Madara. Aware that the Otsutsuki clan would continue to return to Earth until they absorbed all chakra, Sasuke had donated blood so he could be reanimated in his prime if needed. Madara Uchiha, known as the Ghost of the Uchiha, was also deceased and had mastered the Rinnegan. He had been reanimated by Kabuto, who had preserved some of Madara's DNA for future use. Madara had been tricked into recreating the Rinnegan due to misinformation, and the Hashirama cells had only activated at the end of his natural lifespan. Obito Uchiha, referred to as Tobi, was deceased and had average skill with the Rinnegan. He had obtained the Rinnegan from Nagato's remains, but due to not being the original owner and losing his DNA, reanimation was impossible. Nagato, known as Pain, was also deceased and had mastered the Rinnegan. He had received the power through a secret transplant from Madara when he was young. However, his soul was sealed away, making reanimation impossible. Orochimaru concluded that it was possible to awaken the Rinnegan by obtaining Hagoromo's chakra, either by combining the chakra of his sons, Indra and Asura, or by receiving it directly from Hagoromo. Rinnegan abilities could only be fully utilized by the original owner or by an Uzumaki descendant, who possessed vast chakra reserves and resilience. Madara had demonstrated the ability to revert his Rinnegan to his Mangekyo Sharingan during a battle, allowing him to cast Genjutsu. The unique abilities of the Rinnegan could only be used by its original owner, as shown by Madara and Sasuke, who could manipulate space and create portals. Momoshiki could absorb ninjutsu and transform it, while Urashiki could transport himself into the past. Nagato and Obito, however, displayed none of those unique abilities, with Nagato controlling his 6 paths of pain through chakra. The question remained, what unique ability would Izuku Uchiha gain? After finishing his report, Orochimaru leaned back in his chair, pondering who possessed the most knowledge of Rinnegan capabilities and could teach Izuku. While he knew Sasuke and Madara could instruct Izuku, they had not fully utilized all of the Rinnegan's abilities. Orochimaru wanted Izuku to learn everything, ensuring he would have an advantage in future battles. Suddenly, a realization struck Orochimaru. He placed his hand on his face and laughed, feeling slightly annoyed that it had taken him so long to come to this conclusion. He walked toward a bookshelf in the library and pushed a hidden panel, eager to explore the answer to his dilemma. The bookshelf sank into the floor, revealing a hidden spiraling staircase. At the bottom, a door led to a storage room filled with scrolls from top to bottom, containing some of the most dangerous items he had acquired over the years. This was why he needed to keep them hidden, in case someone foolish enough attempted to break into his home. He approached a shelf labeled DNA for reanimation, pulling out scroll after scroll, checking their tags. Umbu. Failures. Shinobi from Konoha. Kekkei Genkai users. And more. Orochimaru paused when he found a scroll marked Akatsuki members. After extracting it, he placed it on a nearby table and unrolled it until he reached the name Konan. After retrieving a vial of her DNA, he contemplated how to acquire a living sacrifice. He picked up his cell phone and made a few calls to his associate, offering a one-time deal. He would resolve a minor issue for free, provided it involved the elimination of certain individuals. Within 2 hours, he returned home with a living mass murderer slung over his shoulder. He headed to the garden and prepared a special scroll for the jutsu. Just before starting, he recalled that sacrifices often screamed loudly. So, he approached the man and struck him on the throat, silencing him as he writhed on the ground. Orochimaru then poured the vial onto the special scroll and performed a series of hand signs before clasping his hands together. Once activated, the scroll's red lines spread out, forming a seal with the living sacrifice at its center. Dust and ash enveloped the sacrifice's body, transforming him to resemble Konan in her mid-20s. He had been collecting DNA from the Akatsuki members in anticipation of reanimating them after their deaths. He had obtained some of her DNA 11 years before her demise but had never used it, storing the samples away in his storage room. Suddenly, Konan opened her eyes and looked around, trying to comprehend her surroundings. Upon seeing Orochimaru, she jumped back into a fighting stance, demanding to know what he had done. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Sitting down on the ground, he explained that they needed to speak softly because people were sleeping in the building behind him. His gesture was meant to convey that he meant no harm. Though bewildered, Konan kept her guard up, which Orochimaru accepted. He then recounted a summarized version of events that had transpired since her death, bringing her to tears as it confirmed that Naruto had fulfilled his promise to her, establishing lasting peace among the nations. Once she calmed down and lowered her defenses, she asked why he had reanimated her. Orochimaru explained that Izuku had awakened his Rinnegan, and since she had spent much of her life with Nagato, perhaps she could teach Izuku how to use it properly. She requested to know more about the child before making a decision, and he agreed. They spent the rest of the day discussing Izuku's past, current actions, and future goals. Later, while they were in the kitchen, Izuku walked in. He approached Konan with a smile, extending his hand and introducing himself as Izuku Uchiha. His adorable smile evoked memories of simpler times when she, Nagato, and Yahiko lived together with Jiraiya-sensei. Overwhelmed by mixed emotions, she fell to her knees, crying for how much she missed those days. Just then, she felt warm arms wrap around her as Izuku offered a heartfelt hug, expressing his concern for her tears. His sincerity and background resonated with her, igniting a desire to stay and teach him, as he reminded her so much of Nagato. As Konan hugged Izuku, she turned to Orochimaru and gave him a bright, genuine smile, promising to train Izuku to the best of her ability. The sun had barely risen when Izuku came down to greet Konan. He sat at the kitchen table, listening intently as she spoke about the Rinnegan, sharing stories of her upbringing with Nagato, the only one to master all its capabilities. Konan explained that they would be exploring the different Rinnegan abilities and the order in which they would tackle the Rinnegan paths. She had chosen the animal path as the first phase, reasoning that it had the smallest chance of backfiring. Additionally, Izuku's existing ability to summon various animals would make the process smoother. Before she could move on to the second stage, she fell silent, recognizing a figure entering the kitchen. Izuku, puzzled by her sudden reaction, turned to see what had caught her attention. It was Itachi, who entered the kitchen deeply engrossed in a book, oblivious to his surroundings as he walked toward the espresso machine. The three of them watched as Itachi prepared his espresso without lifting his gaze from the pages. Once he had made his drink, he turned to leave, but a deliberate cough from Izuku caught his attention. Izuku, smirking playfully, pointed out that it was rather rude of Itachi to ignore their guest. Itachi turned toward them, eyes closed in apology. When he opened his eyes and saw the reanimated Conan before him, shock registered on his face, causing him to drop both his book and cup. Reacting swiftly, Conan used her paper ninjutsu to send sheets of paper to catch the falling objects. She retrieved the book with her right hand and the cup with her left, taking a sip of her espresso while glancing at the book's cover. Lowering the cup, she raised an eyebrow in curiosity and noted the title, Crumbling Society, Corrupted, Self-Centered and False Heroes by Barry Allen, aka Flash. With a smirk, Conan teased Itachi about his ongoing quest to understand others while addressing societal issues. Still in shock, Itachi could only nod in response, prompting light laughter from the others at the table. After a moment, he regained his composure and exclaimed that she had drunk his espresso, which made everyone chuckle. He grumbled about needing to make a new one, to which Conan playfully requested another cup without looking at him, leading him to sigh as he took her cup. As he prepared 2 new espressos, Itachi listened to Conan instructing Izuku. She explained that for the second stage, she would teach him the Preta path, which would be the second easiest to learn. They would start by absorbing small ninjutsu, ensuring that if he struggled, he would not sustain injuries. Gradually, they would increase the scale of the techniques until he mastered the ability. For the third stage, she planned to teach him the human path during their missions. This would allow them to gather information while he learned Rinnegan abilities, specifically how to extract a soul from a target without causing harm. The fourth stage involved the Naraka path, which they could practice alongside the third stage. However, she would focus on the interrogation aspect until he gained more control over the King of Hell. Once he was proficient, she would teach him the restoration part of that path, ensuring he wouldn't accidentally misapply it. Conan explained that after mastering these abilities, they would move on to the fifth stage, the Azura path. She emphasized that manipulating and augmenting one's body required extensive knowledge and control, as even the smallest mistake could have dire consequences. Izuku gulped, feeling the weight of her words. Finally, they would progress to the Deva path, where he would learn to manipulate attractive and repulsive forces with objects and people. He would learn to manipulate the gravity and forces between all things. She informed him about a seventh path called the Outer Path, but she would only teach him the theoretical aspects, provided he promised never to practice it. When he inquired about her reasoning, her only response was that she didn't want to see him perish. He noticed her sadness as she held back tears while discussing the last path. Izuku agreed, hugging her tightly. He promised he would never use it without her permission, and his playful smirk brought a genuine smile to her face. It took Izuku a month to master the anima path. Initially, it was challenging for him as he needed to summon animals without a contract, blood sacrifice, or hand seals. He was accustomed to the traditional method of summoning. The most difficult part was visualizing the animals he wished to summon, as he usually relied on contracts. Without them, he had to create a clear mental image before calling forth the creatures. When he successfully summoned his first animal, he was astonished to discover he could see through its eyes. Conan explained that he would be able to perceive everything that other Rinnegan users saw. It took time for him to adjust to experiencing the world through more than 2 sets of eyes. By the end of the month, he had mastered the ability to summon any animal he desired and could share vision with up to 20 other pairs of eyes. After a brief moment of discomfort, Izuku was ready to embark on learning the Preta path. He quickly discovered that this technique could not be utilized with quirk abilities, as they did not contain chakra. Nevertheless, Conan encouraged him to master it, believing it would enhance his control over the Rinnegan. Initially, Izuku struggled to absorb any jutsu, which provided entertainment for everyone around him. They would unleash their weakest long to mid-range jutsu, and he would often find himself on the receiving end, becoming a target for their playful antics. He lost track of how many times he was drenched by water jutsu, struck by lightning, or caught in flames. However, after about 2 weeks of practice, he began to grasp the technique, and after another 2 weeks, it became second nature to him. During this PRD, Hashirama noticed that Izuku could also absorb natural energy, a fact that Conan had somewhat overlooked. recalling how Naruto had done the same in his battle against Nagato. This revelation posed a potential risk, as Izuku had no understanding of how to control natural energy. To address this, he began studying how to gather, control, and manipulate it, receiving guidance from Hashirama, Tobirama, Madara, and Orochimaru. Learning to harness natural energy took Izuku significantly longer than mastering the previous techniques, primarily because he was unable to use his usual method of summoning multiple shadow clones to expedite the process. Without the clones, he faced the challenge of absorbing natural energy directly, which required a different approach and a great deal of patience. The host situation began to backfire on Izuku, as he struggled to control the energy. After a month of training, he had become above average in harnessing natural energy. They paused his natural energy training to allow him to focus on his Preta Path training, which enabled him to absorb a significant amount of natural energy from Hashirama. A full month was dedicated to mastering this technique, preparing his body to handle the powerful jutsu they possessed. This adaptation was crucial to prevent his body from shutting down due to the sudden influx of chakra. Now at the third stage, Izuku was learning about the human path. Orochimaru assigned him and Konan several missions that involved confronting individuals. He understood that Izuku would never use his abilities against the innocent, so they aimed to capture as many targets alive as possible during their operations. Izuku would cast a genjutsu on their opponents before taking one person at a time into a separate room. There, he would use the human path to delve into their minds, extracting valuable information. After gathering the necessary intel, he would dispel the genjutsu and summon the King of Hell through the Naraka path. Those who answered truthfully would be spared, while those who lied would meet an immediate end. However, the survivors would not escape entirely. Izuku would extract their souls using the human path, leading to their instant demise before he absorbed their essence. This process also allowed him to gain all the knowledge they possessed. Once he sealed the body in a scroll, he would move on to the next test subject, waiting in the previous room. It took Izuku around 2 months to master these 3 techniques, primarily due to the need for new missions to gather more subjects for his training. After 3 months, he could read minds much more quickly and efficiently. He learned to search for specific information by thinking of keywords. For instance, if he focused on hideout while reading the mind of a drag smuggler, he could filter out irrelevant details and quickly locate the answer he sought. Additionally, he developed the ability to avoid unnecessary information that came with the souls he absorbed, ensuring that he only retained the most pertinent intel. One simple typo, like a missing colon, comma, or even a single letter, can result in an error, which is incredibly frustrating. Izuku had been taught by Konan for 6 months, and during that time, he had more or less mastered the animal path, Preta path, human path, and some aspects of the Naraka path. He had also achieved above-average skill in natural energy after attempting to absorb some of Hashirama's chakra. Throughout this PRD, Izuku had grown accustomed to seeing through the summons of the Rinnegan eyes. His limit was 20 pairs of eyes, exceeding that would lead to headaches that intensified the longer he maintained the vision. They were now both sitting in the garden after Izuku had demonstrated his control over the Rinnegan abilities he had learned from Konan. She decided that he was ready to learn about the second ability of the Naraka path. This ability allowed the Naraka path to repair any damage. To do so, the King of Hell would ingest the damaged body with its tendril-like arms into its mouth, and after some time, the destroyed or wounded body would emerge completely rejuvenated. For the beginner's level, they planned to use lab rats and lizards acquired from Orochimaru. They would inflict tiny cuts with their kunai, then Izuku would summon the King of Hell before placing the animals into its mouth. Once Izuku gained enough control to fully heal them from their minor wounds, they would progress to making more significant injuries before attempting to heal life-threatening wounds. They eventually moved on to larger animals when Izuku mastered saving a rat from lethal injuries. They continued this process until Izuku could heal an animal the size of an adult human. Afterward, they would ask Orochimaru for another mission. There, they would capture as many subjects as possible alive before placing them under genjutsu. Izuku would then repeat the process he had done with the animals, but now on his human volunteers. The final step of restoration on human subjects involved Izuku inflicting a lethal wound on the test subject before saving their lives. Once they completed their task, they would conclude by ending the subjects' lives before returning home. The last phase of Stage 4 was self-restoration. Izuku would start with a minor wound and gradually increase it to an almost lethal injury before stopping. His mastery of the King of Hell was so advanced that he could choose which parts he wanted to restore. After restoring himself a few times, Izuku discovered that healing another's body consumed significantly more chakra than restoring his own. If he overexerted himself in a single day, he would experience chakra exhaustion, so he decided to reserve his healing abilities for those who held great value to him. Consequently, he chose not to heal his right arm, as the missing limb served as a reminder to push himself further. If he ever needed the arm, he could always utilize his Susanoo or transformation arm. It took only 1 month for Izuku to master Stage 4, primarily because he could practice most of the techniques at home. Conan then began to explain the Azura path, which granted the user the ability to augment their body to summon mechanized armor and various ballistic and mechanical weaponry. She had waited to introduce this until now due to the potential risks. If Izuku augmented his body incorrectly, he could end up injuring or even endangering himself. However, after 7 months of training, Izuku's control over the Rinnegan abilities had significantly improved. His newfound control allowed him to augment his body without fear of misfiring. He practiced augmenting and summoning a mechanized right arm daily until he could summon a fully realistic arm within seconds. Together with Conan and Orochimaru, he studied weapon construction down to the smallest detail, enabling him to augment those weapons from his body. It took Izuku 2 months to master body augmentation and the summoning of basic mechanical weaponry reliant on chakra. He aimed to finish his Rinnegan training before delving into the study of other weapons. As they commenced the 6th stage, Conan began to explain the Deva path. She informed Izuku that this path granted the ability to manipulate attractive and repulsive forces with objects and people. She cautioned him that these techniques could not be performed in rapid succession. The recharge time varied depending on the scale of the technique, with 5 seconds being the basic minimum. The Deva path contained 3 main techniques: universal pull, almighty push, and planetary devastation. She also mentioned that he could acquire other abilities with the Deva path, such as levitation or a lighter version of flight. The first technique, universal pull, manipulated attractive force to draw matter towards the user at will. The area of effect could be localized, allowing for selective attraction of targets without affecting their surroundings. It was also possible to attract multiple targets simultaneously, causing them to collide. The second technique, almighty push, created a repulsive force used to push everything in the vicinity away. Users can narrow the direction of the repulsion, only pushing away things on certain sides so that nearby allies remain unaffected. The third technique, planetary devastation, involves the user creating a black sphere between their hands and hurling it into the sky. Once activated, the sphere generates a powerful attractive force, pulling everything in the vicinity toward it until a large satellite or meteor is formed, which the user can control in size. This repulsive force is most commonly created around the user as a defense mechanism, repelling nearby opponents or incoming attacks. It can also be used to disperse attacks that have already struck the user, such as fire or mud. Alternatively, the repulsive force can be created away from the user, destroying whatever is at the designated location. When Orochimaru entered the kitchen, he saw Izuku and the others discussing some of his abilities. He had just received an urgent request from the Japanese government for an intel-gathering mission due to an increase in quirk-related accidents. Clearing his throat to gain their attention, he stated that they had received an intel-gathering mission from Japan, where there had been incidents of civilians' quirks going haywire. Piquing their interest, everyone turned to him, sensing the seriousness of the issue. Orochimaru brought up a case file and began reading from it. The record indicated that these types of quirk malfunctions had first started in America, but had recently begun appearing in Japan. The government was unsure if this was caused by someone's quirk reacting to a specific event or if it was a natural occurrence like a virus or plague. Thus, they had hired them to investigate. He continued, noting that there could have been earlier cases that went unnoticed until civilians panicked as their quirks activated uncontrollably. The first recorded incident occurred 5 months ago in Saitama Prefecture, where 20 civilians unexpectedly activated their quirks in a bar. When confronted by heroes and police, they claimed they could not deactivate their quirks or control them. After several hours, the heroes managed to use quirk-canceling HNDCFFS on all of them, concluding that the civilians were indeed the victims in this situation. The second incident happened 4 months ago in Tokyo Prefecture, where a group of 50 civilians activated their quirks during a summer festival. Due to several gigantification quirks, there was significant damage to the surroundings, and some people were injured. After a few hours, the officers and heroes brought the situation under control. The third incident occurred a few weeks later in Shizuoka Prefecture, where an accident on a ferry caused everyone on board to lose control of their quirks. There were casualties and injuries as the ship sank in the ocean. Orochimaru continued reading through the pages until he finished the thick stack of documents. He then placed the stack down and looked at the others. He expressed that there had been a steady but rapid increase in these cases and emphasized the need to form an intel-gathering unit. This mission would focus more on gathering information than engaging in battles. He noted that the unit needed to be stealthy and operate behind the scenes. Unfortunately, he had to inform Hashirama, Tobirama, Madara, and Tsunade that they would not be part of this mission due to their noticeable presence. They might be needed later, but for now, they could relax. Turning back to the others, he assigned Sasuke, Itachi, Haku, Toga, and Izuku to use their stealth and gathering skills to obtain the necessary intel, stressing that they should avoid unnecessary violence to prevent their targets from going underground. Konan raised her hand, prompting Orochimaru to give her permission to speak. She expressed her willingness to join the mission, having grown attached to the group despite her initial surprise at meeting them, especially Madara. After everyone calmed down, Orochimaru added her to the intel group and informed her where to find an Akatsuki robe and a porcelain mask to conceal her identity. He then directed everyone to their respective missions, assigning Sasuke to the Yellow Prefectures, Konan to the Green Prefecture, Izuku to the Cyan Prefecture, Itachi to the Violet Prefecture, Haku to the Orange Prefecture, and Toga to the Gray Prefecture. He instructed them to retrieve their robes and masks and to report back as soon as they gathered any intel, no matter how small. The deadline for their report was set for 3 months. The members of the intel gathering unit nodded in agreement and went their separate ways to prepare. Once they left the room, Orochimaru addressed those who remained, asking Tsunade for her help in compiling the information they would receive. He explained that he would be busy with his underworld network, trying to gather information about these events worldwide. He then turned to Tobirama, instructing him to stay with his grandniece in case she needed assistance. Madara was to go to the Bratva HQ as Izuku's representative, gathering intel in the Slavic countries. Finally, Orochimaru looked at Hashirama with an apologetic expression and asked him to accompany Madara on this intel-gathering mission, acknowledging the importance of their task. Izuku expressed concern that without someone to rein him in, the individual would likely spend more time causing chaos than gathering information. The comment elicited laughter from everyone around the table, as they all recognized the truth in his words. Even Madara couldn't deny it, though he sighed in annoyance at his own notorious reputation. After agreeing to their assigned posts, they left the room to prepare. This marked the first time that Orochimaru's Akatsuki had dispatched all its members on the same mission. Once everyone had finished packing, they gathered in the hallway near the entrance. Except for Hashirama and Tsunade, everyone donned Akatsuki robes with their chosen porcelain masks hanging at their hips. Those who had not participated in missions before received encrypted satellite phones from Orochimaru, along with information about the nearest safe house for their mission locations. Orochimaru, Tobirama, and Izuku then activated the flying Raijin Jutsu to teleport everyone to their designated positions. Orochimaru moved to his assigned area, while Izuku took hold of Hashirama and Madara, asking if they were ready. With both nodding in agreement, Izuku quickly teleported to the Bratva headquarters. Meanwhile, in Russia, a specific corner of Anatoly's office remained unfurnished, save for a kunai hanging from the ceiling, inscribed with the formula for the flying Raijin Jutsu. Anatoly sat at his desk, overwhelmed by paperwork, wishing for a higher power to end his suffering. Suddenly, Izuku and the others materialized in his office, startling Anatoly and causing him to tumble from his chair. He quickly regained his composure, preparing to greet them, but noticed that one of Izuku's eyes had changed. Izuku raised a hand to signal Anatoly to hold his questions, already anticipating his reaction. Madara and Hashirama greeted him in Russian as they passed by, taking their seats in front of Anatoly's desk. Turning back to Izuku, Anatoly was about to inquire when Izuku, with an amused tone, mentioned how nice it was to see him again. He explained that he had come to drop off the two seated before him but needed to postpone their conversation due to an assignment. Anatoly nodded, understanding the importance of Izuku's task. Izuku asked if Anatoly could wait a few minutes, then used Kamui to teleport to a specific area of his pocket dimension, which served as a storage unit. Moments later, he returned with 2 duffel bags, and Anatoly guessed their contents without needing to open them. Izuku resumed speaking, inquiring if Anatoly could assist with a mission. The Bratva would rent a room for each of them while also helping them travel as needed. Anatoly was taken aback by the unexpected request. Before he could respond, Izuku opened the duffel bags, revealing them to be filled with cane. This sight made Anatoly chuckle, reminding him of the nickname Izuku had earned among the Bratva members. It all began when Izuku used his Kamui in front of them to teleport away, only to reappear minutes later with something in hand. This led to him being dubbed, or the magician, especially as he continued to return with drags. While he had no objections to this arrangement, it was concerning that some of the newer recruits began to idolize him. Snapping back to reality, Anatoly nodded in acceptance of the payment. Afterward, Izuku bid farewell and quickly teleported to his next destination. He aimed to start in Shizuoka Prefecture, and before long, he found himself standing atop a tall building in Shizuoka City. It was midnight, and the city lights twinkled below. As he took in the view, he hoped the next 3 months would pass quickly, as that would mean only half a year remained until the entrance exam at UA High School. Nizu sat in his office, a perplexed expression on his face. He hadn't been so intrigued by a puzzle since uncovering the legacy of AFO while All Might was studying at his school. Reports had emerged over the past 3 months about individuals in masks and black robes adorned with red clouds. Even Shota Aizawa had encountered one of these vigilantes multiple times, noting that Mitsuki was among them. 2 months prior, Aizawa had been leaping from rooftop to rooftop when he sensed a presence nearby. Glancing to the side, he spotted one of the reported vigilantes, sitting on a rooftop with their feet dangling over the edge. He approached stealthily, attempting to catch the figure off guard, only to find himself caught instead. Without turning, the vigilante greeted him, using his real name, causing Aizawa to flinch at the unexpected recognition. He jumped into a fighting stance when he noticed the vigilante looking his way, but confusion quickly set in as the figure turned back to survey the view. To Aizawa, it seemed as if the vigilante was almost indifferent to him, which not only puzzled him but also stirred a bit of anger, making him feel as though he was being looked down upon. He activated his quirk, preparing to attack with his scarf, but halted when he heard the masked man speak in a disinterested tone, questioning why he thought his approach would work now when it hadn't in Nizu's office. In that instant, Aizawa grasped the meaning behind those words and lowered his guard. If this person was truly Mitsuki, the one who had effortlessly defeated All Might with a mere flick, then what chance did he stand against such a force? Aizawa cautiously approached, his guard still somewhat raised, and asked if he was really Mitsuki. Izuku removed his mask, revealing his Mitsuki transformation. He had sensed Aizawa's presence moments before and had used his transformation jutsu to take on this appearance before Aizawa could reach him. Upon recognizing Mitsuki beneath the mask, Aizawa fully relaxed. He knew that even if he had been prepared for a confrontation, he would still be at a disadvantage against just one punch from him. Izuku raised a hand, displaying a thermos, and casually offered Aizawa some coffee, knowing he often lacked sleep and had a fondness for it. Aizawa was about to respond when Izuku interrupted, stating that if he had intended to harm him, he wouldn't resort to poison. He added that the coffee was made from Nicaraguan beans, renowned as some of the best in the world, and it would be a shame to ruin them. The mention of the coffee made Aizawa's mouth water. He had heard of it but had never been able to order it himself, as underground heroes didn't earn much. The only expensive coffee he had tasted was Nizu's. He could only nod enthusiastically, which made Izuku chuckle. Soon, both Aizawa and Izuku found themselves sitting on the edge of the building, gazing over the city. Aizawa seized the opportunity to inquire about Izuku, noting that they hadn't heard from him in a while. Izuku chuckled at the irony of the question before responding that Izuku was doing just fine and was even stronger than before. Aizawa was so shocked that he nearly spilled his coffee, stuttering as he asked how that was possible, given that Izuku had already been stronger than All Might. Taking a sip of his coffee, Izuku explained that his family had trained Izuku, and even he had grown stronger since their last encounter. Aizawa felt a chill run down his spine, recalling the memory of Mitsuki defeating All Might in a strength competition. Fear laced Aizawa's voice as he asked how strong Mitsuki had become. Izuku paused for a moment, contemplating whether to answer, then smirked as he replied that he could easily create multiple meteor-sized craters without any trouble. Aizawa flinched at Izuku's words. Whether they were true or not, the confidence behind them made it hard to doubt. It was better to believe them than to dismiss them only to be proven wrong by a devastating display of power. Sensing Aizawa's growing fear, Izuku decided to shift the conversation. He asked Aizawa about Izuku's false family, noting that they didn't care much for their relatives, suggesting that they wouldn't bat an eye if those people were gone. This inquiry calmed Aizawa somewhat, prompting him to take a deep breath and release a sigh of annoyance as he gazed out over the city. He explained that after the court's decision, UA had created a dorm specifically for those children. They were required to attend therapy, anger management, and quirk discrimination courses. Izuku nodded in acknowledgement as he listened. Aizawa continued, detailing that UA had established a special classroom called 1R, designated for rehabilitation. The children would take their courses there under the supervision of teachers. If Achiko Uraraka were to join UA, she would also be placed in the same classroom and dorm. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose in annoyance, explaining that when the children turned 15, they would join that year's 1A class, as he was the teacher for both 1R and 1A. They would still wear their quirk-canceling bracelets, but he would deactivate them during necessary courses. However, if any of them lost control, the bracelets would automatically activate. This revelation made Izuku feel a bit bitter, as it seemed they would be getting a free pass into 1A, ignoring the extra challenges they faced. He expressed his annoyance, questioning whether it was fair to the other students who wished to join UA, considering that 6 out of 20 spots would be taken by former delinquents. Aizawa struggled to suppress a smile, but Izuku's keen senses caught on. After a moment of chuckling, Aizawa acknowledged the truth in Izuku's statement, clarifying that while they would be part of the 1R group, they would share classes and a classroom with 1A. This meant that the next year's 1A class would consist of 26 students instead of 20, which eased Izuku's frustration. Curious about the entrance exam, Izuku asked if the children would need to take it. Aizawa's expression shifted to one of amusement as he revealed that they wouldn't have to take the exam. Instead, a point system had been implemented for the children of 1R, allowing them to spend more time outside UA based on the number of hero points they earned. Boundaries on specific days with a hero teacher were established. Aizawa noticed that Izuku was about to inquire about hero points, so he preemptively addressed the unasked question. The points were earned based on their academic progress, improvements in counseling and exams, and enhancements in their behavior towards others. They had informed the students that they could earn more points than usual during the entrance exam, which motivated them all to participate. This revelation brought a smile to Izuku's face, which Aizawa observed but couldn't quite understand, so he shrugged it off and continued with the previous topic. The students had no friends, as they had severed ties after witnessing the trial. They were also grappling with nightmares and trauma. Aizawa usually felt that no child deserved such experiences, but he had lost sympathy for them after seeing what they had done to Izuku. When asked about Izuku's parents, Aizawa groaned and pinched the bridge of his nose in annoyance, expressing that he didn't get paid enough to deal with them. This elicited a chuckle from Izuku. An irk mark appeared on Aizawa's head as he complained to Izuku, as if forgetting how strong the young man beside him was. He questioned whether Izuku found his pain amusing, receiving only a nod in response while Izuku laughed. Izuku then handed Aizawa a thermos and told him to wait a moment, as he would be right back. Aizawa nodded, knowing he couldn't stop Izuku even if he wanted to. A look of disbelief crossed Aizawa's face as he watched Izuku warp away, almost dropping the thermos but quickly regaining his composure. A few minutes later, Izuku returned beside Aizawa, who appeared to be at the end of his rope, lacking the energy to react. Izuku pulled out a backpack and placed it beside Aizawa, stating it was a down payment for all the stress they had caused him. Aizawa raised an eyebrow as he brought the backpack closer and opened it, discovering it was filled with bags of Nicaraguan coffee beans. His expression turned to one of astonishment, and before he could speak, Izuku handed him a small box. Aizawa's eyes widened and his mouth fell open when he opened the box to find the latest noise-canceling headphones, the Sony WH-1000XM4, worth a significant amount. Izuku explained that it was a small thank you from him and others, clarifying it was not a bribe for illegal activities. Aizawa was taken aback, as he had been about to ask a question. Izuku continued, suggesting that if Aizawa wanted to do something for them, they would appreciate it if he pranked the others or made their lives a bit harder with unnecessary homework or other challenges. Aizawa grinned and agreed. After some more conversation, Izuku stood up, mentioning it had been nice to meet Aizawa but that it was time for him to go, as work wouldn't do itself. Aizawa thanked him for the gifts, then, in a non-threatening manner, posed a question about what would stop him or others from reporting Izuku to the government, doubting he would attack military officers. Izuku snickered, recognizing the question was not a threat. He turned to Aizawa, stating that he wouldn't stop him if he wanted to, but where would be the fun in that? Aizawa, confused, asked what Izuku meant by fun. With a smirk, Izuku put his mask back on and declared that if Aizawa could catch him, he would provide enough coffee to last multiple lifetimes, along with a top-of-the-line sleeping bag, and even teach him how he made the formidable all-might shutter. Hearing this, Aizawa dropped the backpack he was holding and threw out his capture weapon towards Izuku. The prospect of the prize made Aizawa momentarily forget some details about the man before him, such as how things could pass through Izuku. He recalled this when he saw his scarf go right through Izuku. Izuku shook his head, clicked his tongue playfully, and said he couldn't let Aizawa win that easily, or it wouldn't be fun. He slowly teleported away, waving goodbye to the pro-hero. Aizawa smirked when Izuku was finally gone, sighing that at least it was worth a try. Aizawa took his gifts and began walking towards UA to discuss what he had learned with Nizu. He had more time on his hands due to expelling all of Class 1A earlier that year, which granted him a lot of free time. This led Aizawa to engage in a one-sided game of tag with Izuku for the next 2 months. He never gave up, despite never coming close to winning, driven by his desire to claim the prize. There was news reporting a fight in southern Russia, accompanied by a blurry photo of what appeared to be a giant blue skeleton held down by massive wooden roots. A few days later, everyone at Orochimaru's household gathered in the living room around a large table, waiting for him to begin the meeting. Once everyone had settled down and focused their attention on him, Orochimaru stood up, picked up a report, and began to speak. He explained that he had sent the report to their employer a few days prior. After reviewing their intelligence, a new meeting was called, and it was decided that they would request assistance from the Akatsuki. Their mission was to eliminate the manufacturers and distributors of a drag called Trigger. While they had identified some distributors in Japan, the USA, and China, Orochimaru noted that they were still uncertain about the full extent of the operation. Madara and Hashirama had uncovered some intelligence in Russia, which pointed to distributors shipping the drag from the USA. Although they could not pinpoint the exact location of the base, Orochimaru assigned both of them to investigate further. They nodded in agreement. Izuku smirked at his father and remarked that while he knew Orochimaru was eager for action, he hoped he could refrain from going too wild in the USA. He added that they didn't want anyone thinking he was a supervillain, especially since the photo of him had been blurry enough to obscure their robe inside his Susanoo. He gave Hashirama a thumbs up and complimented him on subduing Orochimaru. which elicited chuckles from the group and a simple acknowledgement from his father. Orochimaru continued after the laughter subsided, sharing that his underground contacts had informed him that some of the drag was manufactured in China. He planned to travel there personally to shut down their operation, prompting another round of nods from the group. He then addressed those who had gathered intelligence in Japan, assigning them to specific prefectures. Those who had not found anything were to continue their investigations, while those who had located facilities were tasked with shutting them down. Izuku, who had only discovered one facility, was advised to gather intelligence from every member before taking them out. He defended himself, explaining that there had been few people in his area who sold or had knowledge of the drag. Orochimaru teased Izuku, suggesting he might have found more information if he hadn't been so focused on playing tag with his friend. The room erupted in laughter, and Izuku's unamused expression only made it harder for everyone to contain their mirth. Hashirama chimed in with a comment about the resemblance between father and son, which sent the group into another fit of laughter. Unbeknownst to Izuku, his response filled his father with pride, causing Madara to wipe away a tear before anyone noticed. Orochimaru decided to give everyone a brief break before reconvening to continue the meeting. He emphasized the importance of gathering more intelligence to uncover any hidden facilities they might not know about. He requested that they avoid demolishing any facilities until they had collected all resources and research. If it became too risky, however, they were permitted to destroy the building to protect their secrets. As everyone moved to the storage room to prepare for their new assignments, Izuku was the last to begin his mission, as he was responsible for transporting everyone to their designated locations. It was midnight when he teleported Madara and Hashirama to the USA before returning home. After donning his equipment and saying goodbye to Tobirama and Tsunade, he teleported away. Over the next 3 months of gathering intelligence, Izuku discovered only one facility in his assigned prefecture. After locating it, he climbed a nearby tall building and placed a teleportation formula on the roof before leaving to gather more information. Now perched on the rooftop, Izuku prepared to infiltrate the base. He used binoculars to survey the surroundings, searching for an unnoticed entry point. After identifying a side entrance, he retrieved a storage scroll from his thigh pocket, stowing his backpack and unnecessary equipment before putting it back. Once ready, he performed a hand seal to activate the chameleon jutsu and leaped down toward the compound. Stealthily avoiding patrols, he approached the side entrance and waited for someone to open the door before slipping inside. Using his Sharingan genjutsu, he silently subdued every person he encountered within the building. After each encounter, he dragged them into a pre-checked room and locked the door behind him to prevent any alarms from being triggered by unconscious bodies. Once everyone inside was incapacitated, he turned his attention to those outside. Transforming into one of the female officers, he approached the entrance and began to engage with the personnel inside, knocking them out with his Sharingan as he went. Izuku repeated this process until everyone inside and outside was incapacitated. With the area secure, he began storing valuable resources into one of his scrolls. After what felt like an hour, he placed the storage scroll back into his pocket and pulled out a flash drive and an external hard drive. Approaching a computer, he powered it on and plugged in both devices. The flash drive contained a virus capable of brute forcing through any password that wasn't heavily encrypted. The hard drive contained an encrypted program that, when activated, would transfer all non-blacklisted data without triggering any anti-malware software. Not wanting to waste time, Izuku headed to the room where everyone was incapacitated. Upon entering, he lifted his left sleeve to reveal a cloth bound around his wrist. He unbound the cloth and placed it on the table, infusing it with chakra to summon a large storage scroll. He began sealing everyone inside it, starting with the lowest ranks and gradually moving up. Everything seemed to be going well for Izuku, but an unsettling feeling nagged at him, and he couldn't pinpoint its source. He sealed everyone except the facility leader into the scroll before activating his Rinnegan. Trusting his instincts, Izuku used the human path ability to delve into the leader's mind, searching for a specific memory. He focused on memories related to the facility, using keywords like hidden room, hidden entrance, and underground passage. In mere moments, Izuku discovered the existence of hidden rooms in the cellar. He sealed the leader in the scroll and then wrapped it back around his wrist. After ensuring he had accessed the drives on every computer, he made his way down to the cellar to locate the hidden room. Using his kamui, he rendered himself intangible and began inspecting the walls and floor. After some searching, he found a dark pathway concealed behind a wall, leading down a staircase. As he descended, a sense of dread washed over him, reminiscent of the times he had encountered rooms where people had suffered. Without hesitation, he dashed down the hallway, his kamui still active. Rather than wasting time opening doors, he phased through them, and what he saw inside made him feel ill. Each room was more disturbing than the last, some covered in dark stains, while others contained victims bound to tables or chairs. With each door he passed, his hope of finding survivors dwindled. It was during his 20th room that he stumbled upon a young female, chained to the wall in a tattered hero suit. At first glance, he couldn't tell if she was alive or unconscious, but the sight of her condition filled him with nausea. She was bruised and battered, with deep cuts across her body, likely from a katana that lay on a nearby table surrounded by various tools. His anger flared as he noticed the needles scattered across the table, realizing this poor girl had been subjected to unimaginable experiments. All he wanted was to give her a proper burial. As he approached her, she sensed his presence. Her swollen eyes couldn't make out who he was, leading her to fear the worst, which caused her to tremble in fear. He was jolted from his shock when he heard her weak voice pleading for an end to her suffering. Knowing she was alive, he sprang into action to help her. He reassured her that he meant no harm and that the threats were gone. She weakly asked if he was a hero. Not wanting to mislead her, he explained that he was somewhere between a hero and an anti-hero, encouraging her to relax. Her body began to relax at the sound of his voice, and she slowly lost consciousness. Izuku moved quickly to detach her from the wall. He then used his healing jutsu to close her wounds before warping her into his dimension with kamui. After ensuring no evidence remained of his presence, he left the compound to find the nearest safe house. To be continued. Maybe now he could finally meet his family's gaze with a smile and a proud look on his face. He slowly lifted his trembling hand and formed it into a fist. He placed his fist on his chest, right above where his heart was, leaving it there despite its weakened state. His whole body had been gradually deteriorating. They didn't speak of it, but deep down, they all knew what was coming. He had only a minute, if not less, before he would be gone. In a slow but teasing manner, while still panting for air, he expressed that he had always wanted to save everyone. After all this time, he finally realized that he could do it. He urged his companion to go and save the world for both of them. It had been 3 months since they returned from their mission. During this time, they had taken a few extra days to assist Tsunade in compressing and filtering through all the information they had gathered. In addition to their tasks, there had been reports of a vigilante group sighted multiple times across various prefectures in Japan.